your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shitty!
Low five. Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
And we're back. No, wait. Sorry, it's the beginning. So, and away we go. What's up, guys? I'm so sorry. I got carried away. I told Ted I would stay as long as he wanted. I didn't think he'd actually take me up on it. I'm so sorry. I will get right into it. We're going to get caught up. We're going to get caught up on this wonderful Dale Warner trial. Hello, guys. KB and KB Ja are here. Thank you. I think I saw Fishy, or was that earlier? I'm not even sure. Oh my gosh. Whatever. We're just going to start it, and the people can catch up. I've got to do this Dale Warner stuff. I was so into it, and I'm sorry, guys, if we're going to do day 7 at least. We're going to do day 7 at least. Oh, this isn't it. What am I doing? You noodle head. Sorry. So sorry. It would have to be, so where was it? So it's not, so it's here. It's got to be this, day 7. Has to be. I'll mute it for a second. Yeah. Oh. Day 7. Perfect. We're on day 7. This is it. This is where, so we left off. We did day 5 and 6. I'll do day 7. I don't think we'll get day 8 done, but we'll definitely, depending on how many breaks they took here, let's just start. I got to start now. So let's do it, guys. And I'll update on the screen what's going on here, okay? I should share my screen first. How's that? Boom. Share the screen, the entire screen. This screen with the volume. Boom. On stage. Here we go. Oh, we don't need their chat. That's for sure. Let's do it. As soon as I find out who's speaking, I'll update you. I'm not even sure, but we have to just start. Day 7 of the Dale Warner trial. I'm not here. Oh, they haven't started their audio yet. It usually kicks in a few seconds. I have it full blast. I have it regular speed, 1080p. It'll kick in any second, okay? And then I'll figure out what's going on. It looks like there's somebody up or continuing this guy, and I'll find out any second what's going on here. I don't recognize this guy, but he's not on for long. Then they do some videos. The audio's not playing, so don't think there's no sound. Soon, hopefully, it starts on their part. I don't hear anything either, and I'm hoping you hear me. I'm checking on my other computer. Y2BA, what's up? I'm checking on my channel. I don't hear anything of theirs. So if you hear me and not them, everything's okay. If you don't hear me, that's going to be not good. And I'm going to find out right now on my laptop. I have a feeling it's their audio. I'm listening now. I hear myself. Perfect. So it's them. It's them. I'm sharing my screen, but they're not playing anything. So I'm not sure. I'll figure it out. I'm sharing my audio. I'm sharing my screen. And is it muted? No, it's not muted. It's unmuted. It's not muted. It's full blast. I have a feeling they're having technical difficulties. I'm going to speed it ahead because I can hear me. I'm going to 2.0. If audio kicks in, I'll pay attention to the timestamps. It's 2-speed. I have a feeling their audio. Maybe I should reload. I'm not sure what's going on here. I'll scan ahead.
Is that in the same location that you were asked to
See,
retrieve?
there's audio. So that first part, they don't have their audio on. Even for this guy. So they're having, whoever this guy is, we'll have to find that out. So Nicole, remind me later, who's this dude? The audio, day 7 starts out with audio troubles. So we don't hear what the judge says there. We don't hear the beginning of day 7. This guy doesn't seem to be playing. It's going to start soon. They're showing body. He's probably a cop. They're showing videos or one of the workers from the Dale Warner farm. I'm going to scan ahead. There's no audio. Here we go. They stopped it. They probably realized their audio was screwed up. I'm in 2x speed, so I will go back to regular speed when I find. I hear them. I'm going to regular speed. I paused it. Sorry, guys. We'll have to figure out what we missed. I will do that. I'll write it down. I'm not sure. So this is where it starts.
Were you previously able to identify that person?
I think at one point you showed me a really
I'll figure out who this guy is, and I'll put a highlight on screen. Okay, guys? Let's do it.
close-up image of it, maybe.
And is this behind the burn pit that you...
Young lady, they're not my technical difficulties. I'm perfect. Admit it. That's theirs. I'll write a letter to complain to them when I'm trying to steal their content. They better have good audio. I'm just kidding. Here it is.
discussed earlier?
Yes.
Is that in the same location that you were asked to retrieve a tank for Dale?
I did retrieve a tank from over there, yes.
Do you see the movement onto the left of the semis?
Yes.
Okay, and is that the area that you retrieved the tank?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, 5:11 p.m. Do you recognize that person?
Nope, still too far away.
Okay.
Sounds like it's obviously one of the Warner employees. So I'll just write that down for now until we get his name. Okay.
See the person walking to the right of the screen? Now it's 5:25. Walking back down towards that burn pile.
Okay,
Do you know who that is?
still too far away for me to tell.
Okay. Okay, do you see the person again to the left of the semi?
Yep.
Okay. 5:41. And what is that?
That is a tank.
Okay, being moved by what?
The JCB front end loader.
Okay, and do you know who that is?
That would probably me.
I'm sorry.
That's probably me.
All right, and why do you say that's probably you?
Because that's how I rigged up that tank.
And then where did you take that tank?
I believe the back of the spray barn.
Okay, 5:43, taking it to the spray barn.
So I've just paused here. Basically, anytime you see this blue big tank, what they're showing from this camera is barely, you can see here, things kind of come and go, which is a terrible camera angle. They're looking at between here, way back there, not any of this or this, okay? So this would be a great time for me to put up some of your pictures whenever they do this, because this is nonsense. They're not talking about this or this. It's in the background there between the tree and the tank. You see, just sometimes you see a vehicle coming and going, and they're, for some reason, they really love this camera angle. I'm not even sure if it's zoomed in or not. I don't even know. It's them, not me, okay? Right, YouTube bad actors? Totally. Shibby's perfect, and it's every difficulty with audio and video technicals is 100% the state of Michigan. Haha.
It's now 5:53. JCB next to the new shop. Is that where that is?
I would say that would be in front of what I would call my shop.
This one is the front of your shop. Is that what you called it?
I believe so, yes. That's where I generally work.
Okay, and look at the map behind you again, 263. What are you calling your shop?
5.
5. Okay. Okay, 602. You know who that is?
That looks like me.
All right, and where are you at there?
That would be the upper shop where Jim usually works.
Okay, if you look at the map, can you tell me which building that is?
That would be 1.
All right, and what were you doing in there?
Looks like punching out.
Okay, and so that's 6:02 p.m. Said a yes?
The time?
Yes.
I don't know what time it is then.
Okay, if the surveillance footage had 6:02 p.m., you wouldn't have a reason to doubt that, correct?
No.
Did Dale tell you why he needed that tank moved?
I think he wanted to clean it up.
Is that what he told you?
I believe so.
When you had the conversation with Dale about moving that tank, was that in person, over the phone? Do you recall?
I do not recall.
I'm going to show you people's 168. Do you recognize that area?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that area?
I believe that's back by the large anhydrous tank where we would fill the smaller ones.
Okay, and is the burn pile in this photograph?
I believe off to the left.
Are these trailers, the big long white things we see right there?
The three?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so next to the left of those trailers, is that where the burn pile would
Yes.
be? And approximately where in this photograph did you pick up that tank?
I believe either behind the trailers or just to the right of them, maybe.
Okay.
Well, I guess it'd be to the left.
Okay, behind and to the left of the trailers?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you people's exhibit 174. Do you recognize that building?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the spray barn.
And is that where you testified you took the tank?
I believe so, yes.
Can you look at the map again next to you, 263, and identify the building number that you put that tank in?
That would be 7.
Which way did you come into that building?
Through the front.
And what is the front to you? Do you have a pointer up there with you on the stand with an orange tip? Can you open that up and show me where the front of that building would be?
Right. That's what I would call the front.
Okay. For the record, he's pointed to the south side of building 7.
Yes, it would have been the south side.
People's exhibit 175. What's that?
The inside of the spray barn.
Okay. Do you see that tank in there?
Yes.
Is that the tank that you put in there?
Looks like it, yes.
The door that I'm looking at off to the right of the photograph,
Mhm.
would that be towards the back of that spray barn or the front of that spray barn?
That would be toward the back of the spray barn.
People's 176. And so that would be the front door to the spray barn?
Correct.
And that would be the way that you drove that in there?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Gravelle, good morning. My name is Mary Chartier and I represent Mr. Warner. I want to start off with, you had a serious medical event happen within the last 6 months or so. Is that correct?
It was less than a year, yes.
Okay, less than a year. And do you mind telling us what happened?
I had a 3-month brain bleed from trauma that I don't remember. And they had to drill holes in my head.
I'm sorry for that. Has that impacted your memory?
Yes.
And is that something that you shared with both our office and the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
So when you're testifying here today and not remembering certain things, are you trying your best?
Yes.
But unfortunately, your medical condition makes some of that challenging to remember. Is that accurate?
Yes.
When you, and to be clear, you're still being treated for that right now.
I am still in recovery, yes.
Okay. When you indicated that Mr. Warner said that on April 26th, Ms. Warner had left Sunday evening, is it possible he said Sunday morning?
Yes.
Thank you. And the tank that you moved in to the spray barn, you had moved tanks before for Mr. Warner, correct?
Yes, but usually the ones that were on wheels.
Usually on wheels. And that one wasn't on wheels.
Correct.
Now, you weren't restricted as to where you could go on the property when you were working, correct?
Correct.
So on April 26th, you did your work like you normally would?
Yes.
And on April 27th, you did as well?
Yes.
I have no additional questions. Thank you, sir, for being here.
And if records show that you were not at work on Sunday, April 25th, 2021, would that be accurate?
Yes, I do not believe I worked that Sunday.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, can we excuse Mr. Gravelle? Oh, I'm sorry, we have question.
Oh, Fishy was here, but she said she'd be back a long, long time ago. So she's not blocking you. No way.
Objection to the board asking.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Gravelle, were you asked by Dale Warner to move the tank to the spray barn?
Yes.
Anything else, Ms. Weiss?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Sharkey?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
And can we excuse Mr. Gravelle from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You are free to leave. And who would people like to call as their next witness? Parker Hardy. Mr. Hardy, before you sit down, I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury? I do. Go ahead and sit down.
Good morning, Mr. Hardy.
Morning.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Parker Hardy, Parkerhardy.
Thank you. How did you know Dee Warner?
She was my aunt.
And, excuse me.
Oops, I'm going to go back just to get that guy's name. I'm so sorry. I got distracted. 1 second. Good night, YouTube actors. Thanks for being here. I'm going to get his name. Sorry.
On Sunday, April, how did you know Dee Warner?
She was my aunt.
And who would people like to call as their next witness? Parker Hardy. Mr. Hardy, before you sit down, I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury? I do. Go ahead and sit down.
Good morning, Mr. Hardy.
Morning.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Parker Hardy, Parkerhardy.
Thank you. How did you know Dee Warner?
She was my aunt.
And, excuse me. On Sunday, April 25th, 2021, were you told at some point that afternoon that she was missing?
Yes, I was.
You know approximately what time?
Sometime in the early afternoon, around 1 or 2 o'clock.
All right. Did you go anywhere in response to that?
Eventually, I made my way down to the farm, down to
The Munger
Warner,
farm?
yes,
Okay. And where did you go when you went down there?
into the office.
And is that where they were watching the surveillance video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was there with you, if you recall?
Family members of mine, my cousins,
Okay.
and also Mr. Warner.
Did there come a point in time that afternoon when you drove around the property with your mother?
Yes,
What were you driving in?
I was driving what we consider the Kawasaki Mule, like we call it a Gator, a
Okay.
utility vehicle.
Is that yours or from the Munger farm?
Ours.
And do you live nearby?
Yes, under a mile.
Okay. And that's your parents' farm
Yes,
and yours also, of course?
yes.
All right. And it was just the two of you. Is this also called a side-by-side?
It can be referred to as that as well, yes.
Does the Munger farm have a Kubota that's similar?
Same thing, just different brand.
Okay. All right. And you're driving around looking for D?
Yes,
And at some point, do you drive on the north side of the house?
yes.
And can you point to that on the map behind you? Yep, thank you.
You want me to
The
state
north-
how
yeah,
I,
just identify the north side of the house.
yeah, right here.
Okay. And where are you coming from in the side-by-side that you're driving?
This map doesn't depict it, but I was in my field, which is located back in here. And I came around, there's kind of a low spot right here where I could have come around. And I was just looking around in this junk area, and I made my way up around to the back of the house.
Okay. Did something catch your attention when you came around the back of the house?
Yes,
And what did you do in response?
I threw on the brakes and put it in reverse. And I observed some tracks behind the house.
Okay. And why was that notable to you?
Earlier that day, when I was down at the office and the Hummer was sitting down at the office, when I came back with my mother and was driving around in this Gator, the Hummer was moved back to the house, and it was on top of some JCB tracks that were pulled right up to the porch of the house.
Okay. And how were you able to identify JCB tracks?
We have a very similar machine, once again, just a different brand. It's called a Manitou, but it's exactly the same machine, operates identical to a JCB. And I'm very used to those tracks. I've run this loader for 15 years plus.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 12. Can you tell us what that is?
That's the back of the Warner house?
Okay. And is that what you're describing just now?
Yes.
Okay. And where were the tracks in relation to the house?
In your picture up on the TV, they would be on the left side of the screen, right where those brick paver stairs are, for lack of a better term.
Okay, so it looks like there's a set of stairs at the very right edge,
Mhm.
and then there's another set of stairs kind of in the middle left. And
Correct.
which one are you talking about?
I'm talking the farthest to the left in your picture.
Okay. And could you tell how close to those steps the tracks led?
So the gravel is somewhat loose, close up to the steps, and the tracks were right up to basically the pavers or the concrete. I can't recall what is exactly right there on the ground.
Okay. So,
As close as they could be to the house.
thank you. Now, why was that notable to you? Why did you just slam on the brakes and who cares, right?
It was the speed of the way the gravel was thrown from the tracks. Or from the tires, I should say. It looked like it was relatively moving fast. And also, it's a little bit unusual for that loader to be pulled that close up to the house.
If you were at your farm driving your equivalent JCB and you had just forgotten something in the house, would you have driven right up to the house like that?
Objection, irrelevant.
This has to do with the reason that he made note of this event.
I have distinct objection.
You said that at the time, the Hummer had been moved back to the house. Is that correct?
Can you ask that again?
Sure. I want to make sure I understood something you said a minute ago, Did you say that at the time you're observing these tracks leading up to the house, that the Hummer is there also?
My second visit to the farm that afternoon, the Hummer had been moved back to the house.
Okay.
And when I saw the tracks, the Hummer was on top of the tracks.
Okay, thank you. So People's Exhibit 19, is that the Hummer?
Yes.
Okay, and where is it in relation to where you saw it parked that afternoon on Sunday?
Very close, but if I had to be a little bit more specific, I think it was farther to the left.
Even closer to the grass strip?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're saying the tracks went right under where the Hummer was parked?
Correct.
This photo is, just for the record, from Thursday, April 29th. Did you check the seat of the Hummer to see what spot it was in?
I did.
And what did you find out?
It appeared to me that it was in the position of somebody who was shorter.
Okay. Do you know that, so if the JCB had gone as far up as you were indicating, and it put the bucket out, where would the bucket be?
The bucket would be clear up on the porch, almost to the door.
All right, turning to Tuesday, the 27th. Show you a clip here. I'm going to ask you if you recognize that piece of machinery.
I do.
And what is it?
That is me driving my corn planter into the Warner farm.
Okay. And for those of us who are not farmers, what does a corn planter do?
It puts seed corn into the ground. This is a 24-row planter. It's quite large.
And why were you bringing your equipment down to the Munger farm that day?
I had trouble with some fertilizer that I had purchased that spring. It wasn't traveling through the planter correctly. It happens when it can be cold. And so we had contacted Dale asking if we could purchase some fertilizer from him that morning in order to get the planter going.
Okay. The timestamp on this video is 7:07 p.m. Does that sound about right to you?
Yes.
And where do you go with the planter?
I am headed into the sprayer barn.
Okay. And why would you take the planter to the spray barn?
I didn't have a tanker available at the time to offload fertilizer into. So when we talked to Dale and agreed that we would come down and purchase some fertilizer, it was easier just to load right onto the planter.
Okay. So you're fertilizing as you're planting corn, is that right?
Correct. It's a starter fertilizer. It helps the corn grow into the ground faster, grow roots.
Okay. This is a nighttime photo, but is that the sprayer barn?
Yes.
Okay. And People's 175. This photo was taken on 4/27/2021 later that evening. Is that, you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's the inside of the sprayer barn. I've been in there many a times loading.
Okay. Can you describe the big silver tanks, what those do or what they are?
The big stainless steel tanks have different types of fertilizer for different applications in them.
Okay, so that's what you would fill up your fertilizer from, those tanks?
Yes, there was a computerized pumping system that would, you could program what fertilizer you needed into it, and it would then pump it onto whatever piece of equipment you pulled in there.
Okay. And did you see that tank that's in the photo when you pulled in?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did that strike you as odd?
Yes, it did.
Why?
It was very unusual for an anhydrous tank to be in that condition on the Warner farm. They were typically very well kept and painted. And also, there was never, to my recollection, a anhydrous tank in that building the multiple other times I'd been in there.
Okay.
You also can't fill
It's in the
those
photo.
fertilizer or those anhydrous tanks from that barn.
Okay. Now, was Dale on the property while you were at that point in time or shortly after?
Yes, the video clip of me pulling in, he's actually meeting me in the barn.
I'm going to play this a little further. Do you see that red farm implement?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is a versatile quad track,
And do you know who it belongs to?
Dale Warner.
Did you see this arrive while you were there?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you know who normally operates that piece of equipment?
Mainly Dale Warner.
Does that piece of equipment involve fertilizer at all?
Yes, it does. It is also a corn planter.
Let this play for another minute. We're at 7:40. Now skipping to 7:54. And what is that?
That is the versatile leaving the farm.
Just let it play a few more seconds here. Okay, now we're at 7:56. Do you see that individual walking?
I do.
And do you know who that is?
Me.
And that's at 7:56. So I didn't say that already. Did you ask Dale about that rusty tank?
I did.
And what did he say about it?
He told me that he had some of his employees bring in some tanks at night or at some point so that he could paint them at night. He said he was having trouble sleeping because he was worried about where his wife was.
Okay. And did he say anything about this particular tank?
He said that I was alarmed on why, out of all the tanks, that one was in there in the condition that it was in. And so I kind of chuckled and asked, why do you have this in here? And that's when he stated about painting the tanks in the middle of night. And I'm sorry, did I answer?
Did he say anything about whether this was the tank that he had intended to be moved up there?
No, this was, once we had that initial conversation, he said, but I didn't want this tank. I wanted one of the ones on wheels and one that I just needed to do some minor painting on.
Okay.
So that he then proceeded to tell me that they were going to move that tank out.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Good morning, Mr. Hardy.
Morning.
My name is Mary Chartier. I have a few questions for you this morning. So you had been to the Munger property numerous times. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And your last communication with Ms. Warner, your aunt, would that have been Thursday or Friday? So April 22nd or April 23rd, to the best of your knowledge?
It was Friday.
Friday. And did
That
you?
was,
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That was my last physical communication with her.
Last physical communication. Did you see her in person?
Yes.
Would you tell us about that?
Yes. I was there getting an anhydrous tank. We were spreading and applying anhydrous like everybody else was at that time. And I had pulled up on the scale to weigh a tank, and she pulled in to fill out my weigh ticket.
When you say you were moving the tank to weigh it, did you fill up your own tank or did someone from the Warner businesses fill it up for you?
Someone from the Warner businesses fills the tanks. We just come and get them.
And then you come and get them, and then do you attach them to your truck and then go on the scale and weigh it?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you bring the tank back, then you weigh it again, and that's how you're billed by how much you use?
If myself or one of my employees is the one that take the tank from the field back to the Warner farm, we would sometimes scale it out, but most of the time one of the Warner employees would scale it out.
And by scale it out, do you mean put the tank on that big scale and then see how much was used?
Yes.
Now, when you were communicating with Ms. Warner, did you ask her if you should just write up a ticket and leave it in the office?
I don't recall.
Would reviewing notes from your interview refresh your memory?
Sure.
Page 135. It's the third paragraph from the bottom on page 135. Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
So is it accurate that you were loading anhydrous tanks and you texted Ms. Warner to see if she wanted you to write up the ticket and leave it in the office?
Yes, but I honestly don't know why it states that I was loading anhydrous tanks because I've never loaded anhydrous tanks at the Warner farm myself.
So I guess to be clear about that, when you say loading, you're talking about putting the fertilizer or the chemicals in the tank. That's what you think of loading?
In this context of what I just read, what I meant by loading was grabbing it with my truck.
So you
I
grab,
didn't mean physically loading the fertilizer on it.
so you loaded the tank to your truck. You texted your aunt to say, do you want me to write up a ticket and put it in the office? Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And the ticket would be, you'd go into the office and you'd write, you took a tank. Is that correct?
We would write the tank number. Each tank had a unique number on it. And because our tanks were from our own farm, we had our own logos on them. So it would say Hardy and then the unique number.
And then, but Ms. Warner said no, and she came out and she did that for you. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Then ultimately you texted with your aunt, but as you indicated, that was the last time the two of you physically communicated.
That day on Friday, yes.
Now, did you have to announce you were coming on to fill the tanks, or could you come on and get a tank that had already been filled up?
I was allowed to come in anytime.
When you talked about April 25th, is it accurate your mom came to your house to indicate to you that your aunt was missing?
No, well, I guess, can you ask that question again?
Sure. So at some point, did your mom come to your house to notify you that your aunt was missing?
No.
Okay, so tell us how that happened.
I was called by my father.
You were called by your father. At some point, did your mom come to your house?
I don't recall. I remember talking to her, notifying me that she was looking for Dee.
So before you ever went on to the Munger property, you knew that your aunt was missing.
Correct.
And when you were communicating with your mom, is it accurate that you saw Mr. Warner drive by your house in the sprayer?
I believe so, yes.
And you were concerned about Ms. Warner, the possibility that she may have taken her own life, correct?
Based on the state that I last physically saw her in, yes.
So you and your mom drove around, essentially coming from your property onto the Warner's property?
Yes.
Is that, and those properties are right next to each other, is that accurate?
They're connected.
So when you first saw the Hummer, it was where? I was a little confused by your testimony.
I saw it down at the office building.
So you first saw the Hummer at the office, and then later on, you saw the Hummer in back of the house. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
When do you think that you first saw the Hummer at the office?
It's been quite a few years. I'm having a hard time remembering exact time. At some point in the mid to early afternoon.
So mid to early afternoon is, what do you think? 12, 1 to 3? What would you say time-wise?
I remember the only time I can be more accurate with is I remember getting a call that they were looking for D somewhere around noon to 1 o'clock.
And so then ultimately, when you made your way to the Warner property, you saw the Hummer in front of the office. Then later on, you saw it in back of the house. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, the JCB tracks that you saw them pull up to the house you indicated,
Yes.
but you didn't see any reverse tracks, correct?
No.
Is that accurate? I'm sorry.
Yes.
And that was noticeable to you, correct?
Yes.
The JCB with the front loader, the scoop up, right? How far does that scoop go?
I guess I'm not understanding your question.
Sure. So you said you're really familiar with that piece of equipment. So if I'm in the JCB with the scoop, how high can that scoop go? Can it block my view?
Yes, it can.
Now moving on to April, what you indicate is April 27th, 2021, you saw that rusty tank that we just saw in the spray barn, correct?
Correct.
And that's barn number or building number 7 on that map, accurate?
Correct.
You didn't see any kind of a non-factory weld on that tank, correct?
No, I did not.
And you would have noticed that if you had.
I didn't spend a lot of time observing the specifics of the tank, just the overall. I had to pull around the tank when I pulled in the barn because it was in my way. And all I really noticed is it was a rusty tank.
An old rusty tank with, again, not that you noticed a non-factory weld, correct?
No, ma'am.
And you didn't see, other than that, you didn't see Mr. Warner behaving unusually with that tank. You'd agree, correct?
Correct.
I have no additional questions. Thank you, sir.
Just want to know if you're certain that when you talked to Dale about that rusty tank that was in the spray barn, that he said that he wanted the employee to bring one that was on wheels. Are you certain about the on wheels part?
I don't recall the exact statement, but I thought that's what was in the.
Do you remember talking to the Michigan State Police in November of 22?
I do.
Do you remember what you said to them about the rusty tank versus the other one?
What do you mean by other one?
The one that they wanted brought instead.
All that I remember is that he, in my mind, quote said, but I didn't want this one. I wanted one that was less painting or less to paint and on wheels.
Okay.
That's what I remember. I could be wrong.
Okay. If I played that for you.
Sure.
Okay. You have to, you just want to play for him.
What time, Mr.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Is at 13:24.
Thank you.
Having trouble playing it other than over the speakers. I could just have a minute, Your Honor.
Speakers, you said?
That's what I'm saying. No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to get it so it's not over.
Okay,
speakers.
great. Just want to make
Yes,
sure.
yes. What's that?
He came in. Like he always does. Just to make sure I was doing okay for what I thought. And this old rusty hydrous tank without the tools and stuff. I said, what the hell's that thing? This thing had looked like it had been a muddled lake forever. It wasn't weird. That part was weird. I said, what the hell are you doing with that? Oh, he said, I fucking haven't been able to sleep at night. So I told the guys, which I thought to myself, yeah, I bet you haven't been able to sleep at night. Oh, he said, I told the guys to bring in a hydrous tank around. We paint them regularly, just like it's too nice to don't get all rusted. So he said, I told the guys to bring in a hydrous tank around and I sandblast it off or scrub it off and paint it. I said, I took my hair, just clear my head, paint during the night. I'm like, all right. But he's like, I didn't mean for them to grab that one. Like this was some real bad one that they brought up here. And I'm like, why wouldn't you just grab the tank nails and have them grab it? Whatever. It was weird. I think the most significant part of that story was the fact that he couldn't sleep at night and he was supposedly painting.
So in November of 2022, when you described this to the state police, did you mention wheels at all?
I do not.
Okay. So does that refresh your recollection as to what Dale told you?
Yes,
Did he mention wheel? Did he mention a tank or a tank on wheels?
just a tank.
Okay, so what he wanted was a different tank other than the rusty old one.
Objection leading.
Can you tell the jury what he actually said he wanted other than the rusty old one?
He just wanted a different tank brought in. Never mentioned wheels.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Are we excusing Mr. Hardy from his subpoena at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
And so you are free to go. You're welcome to stay in the courtroom from this point on. Thank you. Who do people like to call as the next witness?
Jordan Graves. Please state your full name and spell it for the record.
My full name is Jordan Graves, Jordan, as in Victor, ES.
And where do you work?
I currently work for the FBI in the Detroit field office.
Okay, and what is your position there?
My position is digital forensic examiner.
And do you have training in digital forensic examining?
Yes.
What kind of training do you have?
So to become a digital forensic examiner in the program that I work in, you have to go through an extensive amount of training. For me, this equated initially to roughly 400 hours of classroom and practical hands-on training. And then once you are certified, one of the conditions of
Mr. Hardy from his
is like computer throughout your employment. So Victor, ES.
And where do you work?
I currently work for the FBI in the Detroit field office.
So in November of 2022.
Mr. Hardy from his subpoena at this time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
And so you are free to go. You're welcome to stay in court from this point on. Thank you. Who do people like to call as the next witness?
Jordan Graves. Please state your full name and spell it for the record.
My full name is Jordan Graves, Jordan, as in Victor, ES.
And where do you work?
I currently work for the FBI in the Detroit field office.
Okay, and what is your position there?
My position is digital forensic examiner.
And do you have training in digital forensic examining?
Yes.
What kind of training do you have?
So to become a digital forensic examiner in the program that I work in, you have to go through an extensive amount of training. For me, this equated initially to roughly 400 hours of classroom and practical hands-on training. And then once you are certified, one of the conditions of your employment and maintenance of that certification is continuous training throughout your employment. So every year I'm continuously attending training, as well as giving the opportunity to put on training. So in terms of digital forensics, I've actually hosted and offered training for others who are coming up through the training process or who are trying to maintain their certifications like me.
Do you have a degree?
I do.
What's that in?
I have a master's degree in digital multimedia forensics from the University of Colorado at Denver.
Okay. And have you testified before about digital multimedia forensics?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Probably approaching 10 times across different state courts, federal courts, as well as a military court proceeding, which is the formal way of saying a court-martial.
And as a digital forensic examiner, what kinds of things are you dealing with?
So the basics for my job is to receive digital and multimedia evidence. So this would be items or materials like computers, cell phones, audio video recording devices, drones, ATM skimmers, basically anything that stores information, to try and acquire data from those kinds of evidence sources, to perform some kind of analysis, whether it's just recovering information or in the case of audio and video, enhancement or redaction, trying to make details easier to see, or if there are personally identifiable information that needs to be redacted, that's something that I do as well. And then reporting on those results to whoever it is that requested my assistance, and then occasionally presenting to those results, just like today.
Okay. And is a specific piece that you would handle when either an audio or a video recording has muffled portions that you want to be able to hear?
That's an examination that I've performed quite a few times, yes.
All right, and how do you go about that?
So there are basic steps for any of these kinds of examinations when it comes to multimedia evidence in the form of audio, video, or computers or cell phones. Primarily, the initial steps are to try and protect this original evidence as best as you can. This would be akin to putting police tape around a crime scene, or for folks that like to collect football cards, putting them in some kind of protective sleeve or packaging so you're not damaging that card, right? The process in the forensic world is called write protection. So we're inserting a piece of software or a piece of hardware in between the original evidence and the examination workstation that we're using, a fancy computer, in order to read the information from the evidence without changing anything on it. So placing that kind of protection in place is pretty critical. Then from there, the next step would be to make a copy of that original evidence so that we're never working on the original evidence if we can avoid it. We're working on a copy. Once that a copy is acquired, in the case of audio and video enhancement specifically, I take measurements. I try to evaluate, what is this file? How does it play back? If it's a video, how large is it? How large should it be on your screen? How many frames or individual pictures per second make this video? In terms of audio, what is the frequency range I can expect? How low are the lows and how high are the highs with this recording? Things like that. And then from there, it's the analysis phase. For audio and video, it's enhancement. Trying to identify portions of interest that were provided to me by the requester, whoever it is that's requesting my assistance. Whether they say, hey, I'm having a hard time making out this dialogue, or I'm having a hard time identifying these features of a person's face or something to that effect. Using my training experience, using my forensic tools, I then would try to bring out those characteristics, those features, either visually or audio in nature, to try and make them more easily perceivable, and then present those results back to the requester.
Okay. At this time, I proffer Mr. Graves as an expert in digital media forensics, subject to counsel's blood here, if there's any.
We'll leave that to the court's discretion. Thank you.
Okay, I do think it is appropriate to so certify Mr. Graves, and so I will do that.
Thank you, Henrik. How did you become involved in this case?
In late March or early April of last year, a request was submitted for someone from my field office to provide some kind of assistance enhancing audio of a recording pertaining to this case.
Okay. And can you identify some of the issues with that recording that you needed to address?
So the recording presented to me was a body-worn camera video recording. At one point, the body-worn camera was placed inside of a vehicle or was separated from the people that were interacting with each other. So noise was pretty muffled. It was hard to make out a person's voice from potential background noises. So that was the primary concern. And beyond that, it was just additional noise signals that I could try to mitigate as best as I could.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's People's 231. All right, I'm just going to stop it right there. Does this cover sheet, for lack of a better term, look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
What is this?
So this would be the title slate that I include on any of the video products that I produce that include either audio and or video enhancements for a requester. It's informational in nature, meant to basically give the requester the basic details of what it is they can expect from this video that they're about to watch.
Okay. And so the procedure that you described earlier that you would normally do, did you do that with this exhibit as well?
I did, yes.
Okay, so you made a copies so you would be sure that there was something that never got altered and then you worked with a different copy?
That's correct. I worked on a working copy and kept the original evidence pristine and untouched.
And what kinds of things did you do to make the audio more audible?
There are a number of different filters that you can apply in general, and I used quite a few of them for this particular case. For starters, there is a frequency adjustment that can be made. So if anyone is familiar with, let's say, going through a drive-through and the volume is really, really loud on the person working at the restaurant, you can kind of get this muffled, garbled, distorted sound that might sound like a really low rumble with a lot of squeaks, or might sound really, really high. Those frequencies are typically outside of where a person's normal speech would live. Usually human voice occupies a certain band of frequencies. A person's voice on average is usually a certain lowness or highness, depending on if you're a male or female, or if you're excited, or a number of different conditions. But sounds that occupy outside those spaces can be distracting. They can kind of muffle or cover up or even totally obscure the voice that you're trying to hear. So that's a mitigation that I would attempt to address by turning down those frequencies that are outside of the human voice range. That's something that I did for this. The other problem that we had was part of the recording, as described before, was quite a bit muffled. It was quite a bit softer. So a lot of times when people are trying to adjust to that amplitude difference, where things are really loud and then really quiet, it can be really fatiguing to the ear, and it can be hard to make out details if that's a continuous problem. So normalizing or bringing the volume of all the signals of interest, that's human speech, trying to bring that all closer together to sound a little bit more natural is definitely an objective here as well.
All right, and so did you come up with an end product?
I did, yes.
All right, and did you send it to us?
I sent it to the special agent that I was working on as a point of contact,
Okay.
yes.
And this is it?
This looks consistent with the titled slate of the video that I provided, yes.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna play People's 231.
Thank you.
Yep.
Are you a family member or just, okay, which one? Who's Dale? Okay, back. Get rid of this stuff.
So just to pause it here, the caption indicates there's a video source and an audio source. Did you do anything at all with the video source?
Aside from trimming the video to the specified range of interest, I didn't do anything to it.
Okay. So you only worked with the bottom line, the audio source, and you've got some indications there of what the range was, right?
So yeah, the audio source has the file name listed. The file name is the same for the video and audio because that's the original file name that I was provided with. But in that row for the audio source, you'll note in parentheses, the note is enhancements applied. That means what you're hearing in this file now is not the original audio. It's the original audio with enhancements applied to it.
Thank you.
Good. Yep. Yep.
I don't want to damage anything, but it is the buildings here, so if something like that building. Yeah, great. So you know that, he drove that inside of the vehicle.
You're more welcome.
I'm gonna take care of this stuff, yeah. So that's your now.
Okay, so at this point, can you tell us what you did to, sure, go ahead.
So at this point, as depicted in the video, the camera is placed into a car and the door closed. Obviously, for anybody who's ever been in a car before, the outside gets pretty quiet once the doors are all shut. So at this point, I applied a pretty aggressive filter to try and raise the amplitude of what's happening in the audio without letting it distort too loudly. If anybody knows the difference between just playing an acoustic guitar versus an electric guitar, everything gets turned up, it starts sounding kind of crunchy, garbled. That might be interesting for entertainment purposes, for music purposes, but it's not necessarily effective when you're trying to hear someone's voice. So this aggressive, hard limiting filter essentially raises the amplitude, the volume of the audio in there without letting it go above and beyond a certain threshold, which would start to muddy the sound. And that's what was applied here.
Okay. I'm going to back up 10 seconds just to hear that change one more time.
You're more welcome.
I'm gonna take care of this stuff, yeah. So that's your now.
Everything should be a lot. Then we'll.
And I just walked on that road.
I can't believe we do whatever we do. Okay.
Okay, and is that the end of the clip that you worked with?
Yeah, as you can see back on the video source remains unenhanced. The audio source no longer says enhanced anymore. Now it says unenhanced. This is where the material would return back to that original, what you would hear in the original. So that's the end of the enhancements that I've made.
Okay, thank you. With that, Your Honor, with that foundation, we would move to admit people's proposed Exhibit 231.
No objection, thank you.
Exhibit 231 is admitted.
And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Good morning. Is it Mr. Graves or Agent Graves?
Not an agent. It's
Okay,
Mr. Graves.
so Mr. Graves, okay, terrific. How much time did you spend working on that clip of the audio and video that we saw?
Hard to say. It's different for audio and video than it would normally be for computers and phones. So contrary to popular belief, inside of a digital forensics laboratory, it's not necessarily a group of people in low lighting with neon, in the background, furiously clicking away and typing away. A lot of times there's a lot of thinking, consideration, and then you initiate some kind of process and wait to see how it plays out. On the other hand, when it comes to audio and video, it's pretty much continuous work. If there's a date that you're working on this, there's not really a whole lot of setup and let the computer do its thing. The examiner has to be working on it quite a fair amount. For most audio and video enhancements, depending on content, depending on duration of material, this could be a day, few days, a few weeks. But for something relatively simple, this kind of task for somebody who's experienced, professionally trained, could be accomplished in a matter of a few days. And I think this was on the order of maybe a day, a few days, something to that effect.
Thank you. And I just want to be clear. So it sounds like you did things to like take away muffling and background noise, you indicated?
That was the goal, yes.
And then also to raise the volume so it would be easier to hear?
That was the goal, yes.
And again, correct me if I'm wrong, you didn't do anything. So for example, if I were to say the word knee and I were to say the word neat, they sound pretty similar, right? So if we were listening to an audio, you might not be able to tell the difference. And that's not part of this audio. Did you do anything to try to clarify a word, or that's not what you do?
So I'll give hopefully a good example of how this works for audio and video enhancement purposes. My family and I like to ski. I've got 2 little girls, my wife. We come home, and sometimes dead of winter in Michigan, it's dark, right? You walk into the house. You don't want to be tracking snow and mud everywhere. You don't want to be kicking over furniture, knocking over plants. So I turn the light on. Turning the light on doesn't necessarily change the layout of the furniture in my house. It doesn't change the content of my house. It doesn't add or remove toilets to my bathrooms. It just makes things easier to see. The same thing works with audio. If my kids, after this long day of skiing, want to unwind and watch Bluey for a little while, cool. I'll call my mom. I'll talk to my mom. If the TV is a little bit too loud, I'm probably going to quietly get up, turn the TV down a little bit, or maybe remove myself from the room to a different room. That's certainly not changing my kids' programming to Sesame Street or Gabby's Dollhouse or something. And it's definitely not telling my mom to stop talking. I don't want to stop that. It's just making it easier to hear what it is that I want to hear and what I need to hear. When it comes to audio and video enhancement, I'm not changing any of the dialogue that's being said. I'm not adding or removing visual details like objects or people. I'm not placing people anywhere. All I'm doing is trying to enhance, make more visible or hearable the details that are already there, if that makes sense.
It does. And we can tell you have young children based on the examples that you used.
Yes.
I have no additional questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No redirect, and as far as the people are concerned, you can be released from this.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Would the court entertain a brief recess at this time? Thank you.
So we're going to take a short recess to allow people to get up and move around a little bit. We'll come back in 5 to 10 minutes.
And we're back. I'm gonna just say hello, Critter, Fishy. Hello, Fishy. Fur Baby. Hello, Carol. Can't wait to get that email from Carol. And who else is here, guys? I'm just gonna fast forward ahead right now instead of yapping on too much. Good morning. Good morning. Let's do this for the people. I'm so sorry I pushed it back the last 2 nights. I laid down a law with Ted tonight. I said, I'll just go on for a couple hours. So I'm going to go on at like 9 p.m. tonight, East, Ted show, just for 2 hours. Then I'm going to start at 11 p.m. sharp, unless maybe midnight. Who knows? Let's see how well Ted goes. He's anointed me partner of the dynasty. Just kidding. Here we go. Again, if I miss whoever it is, if you write it down, let me know. Catch the names of whoever's up testifying? I'll try though. I'm trying my hardest to do that.
The people may call their next witness.
People call Ryan Rank.
Sir, before you sit down, I'll ask you to raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat, please.
Good morning. Can I have you state your name and spell it for the record?
Ryan Rank, RYANRANK,
Where were you employed in April of 2021?
Madison Township.
And what did you do for Madison Township?
I was the fire chief
How long had you been the fire chief?
since May of 2014,
How long did you work at the fire department in total?
almost 27 and a half years,
What year did you start?
1995.
Okay. As the fire chief or the chief of fire, what would your main responsibilities be?
Overall direction of the fire department, the chief administrative officer responsible for all personnel, training, budget, responsible for managing emergency responses, ensuring the department is up and ready to go.
Describe Madison Township a little bit for me. What kind of community is it?
It's a semi-rural community.
Okay, and is there farming done in Madison Township?
Yes, there is.
You discussed emergency management. Tell me a little bit about that.
In what do you like?
Are you trained in hazardous materials?
I am trained in hazardous materials.
Tell me about that.
I'm a hazardous material technician. I was trained in 1992 at the Michigan State Police Hazmat Training Center. I'm also a hazardous material instructor, was trained in 1997.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I was hovering over it and my finger literally clicked the button all by itself. I swear to you, I was just hovering to get the time. I'm so sorry. I'll get us back. So sorry. I was literally hovering with my mouse, but my finger just like I twitched and I hit my button and I jumped ahead. Sorry. I'll fix it.
Of the purview or see what's going on in real time that can't be seen from the ground.
Okay. How many times did you go out to the property on April 27th, 2021?
2.
Do you recall approximately what time the first time was?
It was late morning, I think, early afternoon.
Okay. First time when you get there, what do you do when you get there?
We were called to set up and just do a general overview of the farm. We set up our equipment and launched the drone off the ground and started surveilling the property.
I'm going to stop you right there. I'm going to have you go to map People's Exhibit 263, which is that map directly behind you. And if you can pull that pointer out and show me on that map. Well, do you recognize that map?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what's that?
It's the map of the farm.
Can you show me the first time you get there on April 27th, 2021, where you set up?
I believe we parked right in here, this area.
Okay. And you said you got there and you lifted off. What does that mean?
Actually, let me correct myself. I believe when we first got there that day, we were parked more in this area right here.
Okay. And where did you set up at?
We launched a drone from this position right here.
All right. What does setting up the drone entail?
So the drone is battery operated. So we have to install the batteries, make sure they're 100% charged. We have to hook the DJI up app and controller up to whatever mobile device we're using. The device then syncs to the drone itself. to make sure that the timestamp and everything are correct and accurate. And then we make sure that there's no overhead hazards. We usually have a team of at least two, the pilot and an observer. And then we would launch the drone up once it's safe to do so.
Okay, and you were able to get the drone off the ground during the daytime?
Yes,
How long were you up in the air with the drone, if you recall?
just a few minutes.
All right, and what happened?
Mr. Warner came out and asked us to leave his property.
And did you bring the drone back down?
We did,
Did you leave?
yes.
You said you went there twice. Do you recall what the second time on the 27th that you went back?
It was in the evening, but I don't recall the time.
All right. Who did you arrive at the property with?
With me was Assistant Chief Nick Wilson, and from Cambridge Township was Fire Chief Scott Damon.
Did you again go to an area on the property to set up?
Yes,
Where at?
this time we went and set up in this area right here.
Okay. Describe what the setup is for me.
It's just to make sure we have a general good operating area, safe from everybody, away from people. So we have room for our equipment. We don't hit any obstacles, make sure there's no overhead obstacles or anything that's going to interfere with our operations.
Okay. And you indicated that you could take photos and videos with the drone?
Correct.
And the timestamps on the drone would be reflective of whatever device is hooked up to it?
Yeah, it's whatever cellular device is hooked up to it. So it syncs through the app to the drone to correct the timestamp to make sure it's synced correctly. And it's off of whatever cellular device that you're using.
All right. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 268. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
All right. And what is that?
that's a picture of the farm.
Is that from when you guys arrived on the farm that day?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And that's somewhat hard to see, but that timestamp is 4/27/21 at 20:47 and 57. Would the timestamp be up in that top left corner? I'm trying to zoom it in and it's,
Yes,
okay, hard to read on there.
yes.
I'm going to show you People's 167. Again, what's this?
It's another picture of the farm.
Okay. And that one is dated 4/27/21 at 20:49 and 38. I'm going to guess this is military time.
Yes,
Okay. I'm going to have you look at Exhibit 263 behind you again. Do you know what building this is that you took this shot of?
it's number 7.
I'm going to show you People's 168. Again, what's this?
Another map of the farm, another picture of the farm, sorry.
All right. Can you identify this area on the map for me?
It's up here, no number.
And again, that timestamp is 20:49 and 38.
Correct.
169 is just a zoomed in shot of the last photo we looked at, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you also took video with the drone that day, correct? Or that
Correct.
evening? I
Correct.
apologize. Okay. Do you recall at what point in time you started taking video?
I don't.
Was there something that made you switch? Did you switch from taking photographs to taking videos?
Yes,
And why?
because Dale returned to the property.
Okay. And was there something that you decided to do with the video?
Yeah, we wanted to follow him.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 207. And what is this?
It's Dale operating the JCB, hauling in anhydrous tank.
Okay, the drone starts to get a little wonky here. Can you describe to me what's going on?
So this drone, the initial drone that we used for the team, was not one of the professional type, the heavier duty that they came out with. So it was our starter drone. There's some interference can happen, either cellular interference, electrical interference, lag with receiving from the controller itself. Also, one of the biggest problems with the DJI is if you don't use the right micro SD card, if it's not fast enough. The drone shoots in 4K, so if it's not fast enough, it's not able to upload quick enough.
Okay. Do you see these vehicles parked behind these semis?
Yes.
Is that where you described you set up?
Yes, one is my admin vehicle. The other one is Scott Damon's admin vehicle from Cambridge.
Okay. And at the end of this video, we see people standing there talking.
Correct.
Do you know who that was?
Scott Damon, Nick Wilson, and myself.
Okay. At some point in time during that conversation, did Detective Greca come up to you?
He did.
And did you notify him of this?
We did.
I'm going to show you people's Exhibit 170. And the timestamp on that is 21:01 and 25. And is this what is this?
It just looks like another overview picture or video of the farm.
Okay. Do you see the semis in the photograph to the right?
In the lower right?
In the middle right? Do you see the light, the object that's lit up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
What is that?
I can't tell from here.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
That would be the JCB.
Okay. And is this the point in time that you started using video?
Yes.
People's 171, again, timestamp 21:02:26. And that's from the drone video itself, or?
Correct.
Okay. People's 172, 21:02:50. What's that?
Just another picture monitoring him.
And 173 is just a zoomed in of 172. Would that be accurate?
Correct.
Now, I believe you indicated when you were taking this footage that you kept saying it was Dale that was moving it.
Yes.
And describe to me how you know that.
From my interaction earlier with him during the day. I'm sorry, let me correct that. Not my interaction, but overhearing the interaction that he had with Lieutenant Reckner and Detective Greca.
Okay, and so were you able to observe him at that time?
I was.
During the course of your employment, did you become familiar with anhydrous ammonia?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with it?
Being a hazardous material technician, it's part of our training. And then because of the community that we live in, it's a possible exposure, and there have been incidences.
Okay. Describe anhydrous ammonia to me. What is it?
Anhydrous ammonia, anhydrous means without water, so it's 100% ammonia. NH3 is the makeup, chemical makeup of it.
Okay.
It's an alkaline fertilizer that's put into the ground.
And is it a hazardous material?
It is a hazardous material.
And you said it was something you trained for because of the nature of your employment and where you worked. Is that
Correct. The area that we're in, there's a lot of farming in this area.
Did you in fact deal with that during the course of your employment?
Yes.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 162. Do you see the green placards? So on the front and the side of the tanks?
Yeah, the DOT symbol.
What do those mean?
The DOT, this is a DOT symbol showing a compressed gas, non-flammable, with the UN identification number on it for anhydrous ammonia.
Okay. And so you said it's non-flammable?
Correct.
I see a sticker on the right that says anhydrous ammonia inhalation hazard.
Correct.
Can you tell me about that?
The placard itself and with the sticker that says inhalation hazard just alerts first responders that this would cause an inhalation hazard. It's a non-flammable gas that would cause an inhalation hazard. And
when you say inhalation hazard, what do you mean?
if you breathe it in, so anhydrous lacks water, so it has an affinity to water. So as soon as it's exposed to the air, it attracts water and it forms ammonia hydroxide. So if you would inhale that into your mucous membranes, into your eyes, your nose, it would immediately cause burning and bronchospasm if you inhale it. Severe cases, airway burns, swelling, pulmonary edema, and even death.
Okay. If you are, so I have an anhydrous ammonia tank and it's full. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. How would I apply that to a field?
It's usually applied with injectors into the ground.
Okay. And if you indicated that sometimes you may have anhydrous ammonia emergencies, what would an anhydrous ammonia emergency be?
Usually when one of the lines would come undone, come loose from the injector, or sometimes a relief valve would go off if it got too warm or froze up.
Okay. And would those, at those times, would that be under the anhydrous ammonia still be under pressure?
Yes.
What does it mean to bleed off the anhydrous ammonia?
Just to like bleed the tank off?
Yes.
Open it up and let it drain to the atmosphere or bleed up to the atmosphere.
Okay.
Is that what you're talking? Or are you talking about when you nurse from one tank to the other tank to try to empty it?
I'm asking to explain how you would empty that tank.
I don't know.
Okay. Let me ask you this. If you bleed off, if a tank were empty and not full, and you were to bleed off the anhydrous ammonia, what is the risk, the inhalation risk at that point?
Well, a tank is never empty until it is purged completely and cleaned. So according to DOT standards, it has to be purged and cleaned before it can be unplacarded. Otherwise, you have to treat it as a full tank.
Okay. Is there a higher risk when the tank is full of anhydrous?
Then if it doesn't have any in it?
Correct.
No, there's still a risk.
Okay. A higher risk.
There's a higher risk if it's full, yes.
Okay. If you were exposed to a small amount of anhydrous ammonia, what would the symptoms or signs of that be?
If it's on your skin, you would have...
Objection, what is a small amount?
Let's say you have a tank and you have about 1/4 inch of anhydrous ammonia in it, and you're exposed to that. Let me clarify. How would it affect your respiratory system?
It would cause shortness of breath. You'd immediately, it acts as an asphyxiant, so it replaces the oxygen. As soon as it come into contact with any moisture, it would form that alkali substance, could cause burning. You could get airway swelling. coughing, tightness in your chest, difficulty in breathing.
Okay. And have you ever observed the chemical burns?
Yes.
What about burns from anhydrous ammonia?
Yes, burns and frostbite.
So tell me about the appearance of a burn from chemical or anhydrous ammonia.
Chemical burn is usually characterized by, well, in the case of ammonia, because it's an alkaline substance, it forms like a wet, slimy layer because it goes deep into the skin. There's usually there's undefined origins. It doesn't meet a pattern. If it's from a spill, there's rundown, or a splash, it's rundown. Could have white, tarry. Now, if it's something more acidic chemical burn, those usually form like a scab to prevent further penetration.
Okay. I'm going to show you people's exhibit 74. Does that look consistent with a chemical burn?
No.
Why not?
Objection. Chief Rank has not been qualified as an expert in anhydrous ammonia and chemical burns. We've allowed him a lot of latitude to talk about his experience, but there's nothing in the record that he can diagnose that.
Yeah, he's not diagnosing it, but in his training and experience and being with Madison Township since 1999, as well as being part of the hazardous material and emergency management team, he's familiar with chemical burns and ammonia, anhydrous ammonia burns.
He's offering an opinion that would require him to be certified as an expert, in my opinion. So are you requesting that?
At this time, I move to qualify Mr. Rank as an expert in hazardous material.
We received no notice of that. We don't have a CV. We don't have a report from him about his experience in offering an opinion on chemical burns. So we would object to that.
Okay, I will sustain the objection for the reasons stated.
Thank you. I believe you indicated that, correct me if I'm wrong, that anhydrous ammonia is not explosive.
Correct.
I'm going to show you people's exhibit 100. I'm going to have you look at this tank. I want you to look at the design toward the back end of the tank underneath that Farmer's Antique sign. Have you ever observed an anhydrous tank with this design?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Good morning. Is it Chief Rank?
Chief Rank, Mr. Rank, that's fine. I'm retired, so.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll still call you Chief. You worked and got that title. So when you were talking about anhydrous ammonia, were you talking about liquid or gas or both?
Well, it's stored as a liquid, but it's released as a gas.
And so when you were talking about sort of the hazardous material training and the things that you have dealt with, that's both gas and liquid.
Yes.
So that's your training.
Correct.
Now, why would with all due respect, why would the fire department chief get training in anhydrous ammonia and in hazardous materials in general?
Because before I was a fire chief, I was a line firefighter. So I had 30 years of firefighting experience. So that was prior to me becoming the chief. So I maintained the hazardous material technician certification.
And why would a firefighter have to learn about anhydrous ammonia?
Well, we have a hazardous material team in Lenawee County to respond to any hazardous material emergencies, and anhydrous would fall under that.
So I guess when I think of a fire department, I think of a fire. So if there's a fire, they come out and or possibility of a fire and things like that. Is your department, are they coming out for other issues as well?
Yes.
So for instance, if a tank is being cut open and a fire truck is there, is it a concern that there's going to be a fire, or there's concern about hazardous material, or both?
You would have to clarify. I mean, how would we get notified?
So if the police notified you?
That they were cutting a tank?
Yes.
It would all I mean, I guess it would all depend. The fire department could come out. It would depend on the circumstances, though, I guess. I would need more information in order to make an answer on that.
Sure. So what information would you need?
Well, the circumstances surrounding it, first off. What kind of a tank is it? Does it have any markings on it?
So it was tank 34 that you just saw.
Okay.
So when that tank was cut open by law enforcement, there were fire trucks, or at least a fire truck on the scene. So why would a fire truck be there?
Because as part of our duty as a fire department is response to hazardous material incidents. So if they were going to cut that open, like I said earlier, a tank is placarded. It is never deemed empty until it is completely cleaned and purged. So they would have to stand by in case, because there's probably a residual of ammonia in there.
And what would the fire department do? So what would their role be?
To stand by, if there's any release, they would have to contain and control the spill.
And how would they contain and control the spill?
Usually with water. If it's cut open, then they would have to let it bleed off and just douse it with water, keep everybody away in a safe distance until protect the area from contamination.
Now, the April 27th, 2021 date, you indicated that you were there as part of the drone team.
Correct.
And you were on the Munger property twice, correct? Once during the day and then once later on, let's say kind of early evening, the 9 or 10 o'clock hour. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Do you recall how long you were there for the evening session?
I don't.
Were you there for hours?
I couldn't tell you. I really don't know.
When we saw some of the images that were taken with the drone, they looked like they were fairly well lit. Do you do anything to lighten up those photographs?
No.
And might sound like a silly question, but you weren't in disguise. You were there as part of the law enforcement team, correct?
I was there as part of the county drone team.
Part of the county drone team. You didn't sneak onto the property though, correct?
No.
You were visible to Mr. Warner?
In the daytime or the nighttime?
Both.
Yeah, we were visible both times.
Both times you were visible to him, correct?
Yes.
I have no additional questions. Thank you.
You were asked about if you lightened up the photographs on the drone footage.
Yes.
Can you explain to me the lighting situation with the drone stuff?
Well, the problem with the drone is that the camera and the video are separate. So the camera is a different camera. There's two cameras tied to it. The video is a 4K video camera. It has better settings than what the actual photo or the camera option offers. And so when you go from areas that are lit to darker areas, you can have that exposure, the blurriness can be caused by wind or any other obstacles in the way.
Okay, so did you yourself go in and change any of the lighting settings or anything?
We did not.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 64. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
All right. Tell me who the people standing to the right of that truck are.
That would be myself, Nick Wilson, and Scott Damon.
Okay, and for the record, the timestamp's 8:57 and 30 seconds. People's Exhibit 65. Same thing?
Yes.
All right. When that, in People's Exhibit 64, it appears that truck is directly in front of you. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And when did that truck drive by you?
It did.
How many people were in that truck, if you remember?
2.
Can you describe the truck?
It was a black vehicle.
Okay. Did you recognize the people inside the truck?
I recognized the passenger.
And who was the passenger?
Dale Warner.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 66. What's this?
That's the JCB with Dale in it.
Okay, and that's driving directly in front of you?
Correct.
And again, People's Exhibit 67. Can you see what that is from there?
It's the JCB in the background with us reporting.
People's 68, timestamp 8:58 p.m. Again, is that still you in that photograph?
It is.
All right. And the JCB in the background?
Correct.
People's 69, 9 p.m. Are you still in that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you observe this happening?
Yes.
All right. And what is happening?
The JCB is backed by the anhydrous ammonia tank.
Okay. Is there a tank? Can you see the tank on there at this point?
Not in this picture, no.
Okay.
That's better, yeah.
Can you see it now when I zoom it in?
Yes.
Okay. People's Exhibit 70. Again, are you in that photograph?
I am.
Okay. What do we observe?
The tank loaded onto the front of the JCB and Dale moving it.
And People's 71. Again, is that you?
Yes.
All right. And is this approximately when you started recording the video?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
I'd like to jump in and object. I would just like to point out that A, this guy, they have no idea to even be thinking about this tank. And B, it's not like there's only one of these tanks on this property. There's a bunch of them. And C, this is in night vision mode, so it's super dark out. And this guy was over here and he's describing a tank that's on a thing and it's dark out. Not that you can't see it, there's lights, but I mean, this is a night vision camera and I can see well. These guys are in the dark. The reason why it's in night vision mode. So could be any tank. I'm not defending this guy, but I think some of this evidence is pretty weak personally, but who knows? Let me know what you think.
Nothing additional. Thank you.
And I'd like to take note that she's talking about timestamps in the video, but they're not showing them on the screen. So they're saying it's like 8:57 p.m., blah, blah, blah. I mean, could be 11 at night. I don't know. I didn't see a timestamp on that video. So I wish they would do better showing some, because half these cameras don't have timestamps. The other half are out of sync. Some of them were off by 9 years.
Mr. Rank, sorry, we have proposals.
Appears they've muted the audio. I'll mute it just in case it sounds crappy. Looks like they're gonna sit around and probably just go for a break. Oh, something said here. That when the camera will probably pan over. Here they go.
Has any objection to asking whether?
That's correct.
That's correct.
First question, is it normal for a relief valve to have a cover over it?
It depends what kind of tank it is. But typically, no.
Do you remember Mr. Warner's words when he asked you to leave?
Yeah, he said he had to go back to farming and we could come back the next day if we wanted, but he just had too much stuff to do and he didn't want us on the property.
Okay. Ms. Wise, any follow-up based on those questions?
Yes. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 98. Do you see the end of that tank?
Yes.
You were just asked about a relief valve.
Yes.
Can you tell me what that is?
That's the relief valve.
And would that be the typical way that you would see those?
Yes. On this type of a tank, yes.
When you were asked to leave the property on April 27th, 2021, do you remember anything additional that was said to you regarding other properties you may be able to search?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Chief Frank, when you were asked to leave the property and the others, did you leave?
We did.
And then you came back a number of hours later?
Yes.
No additional questions. Thank you, sir.
Right, are we excusing Mr. Frank from his speed at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, sir. You are free to go.
Thank you.
May we approach?
And I've muted, and check this out. Here's from last show. I think Fur Baby, you're going to find this interesting. This is the tank. Spot any anomalies being pointed at with an arrow? That's my arrow from the other day. What do we see here in this tank? I don't know. That's her body right there. She's basically laying on her stomach. This would be like, you know, her buttocks, her back, and her head. Basically, there's a blue tarp covering her, and he cut somewhere over here. He cut open an access or something, a square access somewhere. So, this is an X-ray of the tank. Crazy. That's her. And she's got a blue tarp over her. There's the wheels, the tank. So there's that. Yep. That's right. Oh, if they were saying something, I thought they were going for break. Sorry.
Because the news reports not
I will go back to catch this. I thought they looked like they were cutting for break there when they went on his head. They had it mute. Oh, they're probably discussing another question. I'm sorry. I thought it was over. 1 second.
10 minutes, so hopefully we'll be.
They're going to take a break, but there must have been a question or something.
Exhibit 98.
Maybe not. Yeah, because they didn't show this a few seconds ago. So I'll go back to where we remember. Here, I cut away here. So they're going up. So after this, they're going to mute again. Yeah, this is where I cut. I thought they were going to break now, but apparently they don't. So I'm very sorry. Then that's me jumping the gun. Once I'll just leave it. I'll go fast forward a bit. When I see the guy walk by, it comes down. Speed will be 2x. Oh, they're back already.
That's correct.
That's correct.
First question, is it normal for a relief valve to have a cover over it?
It depends what kind of tank it is. But typically, no.
Do you remember Mr. Warner's words when he asked you to leave?
Yeah, he said he had to go back to farming and we could come back the next day if we wanted, but he just had too much stuff to do and he didn't want us on the property.
Okay. Ms. Wise, any follow-up based on those questions?
Yes. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 98. Do you see the end of that tank?
Yes.
You were just asked about a relief valve.
Yes.
Can you tell me what that is?
That's the relief valve.
And would that be the typical way that you would see those?
Yes. On this type of a tank, yes.
When you were asked to leave the property on April 27th, 2021, do you remember anything additional that was said to you regarding other properties you may be able to search?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Chief Frank, when you were asked to leave the property and the others, did you leave?
We did.
And then you came back a number of hours later?
Yes.
No additional questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, are we excusing Mr. Frank from his seat at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, sir. You are free to go.
Thank you.
May we approach?
And we are back. I believe this is the time, but looks like they say something. I think they just talk about taking a 10-minute break, but just to be safe, I should mute my mic. I have a feeling they're just going to say we're going to take a 10-minute break, but I'm just going to mute. I'll definitely fast forward through any spots. Here it comes.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, you're going to break at this point for lunch so that the attorney can address an issue with respect to the activity of the recording. So we will break for now. I'll ask you to be back around 1:30. We'll try to start 1:30. I do have one unrelated arraignment that I have to conduct at 1:30. So I will do that. It should take 5 to 10 minutes. So hopefully we'll be starting shortly after that. In the meantime, I'll just remind you that during the trial, you should not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence that you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and lawyers must have the ability to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Thank you, and we'll see you about 1:30.
And we are back. So apparently it's not a 10-minute break. It's at a 2-hour lunch. Look at 2:11. They don't come back till I'll play this part. I like this little thing they got. I'm going to play it just once. It's this here. It's cool. I like when it starts. I'll try to play it. They have where they play a little thing here. And so here at 4:13 they get back. So 2 hours later, basically. I think they have it muted. Yeah. I don't have them muted. They are muted. It appears as though there will be another dude in a suit with bald head. It's going to be body cam videos. There's probably a cop or an FBI guy. Lots of photos, exhibits. Another guy in a suit. Probably more photos. So this guy, it'll be at least another, it says to the 5:40-ish mark, and we're starting at around 4:13, so about an hour and 30 minutes. And then they take a break, and probably appears one guy stays up probably for about a half an hour. Yeah. Usually these guys are about an hour, half an hour or an hour. So looks as though the first guy's an hour, the second guy's a half hour, they take a break, and then they do a half hour. So they both, two guys, an hour each about. So it's 2 hours left. And I will finish this day off for the people, because although I'm finished work, I'm dedicated and I'm making up for my tardiness last 2 days, canceling and pushing off. So nice coiffed beard, young man. Your ears are clean, perfect. Let's do this. When I find the names out, I will put it on the screen.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I believe Dee Warner was strangled. She was strangled and then put it. Awkward silence. Should be over. Oh, freshly shaved bald head. To crest or insignia. Some Bambi and a moose. And a cool. One sec. Sure. Oh shit! Oh, should have been ready. Oh, sorry. I had it sped up. Now regular speed. I'll find the name out. Calling their next witness. Hey, farmer, what's up, bro? Good morning, dude. How you doing, man? Just in time. Good morning, Vietnam.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury.
I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Dale Sharp, it's DALESHARP.
Where were you employed in April of 2021?
Lenawee County Sheriff's Department.
And are you still with the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department?
That's correct.
What is your title?
Detective.
How long have you been a detective?
16 years.
How long have you worked at the Sheriff's Department in total?
26 years.
Prior to April of 2021, did you know Dee Warner?
Yes.
And how did you know her?
Previous law enforcement contact when I was in uniform.
All right. So how long prior to 2021 would that have been?
Good 10 years or so.
Okay. What about Dale Warner? Did you know him prior to April of 2021?
Yes, I did.
How did you know him?
Went to school with him.
Were you involved in this case?
Yes.
How were you involved?
I assisted Detective Greca with search warrants, interviewing people, what else, photographing stuff and so forth.
Were you part of a search warrant that was executed April 27th, 2021?
Yes, I was.
Who did you go to the residence with?
Detective Greca.
What was his role?
He was the lead investigator on it.
What does that mean?
He was in charge of the search warrant and what was going on that day.
So Have you ever executed a search warrant as a detective with the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, I have.
And how many approximately do you think you've executed?
Several. 10 or more, at least.
And as the lead detective, what types of things would you be in charge of?
Of the scene and what evidence is going to be collected, determining how the search warrant is going to be processed, executed, steps that are going to be taken, make sure the scene is secure, no one can come or go from the scene.
Okay, and so.
And he'd be the person that you would ask for you to go to that person if you had something, hey, this might be of interest, and he would help you he would make the determination if that was of interest or not.
All right. So you discussed securing the scene. What does that mean?
Not letting anyone come or go from the scene to be taped off, or we'd have law enforcement around to try to secure a perimeter.
What happens if somebody's already on the scene?
They would stay there.
Did that happen in this case on April 27th, 2021?
No, it did not.
Okay. What time approximately did you get to the property?
I would say 8:30 or so.
Did you yourself have a body camera on at that time?
No, I did not.
All right. What was your role supposed to be that night?
My role that night was to photograph the buildings and such.
When you arrived at the Munger residence, who was there?
Detective Greca was there. And when I arrived there, I believe Joran was there.
All right. And who's Joran?
The son to Dale. And
what's the first thing that Detective Greca does when you arrive on the scene?
He makes contact with 2 young females at the house.
Do you know if he's on the phone at this point in time?
It appears he is, but I don't know who he's on the phone with.
Did Detective Greca have on a body cam?
Yes.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 214.
Whatever. So I went to visit my dad on the property. My partner did type up a search warrant. We do have that. I'm standing here with both of your daughters at the front door. I'm sorry, side door. And I'll explain everything to you. We do it is for the dogs, the drone thing. So basically, we saw earlier. As of right now, we're not going in your house. We already went through there. So it's just a matter of the dogs just completely. Let's see. My recorder's going right now. It wasn't for a second. It's going right now, so the whole thing will be recorded. If you want to come home, you absolutely can. If you don't want to come home, you don't need to. As far as what we're going to do, drone. That's exactly it. Yeah, the dogs. One dog's here already. The other dog is, I think, about 20 minutes out. I just wanted to tell you, obviously, if you're not here. And just like keep you updated. I'm not trying to hide anything from you, but if we come to the prop boss that says we come tomorrow, that in the event there's something suspicious or someone doing some bull crap activity, then how can we say anything? This will shut up the other side of the family. You get that? Well, no, you're absolutely right. I'm sorry. You're 100% right. It will not shut up the other family, but at least I've done it. But I've done everything I can at that point. And you. Yep, and we will, there's paperwork on that, so we will drop, if you're home by then, it's going to take a little while, well over an hour, I'm sure. If you're home, I can give you the paperwork. If you're not home, I can leave it with your daughter. And that's it. If you got any questions, I'll have my phone on the whole time, so just give me a holler, okay? All right, thanks. Yeah, bye.
Thank you.
Yep.
You see this where I've got the body camera paused?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and who is that?
That is me on the right with the sheriff bulletproof vest on, and Joran's to my left.
All right.
To the left on the screen.
And at this time, are you guys talking about anything?
Just simple talk. I bring up, I mentioned to him I had been out to the house before, and we were talking about the remodel work, and I was impressed with what they did, changing from an old farmhouse to what it was now.
Okay. And Detective Greca comes down. Does Detective Greca come down and have a conversation with you or Joran?
With Joran mainly.
family member or is this? Okay, which one? Who's? Dale. Okay, all right, thanks.
Get rid of this stuff.
Good. Yep. Yep. One now and another.
I don't want to damage anything, but it is the buildings here, so if it's something like that, yeah. Yeah, great. So let me know. He drove that inside the vehicle. Yep. That's good.
Here's more level.
And where are you located at after Detective Greca places his body camera inside his vehicle?
I would say somewhere near the rear of his vehicle, near mine.
Okay, and who's standing there with you?
Officer Taeff or Canine Handler Taeff from MSP.
Is there anybody else standing there with you?
Not that I recall.
Okay, were you standing near Detective Greca and Joran?
Yes, I was close enough where I could hear the conversation.
All right. At some point, does Detective Greca ask Joran if he knows when his dad will be back?
Yes.
All right, and do you know what his response is?
Objection, hearsay.
I'll withdraw the question. I'm going to show you people's Exhibit 81. And is that just a still shot from that body camera on 427?
Yes, ma'am.
And the timestamp in the corner is military time, I'm assuming?
Yes.
And it's 20:42:01?
Yes.
So whose vehicle are you directly in front of in that photograph?
Detective Greca's.
Okay. After you speak with Joran and Detective Greca, what do you do next?
After Kevin finishes his conversation with Joran, he mentions to me that I should probably start at the mailbox taking photos.
Okay, and who
Kevin says that to me, Detective Greca.
and did you do that?
That's correct.
All right. After, I want you to go ahead and go to that map and show me where the mailbox is on that map, 263. Oh, there's if you look on the stand, yes, use the pointer, please.
Thank you. I would say it's approximately right here.
Okay. That will extend if you pull it out.
Okay. I'm new with this. I apologize. How about right there?
From the mailbox, where did you go take pictures next?
I proceed east along Munger. So I take pictures of the front of the house, and continue on, taking pictures to capture, what I could see from the roadway. And then proceeded on, taking pictures of this building, in front of the building, walked up and took kind of a close-up, if you want to call it that.
I'm gonna stop
Sorry.
you real quick. Did you, when you said you took pictures, are you talking just the front of the building or inside?
Just the front of it.
Okay, go ahead.
Exterior pictures.
Okay, go ahead.
So as I'm walking east, I'm taking exterior pictures. Okay, continue on. I want to say this is the area, like the front of their business, Warang or whatever, I think that's what it's called. So I kind of get off the roadway or get close enough where I could capture that picture, showing the sign indicating that's the business area or the office area. Then I proceed up this way, I start taking pictures, I start taking pictures of this, like turning, facing it. So you can see, I think that's a tank, I can't recall or remember, not looking at a picture. And I continue on taking more pictures. Then I proceed this way, like I said. So once I get out in here, I take a picture this way, picture that way. I got 360 degrees, I'm taking pictures. Then I proceed over to here, to building 7. Same principle, taking pictures of the exterior. Then I enter this building and take pictures of the interior of the building.
Okay, I'm gonna show you People's Exhibit 174. What building is that?
Building 7, that's me standing somewhere out in here taking a picture inside.
Okay, so this was your photograph that you took on April
Correct.
27th?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
And did you walk inside that building?
Yes, I did.
People's Exhibit 175, what is
That's
that?
inside. That would be me inside this building on this corner, shooting towards. So if I was standing over in that corner, I'd be shooting a picture towards that corner.
Okay, so you were standing at the east side of the
East
building?
corner, southeast corner.
Okay. And we see a tank in this photograph and it
Correct.
looks like it has an 8 on that?
Correct.
Okay, and do you remember that tank in that building?
Yes.
All right. People's Exhibit 176, what is this?
So same, but now I'm walking, I'm a visual guy, sorry, I apologize. So if I'm at this corner, I'm walking along that wall to that point. Now I'm taking a picture back to where I initially was standing.
Okay, so just the opposite end of that spray barn.
Yes, so that'd be the northeast corner of the building.
People's,
So that'd be like right there.
all right.
That corner.
People's 177.
So then that'd be me. Yeah, that'd be, for some reason, it looks like I made a, yeah, I'm taking another picture. So yeah, I come down to this corner and take this one.
Okay. And again, that's your photograph from April 27th,
Correct.
2021, correct?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 178, is that also your photograph?
Yes.
All right.
So now I am standing, like, remember that big bay door that was open? So I'm standing like right there shooting towards the west along that wall to capture that entry door from the outside and the stuff that you clearly can't see from the corner that I shoot from, the picture from.
At some point in time while you're taking photographs, do you make contact with Dale Warner?
Yes, I do.
All right. Tell me about it.
So while I'm taking pictures, Dale is moving a tank. I don't know where the tank is coming from. It's an anhydrous tank, and he puts it in that building.
Okay. And then what does he do?
Then he takes another tank out.
Do you know-
Another anhydrous tank.
Do you know where he put that anhydrous tank that he took out?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did you notify anybody of this?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you tell?
Detective Greca. And
When you were given the task of taking photos, were you also given any other direction?
we were directed besides, no, the only other task or direction I was given is we were told to allow Dale to operate the farm and not interfere with him operating his business at the farm.
When was the last time you had anything to do on the Warner case?
I think when the state police came and got the stuff, I would say, I can't tell you exactly.
Okay. Thank you, nothing further.
You're welcome.
Detective Sharp, good afternoon. How are you?
Good, ma'am. How are you doing this
Good,
afternoon?
thank you.
You're very welcome.
So I represent Mr. Warner, and I have just a few questions for you this afternoon. When you were assigned to the case with Detective Greca, were you the lead, was he the lead, or were you peers?
He was the lead.
He was the lead.
Correct.
Is that the norm, that there's a lead investigator on a case or a lead detective, and then the other people assist where needed?
That's correct.
And you worked on the case with Detective Greca from roughly April, towards the end of April 2021 through when the Michigan State Police took over?
I think when they formed a task force. That's
Were you involved with the task force?
No, I was not.
Okay, so when the task force came to be, and that was the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department, Michigan State Police, and the FBI?
Yeah, I believe so.
And so once that came to pass, you stepped back?
Correct.
And you worked at the direction of Detective Greca?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that you had had prior contact with D. Warner. And do you recall why that was?
I believe it was a verbal domestic.
Objection, relevance.
Let me clarify. It did not involve Mr. Warner, correct?
They weren't. I believe they weren't married at the time.
Okay. It was Ms. Warner and another person?
Or a minor child.
Okay. So I just want to clarify that. So the issue was Ms. Warner and another family member, not Mr. Warner.
Correct.
Thank you. And when you were talking about April 27th, 2021, I want to make sure I understand. So you were photographing Building 7. We've heard that called all kinds of different things, the spray barn, the load barn, but that's what you were photographing, correct?
Correct.
And you were inside the building.
Correct.
And Mr. Warner came in with a machine and put a tank in there, or came in with a vehicle and put a tank in there?
He either came, either as I was exiting the building, we had contact somewhere near that building, either inside or outside. I can't recall which one.
Sure. So either inside Building 7 or right out front of Building 7?
Correct.
So he came in with that tank and you were roughly in that vicinity, correct? And you communicated with him?
Yes.
And then he moved it sounds like the rusty tank that was in there, and you're saying he removed that?
He removed the tank, yes.
Thank you. And then one final sort of little series of questions. You did a number of different things on this case, not just the things that you spoke about here in court today, correct?
Correct.
You were involved in interviews, right?
Yes.
Lots of other searches, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no
Yes.
for the record. Everybody does that. Everybody does that. One of the other things that you did was you photographed text messages that Ms. Warner had received and also sent to Terry Nayrink, and that's Terri Nayrink. Is that accurate?
Terry Nayrink, yes.
And then you also photographed text messages received and sent to Terry Nayrink, Terry, correct?
Husband, wife, yes.
And that was Terry with the Y. He had been an employee of Ms. Warner's, correct?
Correct.
And then Terry with an I had been his wife, possibly ex-wife at the time.
I think current wife.
Current wife. Okay. Thank you so much. No additional questions.
You're welcome.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You are we excusing Detective Sharp?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't know if you were having questions.
Thank you. Didn't know that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For you.
If you call Justin Schmidt.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat.
I just ask you to hold on to that just for a second. Okay, okay. Just tell us your name
Justin Schmidt,
and spell it for the record.
JUSTINSCHMIDT.
Okay. And Mr. Schmidt, what do you do for a living?
I am an educator, and I am also a welding engineer for JCS Welding Services.
And you say you're in education. What kind of educational job do you have?
I have taught welding and welding related courses for both secondary and post-secondary institutions since about 2010.
Is your education also in welding?
It is. My formal education is from Ferris State University in welding engineering technology, and I have graduate courses in career and technical education through Western Michigan University.
In what years were those degrees?
The welding engineering degree was in 2005, and my studies at Western, I believe, concluded in about 2014.
Okay. And had you been welding even before going into it professionally or going for education?
Yes. I think I first started welding when I was about 12.
Okay. What kind of credentials do you have that relate to welding?
I am a certified welding inspector, CWI, carry that credential, a certified welding educator. I'm also a certified welding inspector for Crown Castle, which is for cell towers.
Okay. And so you go around inspecting and get paid for it?
That's correct.
Okay. And then do you actually teach welding also?
I do. My 9-to-5 job is in education, both secondary and post-secondary.
All right, and let's talk about secondary education. What are you doing in secondary education that relates to welding?
I teach the welding technology program at the LISD Tech Center.
And approximately how many students do you have?
40.
And were some of those students recently in a competition?
They were.
And how did they do?
They did very well. They went to the Skills USA regional competition in Lansing last week, and 6 of the students that we took, 6 out of 15, placed well enough to go on to state competition in April.
All right, great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What about post-secondary?
Post-secondary, I teach for Jackson College. Again, welding and welding related courses, and have done so since 2012.
Okay. And back to that competition that your students were just in, had you been a judge at any point in that competition or one like it?
Yes, actually I was a judge for the state finals prior to my students being involved with Skills USA.
Okay. And at the secondary level, can you explain the facility that you teach in?
It is an educational facility. It has both a classroom for theory portion of class and a large laboratory with various pieces of welding equipment, fabrication equipment, automation equipment, that sort of thing.
Okay. So full-time teaching welding, and then part-time you got your own business that you do welding inspections and certifications.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. And can you certify others as certified welders?
Yes, as a CWI, that gives you the credentialing to be able to do that, qualify the individual for a certified welding process.
Okay. You know, I tender Mr. Schmidt as an expert in the inspection, certification, fabrication, and testing of welding, welders and welding.
We'll leave that to the discretion of the court. Thank you.
I will so certify.
Thank you, Your Honor. How did you get involved with this case?
I was contacted by the Michigan State Police and asked to do an inspection on a vessel.
Okay. And showing you what's been entered as People's 100. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is an anhydrous ammonia tank on a running gear.
Okay. And number 34, correct?
Correct.
Is that the one you inspected?
It is.
Okay. How many times?
4 times total.
And what did you do each time? just in general speaking?
The first time went and looked at basically all the welding on the tank. And the second time went back and looked at the inside. A repair weld was seen from the first inspection. Went back the second time and looked at the inside of the tank where the repair weld was. Came back the third time to look at another portion of the tank. And again, a fourth time to compare photos with the actual tank.
Okay. So you indicated a second ago that there was an obvious repair weld. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And in terms of this photo, do you know where the obvious repair weld was?
The repair weld would be in the rear, far left side in this photo of the tank.
Okay. Where I've blown it up?
Correct.
Okay. And then the very first time you saw the tank, was it in this condition or something else?
The very first time I seen it, it was on the running gear like that, but the right-hand side, the domed portion of the tank, the end cap, had been removed.
Okay. So this front end?
Correct.
Okay. How did you determine that the back weld was an obvious repair weld?
Based on there's 3 welds on the tank, 3 factory welds. When it's manufactured, 1 in the center and 1 on each end, adhering the domes to the tank. Comparing the weld at the rear of the tank that was still there with the weld in the center of the tank that was a factory weld, along with visibly looking at the repair weld itself, where you could still see remnants of the factory weld underneath it.
Okay. Let me show you what's been entered as People's 269. Did you take this photograph?
I did.
Okay, and why? What is it showing?
This photograph shows the approximate width from toe to toe of the factory weld.
And which factory weld are you looking at?
This is a weld in the center of the tank.
And I don't know, can you, for the jury's benefit, can you read what the width is?
0.811.
And that's in what unit?
In inches.
Okay. And People's 270. That also says 801. Is that a different place?
That is a different spot, correct?
Okay. And again, People's 271, 801, different place?
Correct.
Okay, so did you go, how many readings did you take out of the middle weld, do you think?
I would say probably 10 to 12 readings around.
Okay, and were they all fairly consistent?
They were.
All right. Showing you what's 272. Can you read the gauge in this photo?
0.546 inches.
Okay, and which weld is that?
This is the repair weld.
Okay. Do you think that difference in 0.3 of an inch is significant?
It is, yes.
And how many readings approximately did you take of the repair weld?
Again, probably the same 10 to 12.
All right, and were they all about a little over half an inch?
They varied. I would say within 180 thousandths probably.
Okay. Could you tell what process had been used to create the repair weld?
I could.
How?
Based on the weld bead itself of the repair weld, the bead profile, the ripple pattern that was in it, and then the distance in between starts and stops.
Okay, and let's start with that last one. What does that tell us, the difference between starts and stops?
So the distance between the starts and stops, if it is a greater distance, would limit us to what process could be used. It would have to be a process that continuously fed a wire electrode, a process similar that could be used such as like a stick welding operation or shielded metal arc welding. You're limited on how far you can actually weld because your electrode is only so long before you have to change it and restart again.
So is this a difference between welding with a piece of metal that's however long, a foot or whatever it is, versus a continuous spool of wire?
That's correct.
Okay, and which one is this?
This would be the spool of wire.
Okay. And do you remember what the longest distance between any of the stops and starts was?
The longest I measured in between starts and stops was 16 inches.
Okay. And could you go 16 inches with a quote unquote stick welder?
You could not.
And do you remember how many starts and stops there were in total around the circumference of that repair weld?
I identified 11 starts and stops.
Could you tell anything? Well, so based on that, again, remind us what kind of a welder are we talking about?
So we're talking about a gas metal arc welding process, also commonly referred to as MIG welding or wire welding.
Okay. And could you tell anything about the welding machine itself based on the repair weld that you inspected?
Based on the size and the profile of the weld, and then again, the distance between starts and stops, we could determine that it was a larger machine, something you would not classify as a hobby machine. Most likely 220 volts and a duty cycle greater of 40%.
Showing you People's 293. Are you familiar with that machine?
I am.
How are you familiar with that?
I have spent many hours operating that exact model of machine before.
Okay. This isn't yours in particular.
No, it's not.
Okay. But you've used this many times?
That's correct.
What is it?
That is a Miller manufacturer, Miller brand, Miller-Matic model 252.
Okay. And do you know, does that meet the specs that you just described in terms of what kind of welder would have made that repair weld?
It does.
Okay. When you say the profile and what was the other term you used? Of the weld, I'm sorry, the profile and
the profile, the ripple pattern, and then the distance between starts and stops.
Okay. I want to make sure I had that right. Could you tell if this weld was done by hand or a machine?
I could.
How could you tell that?
Basically, whenever I examined the weld, it was evident that there was a lot of inconsistencies in the weld itself. Both profile-wise, direction, path of travel, a lot of inconsistent parts in the height of the reinforcement. Those inconsistencies would lead to a determination of human error, essentially, and not an automated process.
Okay. Showing you People's 273. Does this illustrate some of those things?
It does.
Can you tell us how?
So it's a little hard to see probably as small as this picture is, but there is spatter in this picture, which is a defect that we can see. There is what we would consider concavity in the center of the bead.
Let me stop you on spatter. Can you describe from the picture what we should look for when we're looking for spatter?
Your spatter is going to be the small, they look like kind of like BBs on the outside of the weld.
Okay, is that spatter right there?
Correct.
Okay, and then there's some more down here.
Correct.
Down here farther. Is all that spatter?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, what was the second thing?
The other thing is concavity within the bead. We can see that it is a concave shape in spots and not concave in other spots, which would lead us to believe that the travel speed varied a little bit as it went across. Okay. Also, the general width of the bead being narrower in spots and wider in spots is also indicative of that.
Okay.
A little bit further down in the same photo. Oops. Yeah, you can see where we had a large variation in the path of travel for the speed.
Okay, and to describe that, what you're talking about, the path of travel?
So we can see as the weld comes down from the top of the screen to about the center, we can see it run off to the left-hand side, off of essentially where we would assume the joint is behind that, and then pick back up underneath after a start and stop, and then resume moving forward further down.
Okay, so are you indicating that the path of travel comes down like this and then goes off to the left?
That's correct.
Okay, whereas the bead continues on straight down here.
Correct.
Okay. showing you 274. That give us some idea of the scale that we're talking about with that, when the path of travel ran off?
It does, yes.
Okay. Does 275 tell us anything else about the weld?
Again, general discontinuities located within the weld, and a, for lack of better terms, a sloppy appearance.
Okay, so it wasn't just one spot, it was multiple spots that you had identified?
Correct.
So as an inspector, how would you evaluate this weld that you saw?
As an inspector, to do a formal inspection, it would have to adhere to a specific welding code. And there is no welding codes that I have worked with that this would be acceptable in.
So were you able to form an opinion about the level of skill and or training of the person who did this weld?
I did.
What was your opinion?
My opinion was that it was somebody who had prior welding experience, so they were somewhat familiar with the process, but did not identify as having maybe formal weld training at the time that this was produced.
Are you able to tell the difference between somebody who is not highly skilled and someone who is in a rush?
That's a pretty broad question. To answer that, if you were in a rush and you had a high level of training, or we'll say a medium to high level of training, that rush job would definitely impact your final product.
Okay. And what if you had a medium amount of training? What would a rush do at that point?
That would definitely affect it even more so.
Okay. It would be worse?
Correct.
Showing you 276 and specifically looking at the bottom of this photograph. Could you explain what that is?
That's an indication of a weld discontinuity that was then ground down to improve the appearance and shape.
Okay. And what would be used to grind it down?
Typically, you would use an angle grinder with an abrasive wheel.
And just looking at people's 50 in the left hand, is that relevant to what you just testified to?
That would be an abrasive wheel that would be applicable to an angle grinder, correct?
Okay, and that would be something you could use to grind down a high spot in a weld?
Yes.
Could you tell the path of travel in terms of which way the weld was formed from top to bottom or around the tank, or how?
Yes, I could.
And what was your finding on that?
That it was done in the vertical down position.
Okay. And so with the starting from the top to the bottom, and then top to bottom on the other side?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you see that told you that?
There was a couple different things that I noticed to make that determination. One was the amount of buildup on the horizontal portion or the top of the weld before it transitioned to vertical, where it then became less buildup and slightly concave.
Okay, so I'm showing you 277. Is that in this picture?
It is.
Okay, where?
And it's kind of hard to see from this picture, but at the top, there is much more weld reinforcement at the top of the weld,
okay.
Where gravity is not having as much of an effect on the weld. It's actually putting it right where you're trying to make the weld. And then as we get further down and we transition into the vertical portion of the weld, we can see that it gets more concave as gravity essentially works against us and tries to pull the weld down. We can also see a distinct ripple pattern in that transition that indicates also a vertical down weld.
Okay, so we're looking at these arrows, for lack of a better term?
Correct.
Ripples, you called them?
Yes.
And how does that tell us anything?
So on a vertical down weld, you have to move faster than you do, say, in a vertical up position because of gravity. Your molten weld pool, if you don't move fast enough, can outrun where your welding arc is at. And as gravity tries to pull your weld down, you have to use the arc force, essentially the force coming out of the electric arc, to push the weld back up against gravity where you want it. And that's what creates this arrow shape, or what we call a ripple, pointing in the upward direction.
Could this tank have been welded from the bottom up?
Meaning, is it?
No, I mean, like, if you were to do this yourself, is it physically possible to start at the bottom and go up, or do you have to start at the top and go down?
No, it is possible to weld vertical up, and the code that would, this tank would be under ASME Section 9, which is Boiler and Pressure Vessel Code for repair, actually would require it to be welded vertical up.
Okay, so I think if I understood you correctly, if a vessel's going to be pressurized, the code says you got to go bottom up.
That's correct.
Okay. Which one is easier and faster?
Vertical down welding essentially is easier because while gravity can hinder what the bead looks like, it is easier to put in where you're not trying to stack. It doesn't take as much technique to perform the vertical down weld as it does, say, a vertical up. And a vertical down weld is much faster than a vertical up.
Okay. And again, this is vertical down.
Correct.
Showing you People's 288. Why did you take this picture?
This picture denotes the difference in height or profile from the end of the cylinder portion of the tank to where the cap or the dome portion was attached.
Okay. And zooming in on that. Are you saying one portion of this is higher than the other?
Correct.
Which portion is higher?
The dome portion or the cap portion is higher than the cylinder portion of the tank.
Do you know why that happened or how?
When these tanks are manufactured, they're manufactured with a submerged arc welding process, and it puts a lot of heat into the part as it's producing it. There's a lot of expansion and contraction forces, and likely that dome portion had a lot of those stresses in there. And of course, whenever it's welded, there's clamps involved as well to hold it in place. That freezes those forces, and then whenever it was cut or removed, essentially that dome portion kind of sprung outward.
Okay. So looking at 287, what vantage point are we at here?
This is at the repair weld at the very bottom of the tank. So this is where both sides would have came together at the end of the weld.
Okay, and is the bottom two sections misaligned also, or are those even?
No, the bottom section of both the tank and the domed portion of the cap are in the same plane in this picture.
So the bottom matches up, but not the top.
Correct.
Do you have an idea of what could have been, how this could have been put back together so that the bottom aligned?
Yeah, so obviously if the dome portion kind of sprung out of shape after it was cut, and you go to line it back up, there's going to be sections that, you can't align all of them, right? So you would specifically find a spot where you can align. In this case, it was at the bottom. So something was used probably to line up the bottom, forming essentially a cradle that goes under both sections to hold them in the same plane and line them up.
Okay. Showing you People's 84, and specifically that piece of equipment. Do you know what that is?
The pallet jack?
Correct.
Yep.
What does that do?
So essentially this is a jack that is used to move palletized items around. It moves up and down from the ground, and the two tined forks would then essentially go into a pallet.
Okay. Would that be something that could have been used to keep the bottom edges aligned?
It is a possibility without knowing the definite dimension in between the tines of the pallet jack and how it would fit up to the circumference of the tank. That would be the question. But if it did fit, yes, it definitely could be used.
Okay. And looking at people's 178, specifically these 4x4s laying on the ground, could that have been something that would be used to align the bottom?
Objection is to speculation. So the last one, he said, well, it's a possibility, but I don't know. I think that we're just going to go through a number of items on the farm with Mr. Schmidt saying, I don't know.
This is the last one for what it's worth, Your Honor. And I think he is qualified to say what pieces of equipment that are available could have been used.
I will rule that objection.
Thank you.
Yeah, they could be, definitely. Anything that would essentially create a cradle that the tank could sit on and also the end could sit on could be used.
Okay. And if the tank had a small amount of liquid in it, would it have been possible to do something to keep the liquid from spilling out?
Before it was cut?
Correct.
Yes. So if you lowered one end of the tank that you are not cutting, and have to drop much on the other end to have everything run to the other side. And that would not create, if it was just an inch or two drop, that would not create too much of a problem on the other end for alignment.
Showing you 281. Now are we on the inside of the tank?
That's correct.
You had to crawl up in there?
Yes.
Okay. What is this picture showing us?
So this picture shows us the inside of essentially where the cut was made that removed the dome portion cap and then where it was welded back on at. And we can, go ahead.
What about this white substance?
So the white substance is a paint drip on the inside of the tank.
Okay, and what does that tell you?
That indicates that it was painted after the repair weld was made, and then the condition of the repair weld was not essentially liquid tight and allowed paint to drip through to the inside. This also indicates that it would not hold a significant amount of pressure after the fact.
Okay. Now showing you 282, again, still inside the tank?
That's correct.
What is this?
This shows us the cut kerf from when the domed portion was removed. This is a backing ring on the inside of the tank. Essentially, in the manufacturing process, this would have been put in there to aid for penetration of the factory weld in a solid seal. And this shows where the cut was made, essentially a little bit of variation off of the center of the backing ring.
Okay. So if we zoom in here, is the backing ring, is this the edge of the top side of the backing ring?
Correct, that is one side of it, yeah.
Okay. And then what is this groove right here?
So that is the kerf that was produced when the domed portion was cut from the tank.
Okay, and explain, what is a kerf?
Kerf, whenever you have a cut, essentially of anything, you have material that is removed in essentially a void. The thicker the item used to cut something, the wider the kerf essentially would be.
Okay, and so here, we're inside, so the weld from the outside did not come all the way through and cover up that kerf?
That's correct.
Okay. 283.
Also from inside the tank, another picture of the backing ring, the kerf. This kind of denotes how straight this section of the kerf is, or the cut that was made. And then there's also another spot of paint that leaked through.
Okay. What would be used to make a straight cut like this?
For this cut, whenever the cap was removed from the tank, and an abrasive cutting wheel was used.
Okay. And you can tell that from the straightness of the cut?
Straightness of the cut is one indication. The smooth edges of the cut and the kerf is another. And then here we see slivers or shards that were left behind from that process. And this is very common with that.
Okay, and this is photograph 284. So again, just for clarity, you said there's shards or slivers?
Correct.
And where are those in the picture?
These are the items that look jagged and are hanging down from the backing ring.
Okay. And 285?
More of the same.
Okay. 286?
More of the same. In this photo, we can also see the kerf was wide enough in this spot where we can see the actual repair weld that was made in this groove. And indicative of this picture here, we can see a silicon deposit that was left in the repair weld, and that is very common with a gas metal arc welding process and an ER70S type filler material.
Okay, so a MIG welder?
Correct.
And just for the jury, where do we see that silicone deposit on this picture?
It is the brownish looking item, probably mid screen, that extends out into the weld.
Okay, we're talking about in this area right here?
Correct.
Now, how do you know it wasn't a plasma cutter or a torch?
That originally cut the dome off?
Correct.
Based on the kerf itself, a plasma cutter or like an oxyacetylene torch or an oxypropane torch would have produced a much more ragged, jagged type cut, especially done by a human with human error. A machined process, obviously machined plasma torch or machined oxy-fuel torch could have produced a much smoother cut. But this has no indication of that. There's also no heat indications on the inside that would lead us to believe that a flame was used.
Is a plasma cutter or a torch faster or slower if you're in a hurry than a abrasive cutoff wheel?
So the cutting itself, both plasma and oxy-fuel cutting would be faster than an abrasive wheel. But given, and it would depend on obviously the skill of the operator with that plasma torch or with that oxy-fuel torch. But being the fact there would be general inconsistencies in the kerf, it might make it more difficult to mate the surfaces back up.
Okay, so if you know you got to put it back together, you might save some time up front.
Objection leading.
If you got to, sorry, I'll rephrase. If you've got to put it back together, which one would you choose?
The abrasive wheel would give you the best surface to put it back together.
Okay. And looking at People's 38, can you identify those items?
That is looks like a corded angle grinder, and in the left hand, and in the right hand, that is either cutting or grinding discs.
Okay. And would this be considered an abrasive cutoff wheel and tool?
Yes, correct.
And that could have made that cut?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to People's 290. What is this a picture of?
This is a picture at the top of the tank on the end where the repair weld was made, where the dome was attached back to the tank.
All right, and again, where is that in the picture?
The repair weld itself is essentially center screen, and it runs from left to right across the tank.
Okay, and then what about that dot up at the top?
So there is another weld spot where something was attached to this dome portion of the tank.
Okay, and do you have an opinion about how that would have gotten there?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That whenever this dome portion was removed, it would have to be supported in some way so it did not fall. It's obviously not a square item. It's going to be somewhat awkward. So the ideal way to do it would be to attach probably a chain or something in that fashion to hang the item so that when it's cut free, it does not fall.
Okay. I'm showing you 291, which is what?
That is a close-up of that spot.
And can you explain, can you tell from that where the item that would have been welded to it was actually welded to it?
So from this picture, we can see that there's essentially a hollow spot. For lack of better terms, it almost looks like a donut. The item would have been welded into the center of that. That's where the physical item would have been. And then around the outside portion that we see, that would be the weld that is remaining. This is, of course, after it has been ground down.
Okay. So referring to this portion in the middle?
That's correct.
Okay. And tell that kind of U-shaped or horseshoe shaped, what is that portion right there?
Yep, that inside there, where the weld is not, essentially would be the tank.
Okay, and so are you saying this is where something would have been attached to it?
Correct.
Okay. And what would have been used to attach to the tank?
Objection, speculation.
If you were doing this, what would you use?
If I was doing it.
Objection, speculation.
And well, the question is, what would he use if he were doing it? I don't think that's speculative.
But then it's irrelevant. What he would use if he were doing this is totally irrelevant. It's not what an expert in welding would use.
I can rephrase just a tad, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Given the evidence here of the weld to the top of the tank, do you have an opinion what was used to support it so it didn't fall off when it was cut all the way?
I do.
Okay. Please tell us.
It appears that a chain link would have been welded there.
Okay, thank you. Showing you 53 and zooming in. Would those type of chain be consistent with what you saw? If a chain had been welded there.
That's in the video. That's not me. So sorry.
To attach it to overhead, and probably a hook to put onto the end of the chain.
Okay. Showing you people in 50s. Seven. You see the forklift or fork truck in there?
Yes.
Would that be something that would be helpful?
Again, speculation. He's saying it could have been used.
I don't think it's speculation. It's not saying this is something that
if you had a, how would you?
Again, this is their video, so I'm not sure if it'll keep doing that. It seems to be just going black, but it still runs. So
domed portion of the tank.
something doesn't feel right. This might be my browser. I'm gonna have to. I will like this so I can find it easy. I'll copy this browser. I gotta shut this down quickly and I'll open it back up in 1 sec. Might be Firefox because I use it. 1 sec.
looking at People's 38. Can you identify those items?
Minute, 35.5 minutes of arc on. It can be reflected off of shiny surfaces, and that would essentially intensify the UV light. The domed portion of the tank, and then suspend it from one of the tines of the fork truck, wrapping it around and hooking it back to itself.
Okay.
It is their video, so it looked fine. Sorry.
From what you just said, how this is being done here?
Yeah, essentially the exact same way, except for they have used essentially a large hook, a wrecker hook, gone through an opening in the tank rather than welded the chain link to the end of the dome.
Okay. In this picture, they've got the fork truck on the side. Do you have an opinion whether it had to be on the side, one side or the other, or in the front?
It could have been on either side or the front. I think the front would make it more advantageous for alignment whenever you put it back on.
Okay, how is that?
Basically, if you were in front of the tank, once you finished your cutting and essentially it hung there, you could just back the fork truck up directly, straight up, and then whenever you're ready to realign it, you could just drive it right back to the tank.
Okay. Just to direct your attention to the cut here, and I know that, well, first of all, let me look at the full picture. Can you tell from this picture what was used to cut the end of the tank off here?
I can.
How?
Based on a couple things. One, there is a red and green, based on a couple things. Fuel hose laying in the background that runs up over top of the undercarriage of the tank that would be used for an oxy-fuel torch. And then the burn marks essentially made from the cut caused by the flame of the oxy-fuel torch.
Okay. And is this typical when you use the torch in terms of the pattern of the cut?
It depends on how skilled the individual is who's utilizing the torch and how much experience they have in doing a cylindrical item. Cylindrical items are quite a bit different than what we would say flat items are. So if they were highly skilled, it could be straighter. If they were less skilled, it could be even more crooked.
Okay. What other equipment would you need besides the welder and a way to support the bottom and to hold it from the top? Besides those things, what else would you need to do a welding job on the end cap?
Just welding the end cap?
Correct.
Obviously, you would need probably some PPE or personal protective equipment, which would include a welding helmet and gloves, that sort of thing. You would not be able to, a welding helmet essentially would be a must. You would not be able to see what you're doing without it.
Okay. So if you tried to weld without a welding mask, what would happen?
Essentially, you'd be trying to do it with your eyes closed. If you left your eyes open, the light would be extremely bright and probably hurt your eyes. You could also receive UV burns to your eyes because of it. So you would be trying to do it with your eyes closed and essentially doing it blind. You would most likely run way off course in a very short period of time.
Okay. So even given the inconsistencies in that weld, can you tell if that was done by somebody who was doing it blind, for lack of a better term?
It definitely was not somebody who had their eyes closed.
Right. So that person had a welding mask then?
Correct.
Okay. What else besides a welding mask would you use?
Gloves to protect your hands. Yeah, as long as you had the welder and the equipment to put it back together, to align it, and then the PPE, you would be able to make that weld.
Okay. Would you use anything on your arms?
Potentially, that would fall under the PPE as well. Covering your arms. I mean, if this was done inside we'll say a welding facility, whoever would be doing it would be wearing a welding jacket or welding sleeves that would cover the arms, probably a welding cap to cover their head, a welding mask, and then probably heavy-duty welding gloves.
If you did this without something on your arms, what would you expect to see?
If your skin was exposed to it?
Correct.
You could expect to see essentially some burn marks. Depends on if you had sparks landing directly on your arm, but you would also see evidence of ultraviolet light burns, essentially. So potentially, depending on how long the duration was, the UV light that's produced in the welding arc is extremely intense, and it can burn uncovered skin relatively quickly.
Okay. Showing you people's 74. Do you have an opinion on this?
That is very indicative of what a burn from UV light produced by the welding arc would look like, especially if one was wearing a glove on the hand.
Thank you. You said a relatively short period of time. What would be the shortest you would think a person could be welding and get the results in that picture?
There's a few facets to answer that question. One is going to be the amount of voltage and amperage that's being produced in the weld. Machines are variable, so the thicker material that you're welding, or the higher the output you set the machine up for, the more UV light is going to be produced while you're welding. The more UV light that is produced is going to have a greater effect faster on the skin. Based on, would you like me to base it on essentially the weld size?
Yes.
Okay. So based on the repair weld size that we've seen, knowing that it was a higher amperage welding machine, I would say you could do that in a half hour or so. It also depends on the individual's how often they've been exposed to something like that. I guess a good example would be same thing from like a sunburn. If you go outside early on in the year and you have a very hot sunny day and you're out there for a half an hour, you might burn rather quickly, whereas maybe towards the end of the summer, same conditions, and you're used to being out in the sun, it would not burn as quickly.
Okay. You noticed that the paint was, excuse me, the tank in the tank 34 was painted white. Does that have any bearing on how quickly you could get the UV burn?
It would, because of the paint was gloss. So a gloss paint, essentially anything gloss reflects more, and UV light is no different than any other light, just like visible light that we see that gives things colors. It can be reflected off of shiny surfaces, and that would essentially intensify the UV light on the opposite side of the reflection.
Okay. All right, now I'll turn to how fast could somebody weld? Can you give us a figure in like inches per minute or something like that?
So to produce, in reference to the repair weld, to produce a weld of that size, anywhere from 6 to 10 inches per minute.
Okay. Did you measure the circumference of the tank?
I did.
What was it?
128 inches.
Okay, so all the way around, 128 inches.
Correct.
And so is there any other factor in determining how quickly somebody could weld that back together other than the speed that they can weld?
There's a couple.
Okay, what are they?
One would be starts and stops. As you reposition yourself, even because of the size of the circumference at 128 inches, it's relatively large diameter. Nobody could weld from start to finish all in one go. So you would have to reposition yourself often to create that one weld. That's going to take a little bit of time factored in. Also, the limitations of the equipment itself. Welding equipment has, every piece of welding equipment is rated by a duty cycle. And duty cycle for a welding machine is a period out of 10 minutes that you can actually, that the machine is rated to have an arc on time.
Okay. And so give us a typical duty cycle.
60%.
Okay. And so if a welder has a 60% duty cycle, out of every 10 minutes, how many minutes can it spend welding?
It can weld for 6 minutes out of 10.
Okay. All right, and showing you people's 295. Is that the same type of machine that you identified earlier?
It is.
Okay. And I'm going to zoom in here, but can you tell what the duty cycle of this machine is?
It says 60%.
And the amperage for this machine?
200 amps.
So you said you could do 6 to 10 inches per minute. Slow would be 6, fast would be 10. And you could weld 6 out of 10 minutes, 6 minutes out of every 10 minutes, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so what would be the quickest, given those variables, that someone could weld that entire 128 inches?
I refer to.
Did you do some notes?
I did. I brought some notes and I did some calculations.
Okay, if that would refresh your memory, yes, please.
Okay, so at 10 inches per minute, the quickest you could weld that 128 inches with a 60% duty cycle would essentially be 21.3 minutes of arc on time.
Okay, so that's with the pauses, because you could only weld 6 out of 10 minutes, still 21 minutes you could do it?
Yes, that doesn't take into consideration necessarily starts and stops, depending on how much time is spent in between. That is strictly with duty cycle, and then your starts and stops could count for some of that duty cycle loss as well.
Okay, and if you were on the slower side, the 6 inches per minute side, what would be the time for that person?
On the 6 inches per minute, 35.5 minutes of arc on time.
And the same caveat, plus starts and stops?
Yeah, so plus starts and stops, and I, same thing goes for that. And we had 11 starts and stops that I had identified in the tank. And that can vary from a few seconds. If it is just a position or reposition, obviously that would be a relatively short period of time. And to calculate what it would take for actual weld time, we would just add additional time beyond the 60% duty cycle for that.
So with, you got 11 starts and stops. We don't know how long exactly it took the welder in this instance to reposition themselves, correct?
Correct.
But taking that out of the equation, you could do it in as little as 21 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the slower welder, 35 minutes.
Correct.
Do you have an idea of how long it would have taken to cut the end off with the abrasive wheel?
I do.
And how do you know that?
So I did some experiments with the same type of equipment to gather inches per minute on a relatively same thickness of material, to come up with basically a formula to calculate exactly how long it would take to cut 128 inches of the same thickness of material with the same type of equipment, abrasive wheel.
Okay, and what did you come up with?
2.5 inches per minute.
Okay, and so then to cut 128 inches at 2.5 inches per minute, how long does that take?
That's approximately 50 minutes.
5-0?
5-0.
Is there any reason that would have to be done all at once, or could you break that up?
No, you could break it up, and not knowing what the restraints are, but given if it was being done, it probably would be. It would be broke up because you would not start from.
Objection, speculation.
I think he's the expert and he's in the position to indicate.
I'm going to sustain that.
Okay. After cutting it off, welding it back on, how quickly could you repaint it? How long does it take to cool down?
Because there's a lot of thermal mass in this tank, or a lot of mass in general, it would be able to cool off rather quickly. And because it's so big, 128 inches of weld, by the time you got back to the side that you started with, it would be completely cool, essentially. So you could start on that side right after you were finished.
Other than the approximately 50 minutes to do the complete cut and between 21 minutes and 35 minutes to weld it back on, is there any significant amount of time that we haven't accounted for in the process of cutting it off, welding it back on, grinding the spots down, etc.?
No significant amount of time, but there are other things obviously that would be in there.
Like what?
The time it takes to essentially remove the cap to provide access to the tank, and then to put the cap back to the tank and align it.
Let's separate there. So you're talking about if a forklift had been used, you've already described just backing up and then going forward?
Correct.
How much time would you expect that to take?
It would not take much. To remove the cap is simply backing up on the fork truck, relatively under 30 seconds to back that up, and then to reposition it forward, depending on how much skill the operator had that was operating the fork truck, could be the same, especially if there was guides at the bottom to help cradle the bottom of the dome to the tank.
Okay. All right. What other factors we have?
As far as welding it back together.
Well, you indicated that there were some high spots that had been ground down.
Yeah, so there was some discontinuities within the weld. For a better terminology, drips that would stick out, high profile spots in the face of the weld bead that were ground back down to create uniformity with the weld. Small spots, I would say 5 minutes of grinding would be enough to do all that was done.
Okay. All right, so at some point you said at the very beginning that the fourth time you looked at the tank, you were comparing a photo that you were provided with the physical tank itself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and can you tell us what was the photo on that you were looking at?
It was a body cam photo of a tank sitting on the ground.
Okay. Okay, this is People's 79. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. Now, when you had initially met with the Michigan State Police, did they show you a photo?
Not initially, but when I came back in for a follow-up interview, I was shown a photo.
Okay. And did you match, or did you attempt to match that photo to the tank at that time?
I did.
Okay. Did you actually go up to the tank itself and look?
No.
Okay. Why not?
It was in the prosecutor's office, so we did not have physical access to the tank at that time.
Okay. But later on you did?
We did, yes.
Okay. And so you took this photo and you compared it to the physical tank?
Correct.
And what did you find?
That it did match up rather well. There are several.
Objection to the use of the term match. I think that goes far afield of his abilities. I also think it's improper. If he wants to talk about similarities and dissimilarities, consistent inconsistencies, but to say it's a match is unfairly prejudicial.
I'm fine with that, Your Honor. Could you explain consistencies or inconsistencies?
Yeah, I viewed spots within the repair weld on the tank that was consistent with spots in the photograph.
Okay, and are you able to identify any of those with this?
Yes, and I can use zoom in a little bit.
Sure.
Further. So a couple of the items that was identified was the two anomalies about, we'll say, 10 to 12 inches up from the bottom of the tank along the seam of the repair weld.
Okay, are we talking about this area in here?
Correct.
Okay.
And then the offset at the top of the tank where the dome is attached.
Okay. And when you were physically present with the tank, what did you see?
I saw consistencies that were with this photo.
Were you able to, when you looked at this, did something stand out to you in terms of the paint?
I noticed that the paint was very flat.
In what part?
Around the weld area.
Could this be done by one person, or would it take more than one person to do this job, cutting the tank end off and welding it back together?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
I would overrule if he knows, I think he can answer.
This job could be done with one person if they had the proper tools and equipment.
Okay, and the tools that we've talked about today.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, Ms. Shardy, if you want to take a recess before you begin, it's about 3 o'clock, so we're kind of in that.
That might be a good idea because I think this is a natural breaking point, and I believe this is the last witness for the day.
Okay, why don't we do that? We'll take a 5 to 10 minute recess. You can step in.
And we are back. It looks like there's about a half an hour. I will find the proper point. They've got to stop showing a close-up of that bald guy's beard and ear when he stands up. They're going to show it again. Watch. There's that one bald guy who just, with the beard and just stands right up in front of the camera. So here it comes. Something's up. Oh, maybe I went too far. Did they? I'll have to double check. Nope. Here it is. Well, 30 more minutes. Same guy, I think. He just took a break.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schmidt, my name is Mary Chartier. I represent Mr. Warner, and I have some questions for you this afternoon. So you indicated that you were contacted by the Michigan State Police on August 27th, 2024. Is that accurate?
Yes.
How did they reach out to you? How did they learn about you? Do you know that?
I do not know directly how they did, but they reached out to me by phone.
Do you know who made contact by phone?
Detective Greca.
Did you ever ask, how did you learn about me?
I believe I might have. I don't recall for sure though.
Did you know anyone involved with the case?
I do not.
Had you worked with them, Michigan State Police or anyone in the past?
No.
Now you then went, did you go that day to look at the exterior of the tank?
I would have to look at my report for exact dates, but I believe it was scheduled for a couple days later.
Sure, so why don't you take a look if that would help refresh your memory. I believe it's on the second page.
The inspection was scheduled for the 29th of August.
So the 29th of August, so you went to take a look at it. How much time did you spend with the tank?
I would have to say probably an hour and a half-ish.
And that's when you took the measurements that we saw?
Correct.
And you took photographs?
Correct.
And you inspected everything that you wanted to inspect that day as it relates to the exterior?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what was the tank made of?
As far as...
Sure, so is it plastic, steel?
It's steel composed of.
And what steel you said mostly?
Composed of.
Oh, steel composed of. And then at that point in time, and even up until today, what was your experience cutting open and welding a steel tank like that?
I have had experience cutting, specifically cutting anhydrous tanks open before. It's not uncommon for them to be used, as odd as it sounds, as fire rings when they're decommissioned.
So what's a fire ring? Now I'm intrigued by that.
So given that the large diameter of the tank itself, 41 inches in this case, slivers of the tank are often cut and used as a ring to build a campfire in.
Oh, so people put a campfire in the middle of the metal?
Yep.
And so you do that? You help cut the tank so they can do that?
I have done that before, yes.
How many times?
About 3.
And when you cut the tank open, did it have any liquid in it?
No, ma'am.
And what did you use to cut the tanks open?
I used an oxyacetylene torch.
A what torch?
Oxyacetylene torch.
Okay, so you didn't use, you called it an abrasive wheel or a grinder. You didn't use that?
I did not.
Have you ever used that to cut open a steel tank?
Not an anhydrous tank, but yes, a steel tank I have.
And let's say the tank that we saw, tank 34, let's say you were going to cut that with the grinder. Should I call it a grinder or an abrasive wheel, or what would you prefer?
Either is fine.
Okay, well, we'll call it a grinder. How many wheels would it take? So the grinder has a wheel on it, correct?
That's correct.
How many wheels would it take to cut that?
It depends on the diameter, or excuse me, on the thickness of the wheel. The thinner the wheel, the faster it would use up. Also the diameter of the wheel. You can get wheels in various diameters, same thing. The greater the diameter, the longer it would last.
So can you give us an estimate? It might take 4 to 8, or can you tell us?
I would say, given that circumference, probably 6 to 8 wheels.
6 to 8 wheels. And then how loud would it be? It sounds like you've done this before, although you haven't used a grinder. But with a grinder, how loud would that be?
It would be loud. You have the noise from the grinder itself, and then obviously you have a hollow tank that would echo the sounds.
So when you say loud, people have said I have a loud voice, right? So is it loud like that, or is it, wow, loud, people like my neighbor would hear?
It would be above 85 decibels, which is at the point that they recommend hearing protection.
Okay, so above 85 decibels. And so you've cut open those tanks before to help make the fire rings. What about welding them shut? Have you ever welded a tank like that shut before?
I have not.
Did you do any sort of experiment in this case? So when you were hired, did you say, I wonder how long it would take, or anything like that?
So whenever I started calculating what it would take to actually time for the weld to be produced, I did do some experiments, because basically the type of weld that we see as the repair weld is not what we would consider a common weld for that type of joint, meaning there was no concern for penetration, right? It was just to put the cap back on. So thickness wasn't necessarily a priority. If we used any type of calculator, there are some online weld calculators, and then there are some formulas. It's going to give in the actual thickness of the weld. So to get a more accurate measurement, I did do some physical experiments where I welded very similar to that.
And so did you take that into account when you were coming up with the calculation of how long it would take, how long it took you?
I did.
And then your experience level is how many years? 20 plus, I think?
It is.
Okay. Did you have a student do it to see maybe how they would do it?
No, I had no students involved.
Now, would a weld like that, or the grinding, so either the cutting or the welding, does that cause sparks?
It does.
What does? The cutting or the welding?
Both.
Both. Okay, and do the sparks fly places, or do they just go right to the floor? So or are they all over?
For the grinder, it depends on if there is a guard on the grinder. The guard will direct the sparks in a general way. Usually they're rotatable so that the sparks do not hit the operator, or you can send them in a direction that you would like for them to go. For the welding, they're going to propagate out from the center of the weld and go all directions.
Go all directions, including, for example, on clothing?
It's possible. It depends how far the operator is away from where the welding is happening, but yes.
What about on the floor?
Yes.
Does it cause anything? So, for example, if they got on my clothes, might they burn them, the sparks?
It's possible.
What about on the floor?
Depends on the floor surface. So if it's like a painted floor surface, you could see remnants of that. If it's concrete, you probably wouldn't notice anything. You would have essentially, it would look like dust essentially, but the sparks are actually molten metal that is molten in the air, which is why they look orange. And then whenever they cool, they just look like dust.
Do they look like a color? So for instance, does it look like black soot or gray dust, or what does it look like?
Yeah, usually darker color.
Darker color. Now you went on, you said August 29th, 2024. Oh, do you know how heavy that tank is?
I do not know exactly how heavy the tank is.
And you don't know how heavy the piece was that was cut off, correct?
I do not know exactly, no.
Did I already ask you, do you know how thick the steel was?
You did not, but I do. I took measurements of that.
Terrific. Would you tell us?
The measurement I took was 0.223 inches.
0.223. So 0.223 inches.
Correct.
Now, you said you had experience cutting open an anhydrous ammonia tank. Did you take any precaution? Well, let me ask you this. When you were cutting it for the fire, was there any chemicals or anything in the tank, or had it been cleaned out?
No, it had been decommissioned for quite some time.
If you were cutting into an anhydrous ammonia tank, would you take any precautions?
If it had anhydrous in it, I guess it would depend on what my knowledge of the tank was, how long since it had been used, how full it was, how much anhydrous was in it, that sort of thing.
What precautions would you take?
Well, obviously, if it was full, I probably wouldn't do it.
I don't think anyone would. But suppose it had some anhydrous in it.
I would first probably vent the tank to make sure that there is no buildup of fumes inside. Possibly, depending on how quickly it needed to be done, but to be safe, I would probably purge the tank. That could be done with air or inert gas or even water.
I'm going to stop you right there. You said vent the tank. How would you do that?
Providing a hole. So in the case of an anhydrous tank, I would probably take the valves out and provide an airway.
And does that go out into the air? So you want to like dissipate that, what's inside?
Mainly so that it's not a contained vessel.
So it's not a contained vessel. So it's not, for example, like in a garage or something like that. You
No,
would want
so
to do it outside?
Meaning that it's not contained, meaning it's not pressurized.
Not pressurized.
Correct.
How long would it take to vent it?
Relatively quickly.
What's relatively quickly?
If there was pressure inside, it would leak out immediately. If you were trying to vent odor or something like that, it would take quite a while longer. I don't know that you'd ever get the smell completely out of it.
So when people say things like quite a while longer, I always like to try to get some idea because it means something different to everybody. So what does that mean to you?
A long time. And being the fact that I don't have exact experience in venting a tank to where it does not have any odor anymore, I couldn't give you an exact time.
So when you say a long time, are you talking like days, weeks, months?
I can say that the tank in this case, even after it was open, still had an ammonia odor in it whenever I entered it. And that was quite a while.
And so was it a strong odor?
Yes, it was fairly strong.
Now, you said you were telling us other things that you would do, and then I stopped you so I could understand the venting. So what was something else that you had said?
Potentially purging it. And you could purge it with air, or you could purge it with an inert gas, or even, some people that repair tanks will purge with water so that there's no vapor inside.
And then anything else, any other precautions you would take?
Obviously have a face shield. As a precaution, I would make sure I have my PPE on, probably to make sure that there is a fire extinguisher nearby, especially if I was doing it by myself in case something did catch fire.
Why did you say fire extinguisher? What would be the concern about something catching fire?
Well, you're creating sparks, right? Whether you're cutting or welding, those sparks can land in certain things, and if you're unknowing, it could essentially set something on fire, and you would want to put that out.
Would you have a concern about the chemical itself with the sparks?
I don't know for sure whether anhydrous ammonia is flammable. I do not believe it is, but I do not know that for sure, so I can't say.
Anything else that you would do?
Obviously, arrange equipment, make sure I had everything I needed to be able to do it. But for precaution-wise, probably not.
And then, do you have any experience painting an anhydrous ammonia tank?
I do not.
So you don't know how long it would take the paint to dry, anything like that?
I do not.
Now, we talked about the August 29th, 2024 look that you did of the tank. You said that there were contaminants, and I reviewed your analysis, contaminants combined with the weld material during the welding process. Do you know, and that's on page 3 if you need it, do you know what those contaminants were?
I do not specifically. I can make an assumption or give you my opinion on what they were.
So we don't want any assumptions in a courtroom. So if you don't know the contaminants, that's fine. Thank you. And so you don't know again where they came from.
Correct.
Thank you. Then you ultimately met with Detective Drewer and Detective Singleton in September. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And tell us about that. What did you do at that meeting?
I had an interview with them, and they wanted to show me a photo of the tank and asked me if I could identify the tank, or I should say a photo of a tank, and asked me if I could identify the tank in the photo.
And is that at that trip before you met with them, is that when you viewed the interior of the tank?
Yes.
Okay, so you had viewed the interior of the tank in September, then you met with Detective Drewer and Detective Singleton, and they wanted to show you a photograph and then see if that was consistent with the tank that you had viewed. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And the photograph that they showed you was actually an enhanced photo, correct?
I'm not sure if it was or not. I know it was a photo that was on a device. It was from a body cam. I don't know if it was essentially a still photo or if it was a stop in the footage itself.
Do you remember them telling you that it was an enhanced photograph?
I don't remember them saying that, but it's possible that they did.
Would listening to your interview help refresh your memory?
It would.
Thank you. Ms. Saylor, would you go to GEE 03 at about 58 seconds? Did that help refresh your memory?
It did.
And it was an enhanced photograph, correct?
So they commented that they had enhanced it as much as they could.
Correct. And you have no reason to believe that they were lying to you and they said it was an enhanced photograph, right?
No.
And at that point, you looked at the photos taken by law enforcement, including the enhanced one, the body camera, your photos, and the actual tank, correct?
At that point, yes.
At that point, and you didn't issue any kind of an opinion that you thought that this was consistent, correct?
I believe my opinion during the interview that
yes.
you're referring to. Yeah, my opinion was that from what I had in front of me, I couldn't make a determination.
You could not make a determination. And that would have been, again, September 24th, 2024, correct?
That's correct.
Then you went back and viewed the tank a third time. Was that January 5th, 2026?
It was.
Why did you go back and view it a third time?
At that point in time, there was a question of if there was any other weld marks that might have been missed on the tank. I want to take a look to see possibly how the end cap might have been supported, if there was any marks, that sort of thing.
And so did you miss a weld mark when you had viewed the tank the prior two times?
I wouldn't say I missed a weld mark, but there was a weld mark outside of the repair weld that was on the tank.
And had you noted that there was this other weld mark on the tank?
I had not.
Now, when you went out in January, did anyone tell you what to look for? So give you any guidance?
As far as the weld mark
yes.
was noted? No.
Did anyone show you any still photographs, any body camera images, anything like that?
So while there, I'm trying to, I can look at my report.
Sure.
Trying to remember if that was the instance or if it was at a later date. But there was a time there with the tank that I was showed a still photo again of that same body cam footage while I was there with the tank.
So was that at that?
That's what I'm trying to.
Okay, sure, go take a look.
That was not at that time.
Okay, when was that time?
That would have been the, I believe the fourth time that I went out to look at the tank.
Was that in February?
I believe it was.
February of this year?
Correct.
February 2026?
Yes.
I'm going to get to that in a minute. Before we get to that final view of the tank, and that was the final view of the tank for you?
Yes.
You had talked about the welding machine that was in a photograph, the Miller?
Yes.
Do you know how many of those machines are sold?
I do not know exactly how many of those machines are sold.
Was that a surprise to you to see a welding machine like that? Something you'd never seen of before?
No.
It's a fairly common welding machine?
Yes.
When you were preparing your analysis and then for this case, did anyone show you a comparison of welds and ask you, okay, can you tell if the same person did this weld and this weld?
No, but I believe I was asked if you could tell if a specific person did a weld early on.
And what was your response to that?
No.
So it's not, you didn't do a weld lineup to see if you could match?
No.
Now, when you were talking with Mr. McCready and testifying, we were talking about the pallets and the cradle and things like that. You would agree with me, that's all speculation on your part, correct?
I wouldn't say if it's, I would say that's my opinion on how that would be done and how I would do it.
Sure, how you would do it, right? But you don't know that's how it was done, correct?
I do not know that's how it was done.
And so, for instance, when you were talking about a chain, you don't have a chain that you can say, this is the chain that was supposedly welded to the tank, correct?
No.
And you don't have a forklift or a pallet where you're like, okay, that was used as the cradle, right?
No.
Did anyone talk to you about, or say, could you use a chain? Something like that?
I believe I was asked how I would do it and specified that that's how I would do it.
Now, getting to the the February meeting. So you had viewed the tank in August of 2024. You had then viewed the tank again in January of 2026. In between that, you saw the tank in September of 2024, and that's when you were shown the enhanced photographs, correct?
Correct.
And so at no point, again, did you reach some sort of an opinion that there was this similarity between the two tanks that we're hearing about today, right?
No.
That came about at a meeting on February 9th, 2026, right?
Correct.
Who was in that meeting?
When I went to examine the tank?
Sure.
I believe both Mr. McCready and Detective Brewer were there.
So Mr. McCready and Detective Brewer were there. Are you aware the trial had actually started at that point in time?
No, ma'am.
And only on February 9th, 2026, did you then claim that now you could say there were consistencies between the two, to the point that you were going to be testifying to that in court, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
So you were asked a series of questions about precautions that you would take if you were going to cut open an anhydrous tank. I think you may have had 3, 4, 5, or 6. My question is, could you have could a person do that, cut open the anhydrous tank without taking those precautions?
Yes.
Okay. Could a person have cut open this particular anhydrous tank without using an abrasive wheel?
Yes.
Okay. What about the shards and all that? I mean, I'm not saying in general, I'm saying this particular tank.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt on how this particular tank was, the dome was removed off of the tank.
Okay.
It was with an abrasive wheel.
But we don't know whether the person used precautions when it came to the anhydrous that may or may not have been in there.
No.
Okay, but they could have done it without any precautions whatsoever in that regard.
Objection, asked and answered, and speculation.
I do agree that it's been asked.
Thank you. Yes, I agree too. Last thing is, I may have misheard, but I think Ms. Chartier asked you something about being hired. Have you been hired in this case at all?
No, I have not.
Have you received any money at all?
No.
Okay, and you spent how many hours, do you think, doing evaluations and writing your reports?
Probably upwards of 30.
Thank you. When we met, or when you met with Detective Dreer and Singleton, did any of us ever tell you what to say?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Can you approach? Yeah. Actually, I don't need to. I'm sorry. I think I'd like to keep Mr. Schmidt under subpoena just in case tomorrow there are questions. Okay.
Tomorrow there are questions.
You're back on record in file 24-21841-FC, People versus Dale Warner, and we are ready to resume with our jury trial this morning. Is there anything we need to address on the record before we bring more jurors in?
Your Honor, I'd just like to place some additional stipulations on the record. We would stipulate to People's Exhibits 88 and 89, Exhibits 187 through 193, 221, 250, 236, 226, and then People's Exhibits 199 through 203 and Exhibit 253 were admitted. Well, those were subject to defense's objection, but those are the lab reports regarding paint samples and fingerprint analysis, Your Honor.
Is that all accurate?
That's correct. The lab reports we've already objected to.
That is our last witness for today. Is that accurate?
Thank you.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So those exhibits will all right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be releasing you shortly. Tomorrow will be a little bit different than normal. We are going to be doing a view of some premises and some other things. It's also a Wednesday, so I have my Wednesday morning docket that will go until 10:30. So we'll try to get started at 10:30, but we won't be doing anything in the courtroom. We get to go on a field trip. So I do have an instruction to read to you regarding that. We will be letting you see the anhydrous ammonia tank where Ms. Warner was discovered, the Warner's Munger Road home and property, and the Paragon Road property, only to help you understand the evidence that has been and is presented in court. You must not consider anything you learn from seeing the tank and properties that was not covered by the evidence admitted in the trial. We will be conducting these site visits tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please arrive at your normal meeting spot around 10 a.m. We will provide transportation to the premises and returning to the judicial building, and we will also provide you with a lunch. The properties are likely to be muddy, and it's my understanding we may get some snow tonight, so you may want to wear boots and casual clothing and dress for the weather. We will not be spending any time in the courtroom tomorrow. Neither myself nor the attorneys are permitted to speak with you while you are outside the courtroom, as there will not be any court recorder with us. There will be a Michigan State Trooper leading you through the property, but he cannot answer any questions. You will be permitted to bring your notepads and maps. You may not discuss the case with your fellow jurors or anyone else during the site visit. You may not take any photographs or videos with your personal devices. If you have any questions about the logistics of the premises visit, if you know them now, you can write them down now and pass them to the bailiff. Other than that, during the trial, please do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence that you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the attorneys must have the ability to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that could unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both parties, both sides, you must follow this instruction. Okay, we will see you tomorrow morning. Good morning.
And day 9 is starting right now. Let's do it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Day 9.
With our jury trial this morning, is there anything we need to address on the record before we bring our jurors in?
Your Honor, I'd just like to place some additional stipulations on the record. We would stipulate to People's Exhibits 88 and 89, Exhibits 187 through 193, 221, 250, 236, 239, 226, and then People's Exhibits 199 through 203 and Exhibit 253 were admitted. Well, those were subject to defense's objection, but those are the lab reports regarding paint samples and fingerprint analysis, Your Honor.
All right, is that all accurate, Ms. Sherry?
That's correct. The lab reports we've already objected to, and I believe the court has already ruled that those are coming in. Thank you.
Okay. So those exhibits will all be admitted, 199 through 203 and 253, over the defendant's objection as noted in this court's previously. Are we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is day 9. Basically, this is what happened on day 8. 2 minutes, really quickly. They just went to some places. We'll see where they went. This is a 2 minutes of the jurors' sites. Day 8 was this.
Jurors in the Dale Warner murder trial took a road trip out of the courtroom today, and Dale Warner was there. They visited 3 sites connected to the murder of Dee Warner. Her husband, Dale, is accused of murdering her in 2021 and then welding her inside of a fertilizer tank. Melissa Andrews is in Tipton with what the jurors got to see today.
Well, jurors really got an in-person lay of the land look at all of the things they've been hearing about for the past few weeks, starting with the tank where Dee Warner's body was found. We're told that this tank is being kept at a secure location. Jurors went there before coming to Dee and Dale Warner's home here on Munger Road in Tipton. We know that the jury stayed here for about 30 minutes. They first seemed to look at the back of Dee and Dale Warner's home, where you'll remember her nephew, Parker Hardy, said that he saw a front loader pulled right up to the back porch just a day after Dee Warner went missing, or if not that very day. We know that the jurors also spent a few minutes inside the Warner home. They were then led out by Michigan State Police to what we believe to be the old shop. That is a red barn that you're seeing there in the distance. And then a couple jurors, they all actually walked back towards some anhydrous tanks, and then a few went off on their own. I would say about 3 to 4 jurors walked to the rear of the property behind some semis and some anhydrous ammonia tanks to where there were some other tanks sitting out by themselves. They then started walking to another barn at the center of the property, and then to a shop, and finally to the office location where Dee and Dale Warner operated their businesses. I did see they were here on 2 minibuses accompanied by many Michigan State Police and Lenawee County Sheriff's deputies. They were instructed by the judge yesterday. They were not allowed to answer questions, and they were not allowed to talk with one another about what they saw. We're back in court tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. For now, reporting in Tipton, Melissa Andrews, WTOL 11.
Mel, thank you. You can catch all the coverage of the Dale Warner murder trial on WTOL 11 Plus. Just download WTOL 11 Plus on your TV and watch for free.
The Dale Warner murder trial continued today in Lenawee County. But the jurors, attorneys, judge, and Dale Warner were outside of the courtroom. Melissa Andrews explains from Tipton, Michigan.
Day 8 of the Dale Warner murder trial got jurors out of the courtroom and onto several sites that are pertinent to this story and this trial, the life and marriage, the businesses of Dee and Dale Warner, and ultimately Dee Warner's death. The trip started out on 2 minibuses for jurors this morning. First, they went to see the tank where Dee Warner was found in this barn just behind me. I'll get to that in a moment. So they went to see the tank. It's at a safe location, a secure location. They visited that. Then they had lunch on the buses, and then they headed to Dee and Dale Warner's home on Munger Road. That street was completely blocked off so the jurors could have privacy. Dale Warner was also there, all of the attorneys and the judge, as well as several Michigan State Police representatives and the sheriff's office. Jurors stayed on that property for about 30 minutes. They did go inside the home and they looked around several of the buildings that they've heard so much about over the last several weeks. They then came here to Paragon Road, where Dee Warner's body was found in a tank very similar to the ones behind me in this barn. They stayed here for about 7 minutes looking at this area and ended their day there. They are going to be back in the courtroom tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., where we will continue with more witnesses on day 9 in this trial. Reporting in Tipton, Michigan, Melissa Andrews, WTOL 11.
It is day 7 of testimony in the Dale Warner murder trial. I'm Melissa Andrews, a crime and investigative reporter covering this case. Dale Warner is accused of murdering his wife, Dee, in 2021 and then welding her inside an anhydrous tank where she was found 3 years later. I think this was our most productive day in court by far in terms of how many witnesses we got through and a lack of powwows in the back. We got through 6 witnesses today. So I'm going to divide this into morning and afternoon because these videos are getting really long and difficult to upload. So we started off this.
And we're back. So that was a day 8 recap. We'll watch that another time. A day 7 recap. Let's just start day 9. It says 7 hours, but I think there's going to be lots of breaks here too, just like the other one. So let's start now. So day 9 is starting now. Day 8, the jurors went and visited a bunch of sites, right? I'll recap that again after this, so, or the beginning of the next one. So day 9, Dale Warner trial.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
And it's loading. We double check. 1 second, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Trooper Jack Taeff.
If you raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. You can go ahead and make this.
Morning. Morning. Please tell us your name and spell it for the record.
Jack Taeff, Jacktteaff.
Okay, and I need you to speak up just a little bit. Great. Where do you work?
Michigan State Police.
And how long have you worked for the state police?
Approximately 25 and a half years.
Back in April of 2021, what was your position with the state police?
At that time, I was a canine handler.
What is a canine handler?
We run dogs for certain types of calls.
And what would be some of those types of calls?
That time I had a tracking narcotic dog. So tracking narcotics, we go out looking for articles, missing persons, wanted people, building searches, tracking. So some of the basic searches that we do.
Okay. And have you had a different kind of dog when you've been a canine handler with the Michigan State Police other than a narcotic tracking dog?
Yeah, at one point toward the later part of my canine career, I did also have a cadaver dog.
What is a cadaver dog?
Cadaver dog, basically their main purpose, it's a single purpose dog, basically looking for blood, bone, or tissue.
Okay. And how long did you have a cadaver dog?
Cadaver dog was just a little under a year.
On April 27th, Tuesday, April 27th, 2021, were you asked to come to the Munger farm?
Yes.
Do you know what time you arrived?
The 27th is approximately 12:45.
Okay. And do you remember who asked you to come to the Munger farm?
Detective Greca.
When you got there, you brought your dog?
Correct.
Okay. And what was the purpose that you understood you were there for?
It was a missing person. So we're going to be looking for a body.
Okay. So you're going to use your dog to look for a body?
Correct.
All right. And once you got there at 12:45, did you begin looking around with your dog?
Not when I initially got there, no.
Okay. Were you waiting for something in particular?
Yes. When I got there, I spoke with Detective Greca, got a little bit on the case, and at that time I requested a cadaver dog.
Okay. All right. So then you had to wait for the cadaver dog to arrive?
Correct.
And why did you request a cadaver dog?
Just because cadaver dogs a little bit more extensively, they can search on that blood, bone, and tissue. So they give positive indication for human remains. So, and they can search a little bit further if a body has been buried or if it's traces amount of blood or bone that have been left behind in a crime scene. Even after somebody had cleaned it up, the dogs can smell that.
Okay. At some point after you arrived, were you present when there was a conversation between Detective Greca and Dale Warner?
Yes.
Okay. And did that conversation involve the cadaver dog?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us what was said in front of the defendant regarding that cadaver dog?
At that point, Detective Greca asked me how long the cadaver dog was going to be or how far out he was from arriving on the scene. And then at that point, I had text that trooper and he didn't answer. So that's what I relayed to Detective Greca.
Okay. And how far away was Dale from you and Detective Greca when this conversation took place?
A few feet. It wasn't very, we were close.
From you and to me or closer?
Closer. More like me to the judge.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Did you ever do any searching at that point in time on Tuesday? You said between 12:45 and whenever you left. Did you do any searching at that point in time?
That initial day, I did do searching while we were waiting for the other dog.
Okay. And what were you able to search during that time?
At that point, I believe I searched the fertilizer barn, which is a dry fertilizer barn. And then I began searching toward the back of the property, began walking toward, they had some trucks parked out there. So I began walking back toward those vehicles. And at that point, I was advised consent was revoked, so I had to stop searching.
Okay. Now, do you distinguish between the dry fertilizer barn and what has been called the spray barn? Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever go in the spray barn at that point in time?
Not with a dog. I was never in there with a dog.
Okay. Did you return later that Tuesday, April 27th?
Yes.
Approximately what time was that?
I don't recall when I returned that night.
Do you remember if it was daylight, dusk, dark?
It was dark.
Okay. And did you search the spray barn when you returned at dark?
No, we did not.
Do you remember why not?
I don't recall. Normally, when we do a search, we'll refer to the OIC, the officer that's in charge of the case. So we are specifically there for them. So whatever they want us to search, that's what we search. We may give suggestions at the time or when we're on scene, but we're just basically there to do what they want us to do.
Okay. And what was your understanding? Who was in charge of the search Tuesday night?
Detective Greca.
Now, do you know the sensitivity, for lack of a better term, of what a cadaver dog can and cannot detect? If I were to ask you a question about could the dog have detected a certain thing, are you able to answer that type of question?
Yes.
Okay. So if there had been a body wrapped inside of a tarp, welded inside an anhydrous tank, do you believe that the cadaver dog would have been able to smell that?
No.
Why not?
So, like I said, the cadaver dog, blood, bone, and tissue. So they have to be able to smell that. If it's sealed inside a container, unless there was some type of blood spatter on the outside of that container, or then the dog wouldn't have been able to smell that.
Okay. All right. Now, on Thursday, April 29th, were you back at the Munger farm?
Yes.
And was that again at Detective Greca's request?
Correct.
Do you remember having an exchange with the defendant on the back porch of the Munger house?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna play People's 216, the first about 30 seconds.
Not a mac and cheese guy, but listen.
Just gonna pause it right there. Do you recognize the person coming up the steps?
Yes, I do.
Who is it?
That handsome fellow is myself.
And the person who's got his hands in his pockets, that you kind of on the upper step, do you know who that was?
Yes.
Who?
That's Dale Warner.
Okay.
2 minutes out yesterday. The building, and he's just gonna show you too if you wanted to, but it's the far east building is a chemical one, it's just whatever.
But it's all insecticide and fungicides.
Sure.
I just didn't want you to take the dog in there because the floor is still covered with it, no soap up 3 feet. We lost one of our shutters.
What you get? Or if you had this or whatever. And then,
Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
Did you go into the barn, the spray barn I'm talking about now, on Thursday, the 29th with the dog?
With the dog, I did not.
Okay. And if you had, was that because you were warned about the chemicals?
No.
Okay. You weren't concerned about that?
I was not.
So why didn't you go in the barn on the 29th then?
I don't recall why I didn't go in the barn, if they didn't want us to search it or they were waiting on a cadaver dog. I remember looking inside that barn at one point. It's a pretty wide open, barn, and there wasn't really anything in it except some cylinders that I recall, like up and down vertical type cylinders that probably contained pesticides. So at that point, it would be more for the cadaver dog than my dog.
Okay. And did you ever see the cadaver dog go in there on Thursday, the 29th?
I did not.
All right, and you know you didn't.
I know I did not.
All right, great, thank you.
Good morning. Is it Trooper Taeff?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. I wanted to make sure I pronounced it correctly. My name is Mary Chartier. I represent Dale Warner. I have some questions for you this morning, and a lot of them involve dogs, which I love, so it's a great topic. So how long were you or are you a canine handler, canine officer?
I was a canine handler approximately 8.5 years.
And do the dogs live with you? So are they with you kind of 24/7, or how does that work?
Correct. You're on call 24/7, so you have the dog with you 24/7 for response time.
So the dog that you had, I was a little confused on April 27th. The dog that you brought was not a cadaver dog. Is that correct?
Correct.
It was a narcotics tracking dog?
A narcotic and tracking dog is what they call a dual purpose dog. So it can do two functions. It can search for tracks, and it also search for, narcotics.
So when you say track, what do you mean by that?
If someone runs on foot, as I was telling before, so if a person runs on foot, the dog can track them based on, two things. One, ecological odor, which is basically the disturbance of the ground. So the breaking of the grass blades, disturbance of the dirt, rock, and then also your body. So you can't see it, but your body is constantly losing like dead skin cells, and it has an odor. So if you can picture two bodies passing in a hallway, when those two bodies pass, then eventually a couple seconds later, you'll catch the odor of that person, whether pleasant or not, but you will catch an odor of it, and you can smell that. So that you can't see it, but it's there, and that's what's constantly falling off your body. So combination of the ecological odor and then your body odor is what the dogs will track.
So the dog that you brought, again, fair to say you weren't really interested in narcotics, but you were trying to see if your dog could get a scent of Ms. Warner.
Correct. So that dog can also find a body, whether dead or alive. We go on missing persons calls all the time. So, the dogs can find a missing person.
So what's your dog's name? What was the dog's name at the time?
At the time, that dog's name was Havoc.
Havoc? Okay. Was he a little boisterous? Is that why, or just was the name?
Just the name.
Okay. So Havoc could, while theoretically or technically a narcotics and tracking dog, could have picked up the scent of a body, blood, bone, that sort of thing as well?
He would have picked up the odor of the body, yes. So looking for the blood, bone, or tissue, those are specific to the cadaver dog. So that's why I had called for the cadaver dog in that, because it can find, and his indications are, for trace amounts of that.
So Havoc could track or find a body. The cadaver dog that you called for is even more nuanced, so to speak, so could find trace amounts of blood, bone. You said a body buried, correct?
Correct.
And is it accurate that dogs are just significantly better smellers than people?
That is correct.
So do you know how many scent receptors dogs have versus people?
I was a little more into it at the time, but I had since forgot.
Okay. So significantly more,
They
right?
are significantly more, yes.
And that's why dogs are so beneficial to law enforcement, because they can sense things, pick up the scent that people cannot.
Correct.
And the dog that you used, Havoc, and the cadaver dogs, those are trained dogs. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Are you involved in the training, or is someone else?
No, we're involved as well.
And then do they have to pass a test before they can kind of become law enforcement dogs?
Yes, we have evaluations that the dogs have to go through to stay in service.
Now, how long for a cadaver dog, or Havoc as well? So is it fair to say that they could pick up a scent, a cadaver dog, years later?
Correct.
And do you know how many years?
Every dog is different, but they can hit on the bone. So, as long as the bone's there, as long as they have human remains to locate, the dogs can find them.
Now, so you went there with Havoc, did the cadaver dog on April 27th also show up? So if we talk about, there are two parts that you were there, sort of afternoon and then early evening. Did the cadaver dog show up at the earlier part?
No, the cadaver dog did not.
Did the cadaver dog come in the later part, the second part?
Correct. In the evening, the cadaver dog showed up.
Now, can a cadaver dog differentiate between human remains and animal remains?
Yes.
So you don't have to worry about anything like that
No.
in terms of it digging up a squirrel and then always hitting on that.
Correct. So I had a dead deer hit by my house, and I ran him on that, no indication. Let it decay, different parts of decay, ran him on it, no indication. So it's kind of a fool way, and then set up bone, different area. I'll go hit on the bone, but he won't hit on the dead animal.
So they're that sensitive.
Correct.
Now, they can smell scents, it sounds like underground, you indicated buried, right?
Correct.
Now, you said that it could not pick up the scent if it were sealed in a container. Is that accurate? When Mr. McCready asked you that question?
Correct.
So I want to break that down a little bit. So if a body is moved from location 1 to location 2, and so that body in location 1, would a dog be able to hit on the scent in location 1?
If there were human remains for the dog to indicate on, then he could locate it. But if there's no human remains, then no.
So there has to be, it's not just the scent, there has to be blood or tissue, something like that?
Blood, bone, or tissue, the cadaver dog is what they can hit on. So there has to be some type of human remains there, the blood, bone, or tissue for the dog to give an indication.
So if the body is wrapped in a tarp, would that prevent the dog from hitting on it? The tarp itself, like, is that so thick that a dog couldn't find that scent?
You're gonna have to give me a little bit more. Is this in the container or is this outside the
Outside the container. So I just want to break this down. So dog could hit on the body. We agree on that, correct? So if there was a body in a location. A dog could hit on blood, bone, or tissue if there was anything left, correct?
Correct.
If the body was wrapped in a tarp, could the dog hit on that?
Yes. Outside of that container.
Yes.
Yeah. Either cadaver or my narcotic tracking dog can locate that body.
Okay, so the tracking dog or the cadaver dog could hit on that. Now, you said if it was sealed in a container, suppose there were slight gaps or holes in that container. So you've got blood, body, tissue, bone in a container with slight gaps or slight holes. Would the dog be able to hit on that?
So what I'll tell you with that is that if there was you're in anhydrous ammonia container, which so if we were searching somewhere around that, and I wouldn't let my dog probably go near that unless he was taking me over there. So I would kind of avoid that just because the odor could kill the dog. I wouldn't let him sniff any hole on it. I wouldn't let him sniff any valve or anything like that for the fact that it would kill my dog. So unless, like I said, my dog was pulling me over toward that container, and I would, with tension on the line, cautiously let him approach that, but I would not let him sniff any seam or anything like that in that type of container.
But imagine there's not anhydrous ammonia in the tank. So let's imagine that. And it's in a tank and there are little gaps or holes in it. Would your dog, so again, we're taking out the ammonia, would your dog be able to hit on that?
If it was a fresh container, is that what you're talking about, with nothing ever in it?
Correct.
Something like that, and there was gaps, seals, holes, something like that, there was potential, yes, for that dog to hit on that if I directed him to search those seams.
How far away does the dog have to be? So you said if your dog is pulling you. So I imagine if you are walking in a field and the dog hits on a scent, it may sort of pull you the same way when we have untrained dogs, they do that, right? So it doesn't walk nicely. It kind of pulls you in that direction.
Correct.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And that's depending on the dog as well.
Okay. So are some dogs more obedient in that regard?
Not obedient, but they are just a little bit different when it comes to when they get an odor. Some dogs directly to it, some dogs bracket a little bit more, and a lot of other factors to play on the weather, the wind, how strong that is.
You said bracket a little bit more. What do you mean by that?
So you'll have, when a dog comes into odor, you'll have what you, if you could picture like a scent cone So if the wind is going this way and that dog is coming, he comes into that odor, he catches it, or if the wind would be coming more like this. Okay, once the dog comes into that, if the wind's coming this way, you'll notice a behavior change in the dog, either head come up, then he'll start to bracket back and forth, and he'll take you right to the source or the body or whatever he's searching for. He'll take you right to it. So he'll bracket back and forth inside. Once he comes into the odor, he'll start searching. If he goes out, he'll bracket back, bracket back. So until he takes you to it. So the more or the stronger the wind is, the easier it is for the dog to, take you to it. So you just have to get a little bit closer to it if there's no wind.
How far away? So will the dog be able to start picking up on that scent?
Depends on the dog. And like I said, depends on a lot of other factors involved in the wind and the weather.
Can you give us a range? So is it 2 yards to 200 yards, or what are we talking about?
Like I said, every dog is different. It all depends on the and even the person, if they're like how long they've been deceased, like how bad the odor is versus if it's someone fresh or if they're still alive. Like I said, a lot of those factors come into play when you're searching for a dead body.
So you can't give us a sort of an inside outside, even wide range.
Like I said, it all depends on, like I said, those, I've had dogs take me from, quite a ways away. But, those distances I never measured, I guess.
So what's quite a ways? So were you talking a football field, 2 football fields?
I wouldn't say 2 football fields. I've ever had one, but at least half.
Okay. And when you're using your tracking dog or your cadaver dog, are they also going to pick up on clothing items or something of mine, right? So if my jacket is there or a bag or something that would potentially have my scent on it.
So narcotic and tracking dog, they're also trained in article searches. So anything that's been touched by a human. I've been on a track before where a guy took off his belt and left it, and the dog located the belt. They'll give so for finding an article of property, the dog will give a down response. So he'll find it, go down, and he'll stay right with the item until he's looking for a reward. So once he finds it, he works for a Kong or a ball. But so along that track, if he locates property, anything that's been touched by a human that has human odor on it, he can find. So they can find something like that.
So Habit could do that as well as the cadaver dog that was later brought to the property?
Unless there's some type of blood, bone, or tissue, the cadaver dog won't give a positive response on it.
Okay, so the cadaver dog won't, but your dog would?
The narcotic tracking dog would, yes.
And can the dog pick up, either the tracking dog or the cadaver dog, a smell? So if there's a scent in the air, would either of them alert? So if a body is moved from location A to location B, would they at all pick up that scent, either in the air, on the ground, anything like that?
Would they pick up human remains? Is that what you're asking?
Just the scent. So tracking dog, you're saying it can pick up on, like, for instance, a belt. So let's say a body is moved from location A to location B. Would it pick up on that scent?
It wouldn't pick up on the location, no.
No. So is my question clear? Because you look a little confused by it, and it might be the wording of my question.
I'm trying to understand it, but I think you're saying location A to B, if someone were just to move a body, would the dog indicate on that location? But if there's no human remains there for the cadaver dog to locate, then he's not going to give any type of indication. If the narcotic tracking dog, if there's no odor for their
cadaver dog won't,
smell,
but your dog would.
He's not going to give any type of response. They need a body.
What about if someone had been in a car? So for instance, if I'd been in a car, I'd moved from point A to point B, and then I got out of the car. Would it hit on my car?
No.
Okay. Only if there was blood, bone, or tissue, or an article of my clothing. Is that accurate?
For what dog are we talking about?
Either dog.
So blood, bone, or tissue, cadaver dog. If it's something that's recently been touched, then yes, my dog can locate that, any type of article or property.
Okay, so what's recently been touched?
I recently touched this water bottle.
right? No, I know you did. But what's a time frame for you? So is that 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour? What's recently?
And that goes back to every dog is different. Some of those, and it depends on how you train them as well. So, you know, the first you do fresh items, and then you kind of can further that as well in the training with the dog. So, so if you take something like a cell phone is constantly, you're touching it, swiping it, it's against your face all the time. That has a ton of odor on it. That can be a little while, maybe a day or two, and that dog can still find that. So the longer something is out in the elements, water, snow, rain, stuff like that washes away odor. So if it's something like that, then it's been weathered, it's going to be less and less time. But if it's something that's preserved, like I said, it's something like a cell phone that is, you know, has a ton of odor, is constantly touched, then, you know, dogs can, it can be a couple days, but they can still find something like that.
Thank you. And then you talked about the blood, bone, and tissue. Is it accurate to say a dog could pick up on blood that we might not even see, just like a little eyedropper amount?
Correct.
Now, if items have been washed, clothing, could they still pick up a scent on that? Either cadaver or tracking?
The tracking dog is not going to indicate on anything like that. The cadaver dog, it'd be hard to say.
So I want to move to the searches that you did. So on April 27th, 2021, you and Havoc arrive on the Munger Road property. You had indicated, so we're talking about kind of early afternoon, roughly. Is that accurate?
The first time I got there, correct, yes.
Was Havoc the only dog there? I know you said a cadaver dog was coming, but was Havoc the only dog?
Yes, that was the only dog there at the time.
And you said you searched inside the fertilizer barn and the back of the property, correct?
No, I searched inside the fertilizer barn. I started to move toward the back of the property, and then the consent was revoked.
Now, you said you did not go in the spray barn with a dog. Did you go in yourself at that time?
I don't recall if I went in at that time. I was at that property numerous times, but I don't recall at what point I was in that barn.
But at some point you were.
But at some point I was in that barn.
Now, you then, again, you said you returned to the property at dark with Havoc, the dog?
Correct, yeah, he was always with me.
Okay, so he's always with you. Sort of like your partner, is that accurate? Okay. And then cadaver dogs were brought at that point?
Yes, yeah.
Do you remember how many?
Just one.
Just one. And then barns and offices were searched, correct?
Correct.
And nothing was located during the search?
Correct.
Now, you also participated in other searches as well with Havoc, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember all the dates?
I do not.
Okay, so if you need assistance, we have reports to help you. May 19th, 2021, does that sound accurate that you and Havoc were involved in a search on that date?
It's not familiar, but not to say I didn't.
Okay, so why don't we show you, would looking at a report refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Saylor. Did that refresh your memory on the date, or are you still reading?
I'm still reading.
Okay.
I was
If
looking
you
for
look at the first big paragraph under description of request, that will have the date. And then your name shows up in the second paragraph.
Did that refresh your memory on the date?
Yes,
So it looks like you were involved on a search on May 19th, 2021, along with your dog, correct?
I was there. I didn't say I searched anything.
So it says, well, let me ask you this. Why would you be there with your dog if you weren't searching anything?
So in that time, Lenawee County, which is the area I'm responsible for, Monroe and Lenawee County mainly. So anytime any type of canine search would go on in that area, I would be there just to assist the other canine handler. If, like I said, specifically the canine dog or handler we were using there, then I would basically be there to assist him. So like dogs, handlers are territorial as well.
Okay. So someone else was there with their dog, or multiple people with their dogs. Do you remember?
Well, it doesn't specifically say, I mean, it said I was there, but it doesn't necessarily say that I searched anything.
Right. So if you're there, you said you might not have searched, but you might be there helping someone else with their dog, kind of overseeing that. Is that accurate?
Correct. So Trooper Bozak was he had the cadaver dog, so I would be there helping him.
Okay. So helping him how? Do you walk with him at that time? Do you kind of give him ideas?
So what you do if they give you an area to search, you just go out and look for, well, first you'd ask the officer in charge, maybe if there's a specific location that he wants us to search or an area that had, perked his interest that he might want us to go check out. So at that point, we'd go look at it. And then if there was, so if we're looking at, for instance, if it's an area, they think it's buried. So, we can use a probe, which is like a metal rod. You stick into the ground, you kind of work it in a circular motion to kind of push down deeper into the earth. So kind of opens up like a wide cone down to where you want to get to search. And that helps that odor. And you'd give it a break for a while, maybe half hour or so, and just let some of that odor kind of creep out from that area that you probed. And then so the dogs can smell a little bit deeper down into the earth. So that's one way you can assist.
So on May 19th, 2021, you don't recall searching with your dog, but it sounds like you were on the scene. You would agree with me with that?
Correct.
And it sounds like there was another trooper with his dog.
Correct.
Do you know if it was only one trooper with a dog or multiple?
As far as I know, and what looks like what the report indicates, it was just him and I with the ones with the dogs.
And the Warner farm was searched, correct?
That day, I don't know if it was the Warner Farms.
So if you take a look on the third paragraph, so to be clear, a farm was searched, correct?
Went to a farm location, so this could be, there's an area off of, I don't recall the location, but there was an area that was just basically where cows were held and manure pits. So it could have been that area.
Okay.
But it doesn't give an exact location, so it's kind of hard for me to remember what.
Is it fair to say that it would be some farm or property in some way associated with Mr. Warner?
Correct.
You weren't just randomly searching farms,
Farms,
right? Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you also searched Warner family members' home? You wanted
I have been to some houses, but I don't remember exactly which ones.
If you want to take a look, last paragraph, first sentence. No, I'm sorry, on the front page.
First sentence.
So a family member of Mr. Warner home was searched?
Correct.
And then also the Warner household, correct? That's the last line on that front page.
Correct.
Thank you. And to be fair, no property was found, anything like that. Ms. Warner's body wasn't found, correct?
correct. No, nothing was seized that I recall.
Thank you. Now, we've got other reports as well if you need to refresh your memory. So it looks like you were involved in a search on May 25th, 2022. Does that ring a bell, or would you like to look at that report?
I need a report, please.
Okay. Ms. Saylor, I think you might be getting your steps in today, so.
Yep.
The date is the very first line of the very first paragraph.
Okay.
May 25th, 2022, you were involved in a search, correct? Or 2022, correct?
May 25th, 2022, correct.
Did you bring your dog, or were you there assisting someone else with a cadaver dog?
I didn't read that into the entirety, but if I was there, I had brought my dog, but at that point, excuse me, Sergeant Yount was there. So he had a cadaver dog, so we'd have been using his dog.
Jameson, the cadaver dog?
Jameson, correct.
Okay, so it indicated that Jameson, the cadaver dog, was there. You don't dispute that?
I don't dispute that.
Thank you. And another family member's home was searched of Mr. Warner, correct?
Correct.
And nothing was seized there, correct? Thank you. Now, on October 11th, 2021, so we're going back in time, there was also another search that you were involved in.
Okay.
Would you like to see that report?
Yes.
The date is in the first paragraph. That date is October 11th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated, so Sergeant, is it Yount?
Yount.
Yount? Okay, Yount, he has a cadaver dog?
Correct.
And Trooper Bozick has a cadaver dog?
Correct.
And it indicates that you met with both of those people on that date, accurate?
Accurate.
Okay, terrific. And then they searched the Warner home again?
I didn't get that far.
Okay, oh, sorry. Okay, I'll let you finish reading. How about that?
Okay.
Okay, so it looks like, again, Sergeant Yount, Trooper Bozick, and you were there, and as well as a dog named Dexter, the cadaver dog. Is that, whose dog is that?
Bozak's.
Bozak's, okay. So it looks like the home was searched again,
It does look like that.
even though it had been searched before, the FBI wanted another search, correct?
Correct.
And then the farm itself was searched again?
Correct.
And then as well as some corn and soybean fields, correct?
That is correct.
And nothing was found, no evidence was seized, right?
Correct.
So then we go to October 28th, 2021. Would you like to take a look at that report?
I would.
Okay, thank you.
$17.41. Are you sure it's Estrada? Hey, Janet, is it Estrada? I'm sorry, I think it's at 5618. What is 5618? It was at timestamp 5532. What does that mean? Is this thing timestamped or something?
So October 28, 2021, there was another search of a cornfield
Yes,
and nothing was seized, no alerts, nothing was hit on, correct?
correct.
We only have a few more, but Ms. Saylor is ready to go. So back to 2022, June 2nd, 2022, there was a search and no alert. Would you like to see that report?
Yes.
Oh, it's behind her house? Okay. The hell is this thing?
June 2nd, 2022, there was a search around a lake area.
Correct.
Nothing seized, nothing was hit on, correct?
Correct.
And then May 2nd, 2023, Ms. Saylor? The date is at the top.
I'm familiar with these reports.
Okay, I was going to say a little bit of a different format from what you've been looking at. Here, there were 3 K9 teams searching on that date, correct?
Correct.
In multiple locations?
Correct.
Nothing hit or seized on, correct?
Correct.
And then are there other searches that you think that you were involved in that I didn't reference?
There could have been.
There could have been, but fair to say nothing was hit on or seized, correct?
Correct.
And then finally, you talked about on April 29th, 2021, you didn't have a dog go into the load barn, which the one that had the big vertical cylinders, correct? Because you said there were chemicals.
You're referring to the chemical spray barn?
Sure. It's called different things by different people, spray barn, load barn. So however you refer to it, that what we're calling building 7 in this courtroom, which I know you don't know.
I don't know.
So, but that's the one with the big vertical cylinders.
Okay, correct.
You'd
yeah.
agree.
Yeah.
Could you put on boots on your dog if you had wanted them to go search in there?
I would have just took them in there if I wanted them to search in there.
Okay, if you had wanted to. So if you had wanted them to search in there, you could have, and you said the barn doors were wide open so you could see inside.
The day I went there, I don't know what day that was.
Well, in responding to Mr. McCready about April 29th, 2021, you said you didn't have a dog go in the barn because of chemicals. Was I wrong about that date?
That's not what I said, no.
Okay, so tell me what you said then.
Give me the question again, please.
Sure. So on April 29th, 2021, did you search inside the load barn?
I did not search inside.
Why not?
Like I said, we search whatever they want us to search.
Who's they?
The OIC, the officer in charge, as I referred to before. They'll tell us what they want us to search.
Sure. And just to be clear, who was the officer in charge?
Greca.
Okay.
Greca.
So sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So we go off what they want us to search. Now sometimes they come with us, sometimes they don't. So for whatever reason, we didn't go in that spray barn that day.
So when you say for whatever reason, are you meaning you don't know Detective Greca's reason?
Correct. I don't remember. I don't recall if he specifically told us or excluded that barn or that spray barn from our search, or because we'll meet with Detective Greca or the OIC and we'll have them go over what they want us to search. So I don't know if that one was left out from the search or we just didn't go in there. That I don't recall.
Okay, so you don't remember for April 29th, 2021, if he told you not to go in, or he told you when he was giving the list of places to go in, just omitted that?
Correct.
Is that accurate?
I don't recall that.
Okay, you just know you didn't walk inside with your dog.
Correct.
But on April 27th, 2021, you also know you didn't walk inside with your dog. Is that correct? But you yourself either walked inside or looked in at the very least. Is that accurate?
At some point.
On one of those days?
Not one of those. Someday, at some time, I had walked in that barn. I just don't know when I had walked in that barn.
Okay. So to be clear, dog did not go in on the 27th or the 29th of April, 2021.
Correct.
And then you did go in the barn at some point, but you don't think it's one of those days. You think maybe at a later time when you were on the property?
So I don't recall when I went in that barn.
Okay.
Whether if I did or if I did not go in one of those days. At some point during this search, multiple year search, I had went in that barn. I just don't recall when it was.
Okay. So it could have been April 27th. It could have been April 29th, or it could have been another date that you just don't remember.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No additional questions.
So you think there could have been searches that you participated in that neither I nor Ms. Chartier has mentioned. Is that correct?
I don't know. There could have been. We had been about there, numerous times at different locations. But nothing. We never found anything.
Okay. And is it your testimony that never in any of those searches did you yourself take Havoc or see another canine handler take their dog up to an anhydrous tank? Is that your testimony?
That is correct.
Okay. And you were asked if the tank had holes in it, and a body was inside, could the cadaver dog have smelled it? And I want to be specific. If the tank had one or two or maybe three pinhole size holes in it that had been painted over, would the cadaver dog have been able to hit on that if there had been body inside?
Probably not. I would say no, that the dog would not have been able to locate that.
Okay. And I believe you testified that at some point you went inside the Munger house. Did I hear you correctly? With the dog, with Havoc?
I don't recall if I was ever in there with Havoc.
Okay.
I have been in the house, but I don't recall if I ever had my dog in there.
Okay. If you're having Havoc search for like articles, like you said, a cell phone, other articles of clothing, what if they were underground, would Havoc been able to find them?
No.
If they were underwater, would he have been able to find them?
No.
And again, does the same apply with rain? You said that rain washes that away. If it had rained on those items and they weren't either underground or underwater, what would his success have been?
Yeah, the longer any type of article has been out in the weather, like I said, missing person, but it's been out there for months or years, then all the human odor is going to be off it, and then Havoc wouldn't have found anything like that.
Okay. And you said that the dogs, both the tracking dog and the cadaver dog, can smell things that are underground. Is that correct?
So the tracking narcotic dog isn't going to find anything that's buried, but so tracking narcotic dog, if you cover something up with some leaves or somebody's hiding under a tarp or something big like that, then on the surface, someone's hiding in a tree, my tracking narcotic dog can find it. If it's buried beneath the surface, then the tracking narcotic dog isn't going to find it, but potential that the cadaver dog would.
Okay. And so for the cadaver dog, I think you said in order for the cadaver dog to smell something underground, you've got to aerate the ground. Is that accurate?
It helps the dog with odor if you penetrate the ground. We probe it and then, like I said, let it air out for a little bit. Some of that odor, if it's to seep out, then we'll run the dog on those areas, run them other areas, and then just kind of gradually bring them over into that area, just so we're not directly, pointing to that area and have them search it. But in our search, we'll cover that area and then see if there's any type of indication from the dog.
And can you give us an idea of, I mean, if you would say just an area the size of this part of the floor here, if you were directed to this area, how many holes would you put in an area about this size?
It depends. We'd look first for, if there's been any type of ground disturbance. So that's what's initially going to cue us to if we want to search that area. So if it's something the grave size, maybe the size of that, the table there and the desk, then, you would probe that whole area. Maybe you'd put, 10 holes in there or less, and then just kind of aerate that area and then have the dog search that.
You mentioned that you went to a farm where there were cows and and manure. Is that correct?
So cows, and then they'd have these manure pits.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you remember, were you aerating the ground when you searched that field?
The manure pits? No, we were not.
All right, so you were specifically searching the manure pits, not the general area.
If that's the area that I'm thinking of, we did search some woods that were nearby, but we didn't, nothing on those where the cows were located or the manure pits. We didn't probe any of that stuff.
Okay. All right. And did you search any fields just generally, like walk the fields?
Yes.
All right. Did you aerate that ground as you were going?
Nothing unless we came over an area of interest with the cadaver dog. But I remember being on a search with Sergeant Yount, and I was carrying a probe, and we did come across some stuff. It was so if it was like a big, sometimes farmers will pile up rocks or they'll pile up sticks or something like that. If we came across an area like that, we would probe that, run the dogs on it. But but just a general open field that doesn't look like it's been disturbed or anything like that, then we didn't probe anything like that.
Okay. And in any of your searches, with or without the probes, you didn't find anything of interest?
Correct.
All right, thank you. So, out of all the searches, if D. Warner's body had been sealed in an anhydrous tank, would you ever have found it?
No.
Objection, speculation.
If he knows.
I don't think speculative. I think he's provided a basis on which you could answer that question.
Thank you.
No.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
You indicated no. Is that part, so when Mr. McCready asked you about being in a tank that had some holes that were then painted over, you indicated that the dog probably would not hit on it, and then you said no. Is that part of the testing for dogs?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Sure. So you said, for instance, you had a dead deer, you put that dead deer on your property to see if your dog would hit on it, and it didn't. It hit on a bone, a human bone, but not an animal bone, correct?
Correct.
So when you're training dogs and testing them and seeing how they would do, how many of them have you run by a tank that had holes in it that may have been painted over?
None.
So when you're saying that based on what you think, but you don't know that for certain, correct?
There has to be some type of odor to come out for the dog to be able to smell.
But you don't know what odor would come out in that situation, right?
Odor of
a decaying body inside a tank that did have some holes in it.
Well, if you had an odor of a decaying body inside a tank and you had holes in it, then the odor of a decaying body would come out.
Thank you. I have no additional questions.
I was going to follow up.
Okay, sure.
Just to follow up on that last question, if there's anhydrous ammonia in that tank, does that change your answer?
Then the anhydrous ammonia is going to be stronger than anything. The dog, we wouldn't let the dog near that tank if it had any type of.
Even if it had an inch or two of anhydrous in the bottom?
Correct.
You're ready for it, Your Honor?
Yeah.
And we're back. So it sounds like they've muted to go over a few questions, probably to ask this guy.
And that, neither side has any objection to, I guess it's two questions. On one slip of paper, but there's no objection to asking these questions. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Was it scheduled to come back to the farm later Tuesday night?
It's Tuesday, the 27th.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, that is the 27th.
So Tuesday, the 27th, once they received the search warrant and the search warrant was authorized, then we went back to the farm.
If so, was Dale aware of the exact time you all were arriving?
I don't know. That I don't know.
Anything else based on that, Mr. McCready?
No, Your Honor.
Sure.
Yes.
How many search warrants have you been a part of in your career?
I don't know that I can answer that. There's been so many.
So over 1,000?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so we're well over 1,000. Is it fair to say when there's a search warrant, the police don't call and say, hey, we're coming with a search warrant? They just show up?
Depends. I mean, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Normally, they don't.
Right. And there's a reason for that, correct?
Correct.
You want to catch people by surprise.
Correct.
You don't want, if I am a drug dealer at my house, you don't want to say, hi, we're coming at 8 p.m. And then I'm like, cool, that's great. And now I'm going to move my drugs out, correct?
Correct.
So there is a real tactical reason why a search is not announced, right?
Correct.
To your knowledge, was a search announced to Mr. Warner in this case?
You're talking that was he called or notified on the search?
Yes.
I don't know.
You didn't do that, correct?
I did not do that.
And you have no knowledge that anyone else did that, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
So in terms of notification to somebody whose property you're going to search, you wouldn't call them and tell them, hey, we got a cadaver dog on the way 20 minutes out?
I wouldn't call that the suspect and let him
Correct.
know. I wouldn't make any notifications at all.
Okay.
It's not my job.
Great, thank you.
Nothing additional. Thank you.
Right, can we excuse the witness from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor. We could approach it real quickly.
Ms. Chartier.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And it looks like they're doing something. I might speed ahead. Let's see. No, they're back. They're back. Let's see. They've muted it. Oh, looks like we're going for a break. I'll fast forward here. Oh, looks like we're going for a break. They're not even saying anything. Not even saying anything. There's no audio. Nicole, if you're still here, let's do this. Do this for the people. For the people on screen, you see on the top right is unfortunately Dee's body inside the tank through an x-ray, and the on left side I'm showing subscribers have emailed their pets and photos. That's a little addition I've added. There's Peggio's puppies, Nicole's puppies, more of Nicole's puppies. Oh, something's going on here. Scanning ahead to same guy. They're back. They took a little break or something. They didn't announce it.
All right, are we ready to have?
Oh, it's a different guy.
Yes.
I'll try to find out who he is.
25.
I'll just put the closed captionings as they spell his name out. I'll take it off.
May you see? People may call the next witness. Thank you, Honor. We'll call Sergeant Jeffrey Hooper.
So if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat.
Good morning. Please tell us your name.
Sergeant Jeff Hooper,
And spell your name for us.
Jeffhooper.
And where do you work?
The Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
And did you work there back in April of 2021?
I did.
And what is your position there?
At that time, I was a detective.
Okay. On April 29th, 2021, did someone bring you an iPhone 12 Pro Max?
Yes.
Why did they bring that to you?
I was asked to get the data off the phone. I had specialized training in doing that, and Lenawee County would ask me to do that sometimes.
Okay. And so it was Lenawee County that asked you to do that?
Yes.
And the Sheriff's Department specifically?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us how that works? You said to extract the data off the phone. How do you do that?
So the tool that I was using at that time was called Celebrate. It's a universal forensic extraction device. Basically, you hook the phone up to the machine, it extracts the data off of there, and then what you do with that data is you put it into a different program by Celebrate called Physical Analyzer, and it, for lack of a better word, parses it and analyzes it and organizes it.
Okay. And so both of these, the download and the organization are both under a program called Celebrate?
Yes.
And when you said it organizes it, can you give us an example or some specifics there?
Yeah, so when I say organizes it, it will take your call logs, your text messages, your chats, your photographs, and it'll just organize them into a report to where you can click on like a hyperlink and go to that specific thing.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 222. Zooming in here. Those are your credentials?
Yes.
Okay. And this is an extraction report from Celebrate, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
So this would be the face page for the report.
Okay, and when you look at this, are you looking at a piece of paper or are you looking at a computer screen or what?
It's a computer screen.
Okay, so I'm going to scroll down here. Does it contain the date that you did the extraction?
Yes, so right there you see source extraction, the extraction date and time. The start date was 4/29/2021 at 5:41 p.m. and the download ended on 4/29/2021 at 6:45 p.m.
Okay. On the second page of that report, again, we're going to zoom in here. Does it indicate the type of phone that you did the extraction for?
Correct. The detective model iPhone 13.4, the
other identifiers that go along with said device.
Okay. And then did the device have a name? Was it named as something?
Yes, under owner name, it's right under SIM status there. It says Dale's iPhone.
Okay. And then what about an Apple ID?
Yes, I believe right there on the left-hand side, Apple ID, warag@me.com.
And going on to the next page of this exhibit. Do you see the line that says, so looks like there's three that say MSISDN?
Yes.
Okay, and the first one's blank. What is an MSISDN?
That's the phone number associated with the phone.
Okay, so there's two phone numbers here. You would say they were both associated with this phone?
Yes.
Okay, going on to the next page. Looking at the contents, can you tell us what that means?
So the contents, that is the information that got extracted and parsed and put into a certain area, whether it be the call logs, the chats, your contacts, cookies, a whole slew of different things.
Okay. All right, I'm scrolling down here. You see a line called installed applications?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Those are the applications that are installed on the device.
Okay, like an app or a program?
An app, yes.
And so what is next to that, 562?
562, yes.
Does that mean that number of applications?
Yes, but obviously some of them are Apple apps that come with the phone, and then others are downloaded, say from whether it be the Apple Store or wherever.
Okay. And if you were looking at this on the computer, would you be able to click on any of these?
Yes, so where it says installed applications, if you click on that, that will take you to basically the installed applications page, which just has all the installed applications.
Okay. All right. And taking you to one of the pages, and again, there are multiple pages here, but I'm on the page that has numbers 7 and 8. And I'd just like you to look at number 8. Can you tell us what that application is? com.milestone.sys.x project. I was advised that it was a video surveillance app. Okay. All right. And now I'm looking at number 32.
My Cadillac, again, com.gm.mycadillac.
Thank you. So those two apps are installed on this phone?
Yes.
Among others?
Correct.
Okay. All right, now going back to our, let's see here. Do you see an entry by the name timeline?
Yes.
And what is that?
So the timeline takes everything that was taken out of the phone that has a date or timestamp and puts it into chronological order.
So how many of those were there on this phone?
156,557.
Okay. I'm taking you to, obviously we're not going to go through all of these, right? Taking you to the record that's 154073. Do you see that entry?
1540, yes.
All right, and what does that indicate?
Cookies, April 25th, 2021, 0708 in the morning, GM.com, my Cadillac.
Okay, and what does that tell us?
So that meant that basically a cookie was placed onto the device by the Cadillac or GM app at that time.
Okay. So the phone used the app at 708?
Yes.
Okay, going to entry 154079. I'm going to, do you see that entry?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then do you see what time the entry was made?
Yes, April 25th, 2021, 7:45 a.m.
Okay, and I'm just moving the page over so you can see the content. All right, so what is this indicating happened at 7:45:09 a.m.?
So that would be a message. The from would be the phone number there and saying owner, that would be from that phone, to the phone number below it, D. Warner. And again, it was a message saying, going to be spraying, call you later, with a smiling emoji.
Okay, going to 154088. You see that entry?
Yes.
All right, and the time and date?
That would be on April 25th, 8:48 a.m.
Okay, and what happened at 8:48 a.m.?
So that's a log entry for data usage, and the data usage was for Find My iPhone.
And right below that, 154089, there's another log entry. And the time and date for that?
April 25th, 2021, 8:49 a.m.
Okay, and what happened at that time?
Again, a log entry for data usage for the com.milestonessys.x project.
Okay. Just have a couple more. 154097. Another log entry. Again, we're on April 25th, and the time?
9:04 a.m.
Okay, and what happened at 9:04?
Data usage, again, for com.milestonessys.x project.
Okay. $154,106. Again, on April 25th, the time is
10:02 a.m.
Okay. And what do we have at 10:02 a.m.?
Again, from the owner of the phone to D. Warner, a message: are you up yet? Is your migraine better? Smiley emoji.
All right, and the last one for the timeline, 154-110, time on April 25th.
10:28 a.m.
Okay, and what happened at 10:28?
Data usage, again, for Find My iPhone.
Okay. Now, if we go back to our face page, you see an entry call log?
Yes.
Okay. And if you clicked on that, what would you get?
That would take you to the page of the ingoing and outgoing calls from that phone.
Okay, so I'm going to that right now. Looking at entry 166. What is this telling us that happened?
So direction indicates that it was an incoming call from that phone number, and the name saved to that phone number, Joran Warner. April 27th, 2021, 8:38 p.m., 27 seconds, it was answered.
And the very next call, according to this call log?
Again, the 27th on the 2021, 8:39 p.m., incoming call from phone number 517-403-2536, spelling of KEIVENSHERIF, department, asterisk.
And do you know who would have entered that identification? Sorry.
I wouldn't be able to say that it was the owner of the phone. It could have been shared as a contact or something along those lines.
Okay. And the time of that call?
8:39 p.m., 2 minutes and 5 seconds, and it was answered.
All right. And then the call after that?
Outgoing at 8:42 and 18 seconds on April 27, 2021. Outgoing to Joran Weaver, 55 seconds, answered.
Okay. Let me zoom in on that name a little bit closer.
I'm sorry, Joran Warner.
Sure. All right, so that was an outgoing to Joran Warner, 55 seconds, and it was answered on the other end.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And the next call?
April 27, 2021, 8:45 and 16 seconds. Outgoing to Joran Warner indicates answered.
And how long?
13 seconds.
Okay. And last but not least, the call 162. What's that?
Incoming from Joran Warner on the 27th at 8:49 p.m., 9 seconds, answered.
Okay. All right, now I'm going to refer you to calls 201 and 202. Not concerned here with the particulars of the call, like who was called or who called into this phone, but do you see the day and time for call 201?
Yes.
What is it?
April 27th, 2021, 3:24 p.m.
Okay, and then the call before that was when?
April 1st, 2021, 4:22 p.m.
Okay, so you see a 26-day gap in between phone calls, is that correct?
Yes.
Other evidence in this case indicates that calls were made to and from this phone during that 26 days. Do you know why they're not contained here?
So that would be consistent with, at the time, the tool I was using. It depends a lot on the operating system, the type of device and stuff like that, whether I can get deleted data. And so if there's a large gap like that with other evidence indicating phone calls, I wouldn't be able to recover deleted data. That's a reason for that.
Okay. All right. At some point, did you get an iPad Pro to do the same process with?
Yes.
Do you know when that was?
If you could zoom in on that. So the report was created on June 1st. The extraction start time was June 1st, 2021 at 8:26 a.m. The end time for the extraction was 9:26 a.m. on the same day, June 1st.
Okay. I'm sorry, this is people's proposed 223 that we're talking about, and I'm going to page 2 of that. What was the owner name for this device?
Dale's iPad Pro.
And then do you see a detected phone model identifier?
Yes.
And what is it?
iPad 6, 8.
And the Apple ID for this device, or IDs?
2 Apple IDs identified, again, warag@me.com and djwarner1@icloud.com.
Now, same process to get to the installed applications as on the iPhone?
Yes.
So I'm just going to the installed applications number 24. What app does that indicate?
Again, My Cadillac, com.gm.mycadillac, installed application.
Okay. And does the Celebrate also record the web history of these devices?
It does.
Going to the web history section of the exhibit. I'm going to direct you to item number 63. What is that?
So you've got 63 and then that short little thing there. It says what to do with 1,000-gallon propane tanks.
Is that in the area that you're indicating?
It says that's from a Google search, indicates right there. And then on the right there, that HTTPS is the basically the Google that it searched, or the Google that it found.
Okay. And the day and time that that search was made?
May 5th, 2021, 10:38 p.m.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time.
Mr. McCready left a note, and it was not for me. So there you go. Good morning, Detective Hooper. My name is Mary Chartier. It is still detective. Is that accurate?
It's Sergeant right now.
Sergeant, okay. So I will call you Sergeant then. I have a few questions for you this morning. I represent Mr. Warner. The iPhone download that you did on April 29th, 2021, that was a consent download, correct?
That's what I was told.
And that means that a person has voluntarily given up their phone?
Yes.
And that means they've given you the passcode so you don't have to try to figure out what it is?
Correct.
When you do a consent download, that gives you access, it sounds like, to everything on the phone. Do you want me to be a little clearer with my question?
You go ahead.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Is there anything you don't have access to? If I gave you my iPhone right now and said download it, is there something you couldn't access?
Most likely, yes.
Okay.
Okay. At that time in 2021, the tools that were out there were not as good as they are today. Okay. So with an iPhone nowadays, you can get a full file system, okay, which gets you most everything, but it's not everything. In order to get a complete mirror image of a device, you would have to step it back a few years. Just the encryption has come along so far that you're not getting a full exact image of a phone anymore.
So let me ask you the things that you could get in 2021. Could you get voicemails? If I had voicemails, and if there were voicemails on Mr. Warner's phone, could you access those?
Possibly, yeah.
Do you know if you did in this case?
I would have to see the face page of the report.
Okay, but you possibly could. What about text messages?
Yes.
What about call logs? You could see, we saw that, right? So
Yes.
you can do that. What about emails?
Sometimes, yes.
What about if there are notes? So you know how there's a note app on an iPhone and you're keeping notes?
Yeah, generally there'd be notes on there.
What about location data, things like that?
Yeah, limited.
So you can get a lot from an iPhone.
Yes.
Is it pretty similar with the iPad too? You get search history, text messages, things like that?
Yes.
Now, you'd indicated that the phone accessed the Milestone app. That's a video system that you were told about, correct?
Yes.
Can your download tell you if, for example, the app just interacted with the phone or if someone actually viewed what was on it? Do you know what I mean by that question?
If you could rephrase or expand.
Sure. So I recently tried to get onto my bank app and I could get on the homepage, but I couldn't access it for whatever reason. So is it precise enough to show that, for example, someone interacted with the Milestone app? It sounds like it was, right?
So, I mean, as far as the interaction with it, it's not like a call log to where it says like this app was used for this long or anything like that. That I don't have that data.
That's what I was getting at. So perfect. So you can tell someone the phone may have tried to interact with the app or did interact with the app, but you don't know for how long.
Correct.
Thank you. And then did you also do a download of Mr. Warner's Apple Watch?
I did not.
Do you know who did?
I don't.
Were you asked to do it and did not?
I don't believe I was asked for an Apple Watch, no.
Now, you talked about missing data in your report, correct?
Yes.
Missing data, it sounds like in a report or from your download can be for a variety of reasons, correct?
Correct.
What are some of those?
Well, in that situation, with that amount of missing calls, that spread of a missing calls, and there being other evidence indicating that there was phone calls during there, that I mean, to my conclusion, it would be deleted.
Didn't ask you your conclusion.
Okay.
I said, right, so I'm going to ask that the court strike that because that's non-responsive to my question.
No objection. All right, so
Thank
I will strike that and direct the jury not to consider that last answer.
So one of the reasons there could be missing data is someone tried to delete that, correct?
Correct.
Can it also be from resetting a device to a backup?
I'd need to expand on that.
Sure, go ahead.
All right. So if you're resetting it from a backup, basically you're backing up your phone and all your call logs and this, that, and the other. And so it takes that backup and it puts it onto a new phone, everything that you backed up there. So if things were there, they would be there. If things are missing, they won't be there. If that's fair enough.
It does. So I'm going to ask you. About something that was in a search warrant, and you did not prepare the search warrant, but I want to know if it's accurate. So, so if someone reviewed a phone download, it sounds like the one that you did, correct? So you did the phone download of Mr. Warner's device.
Yep.
And it contains summaries of information. Oh, excuse me, I'm on the wrong page. But there are gaps in records for a variety of reasons, including a user deleting content, which we covered, or resetting your device to a previous backup. Is that inaccurate? That could be a reason why information was not accessible.
Resetting to a previous backup?
Yes.
I'm trying to wrap my head around it. So like you have two backups stored.
Do you want to see what was written to see if you agree that that's accurate or not?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. I mean, it's been established that he didn't author the search warrant. I'm not sure how he can be questioned. What's that?
So he didn't author the search warrant, but he's the one who is opining at least that there was missing data on the download. So this is a search warrant that was prepared by law enforcement that indicates another reason for that. I want to know if he thinks that's accurate or not. If he doesn't, he can say that.
I don't understand where you're trying to go here.
Sure. So how the investigation was conducted is relevant. So if someone is attesting in a search warrant that there is another reason why data might be missing, if Sergeant Hooper disagrees with that, that's what I'm asking him about. I read to him what it said, but he still seemed a bit confused by my phrasing. So I thought if he reads it himself, that might help him.
Okay, and Ms. McCready, I'm sorry, what was the basis of your objection?
I mean, if we had a learned treatise or something, some kind of authoritative document, I wouldn't be objecting. This is a search warrant. I mean, yes, an officer may have put something in there, but this is not authoritative on this issue.
Well, it's not just an officer. I mean, I think it's Detective Dreyer who put it in. So if it's wrong, I think we should know that.
Just Your Honor, Detective Hooper did not author that search warrant, so he has no idea what Detective Dreyer was putting in that search warrant when he did it, if that makes sense. So he doesn't know the terms that were used, the words that were used, and what Detective Dreyer is talking about when he puts that item in the search warrant.
That's why I offered to show it to him. So he's not going based on my phrasing of it. He actually sees the 2 sentences himself, and he can say whether he believes that's accurate or not.
I still don't understand. You're asking, like, can I see the search warrant?
Sure. May Ms. Saylor approach?
Sure.
It's page 6, number 7.
I think I'd like to have some further discussion about this outside the presence of the jury. So I'm going to ask the jury to return to the jury room for 2 minutes for the resolve. Okay, so a statement in the affidavit for search warrant is not a statement that Detective Dreyer is making in the sense that I understood you to be saying that it was. So the statement indicates that Detective Dreyer spoke to Detective Trooper Weissenberg, and Detective Trooper Weissenberg told police.
Yes, but he swore to it, so he's the one who signed it. Yes.
He swore to the fact that Detective Trooper Weissenberg told him.
Yes.
Okay, so what are you using this information, again, to try to establish?
So I want to know from Sergeant Hooper if he believes that's an accurate statement, that the missing data could be as a result of resetting your device to a previous backup.
And what is that relevant to?
Because there was discussion on direct examination about missing data. And it's not just a user deleting data.
Why does this statement in a search warrant have anything to do with it? Why can't you just ask him the question?
I'm fine doing that as well, if the court would like that. And then I can always, if need be, follow up with Detective Lieutenant Dreyer when he takes the stand.
Okay. I think it's legitimate to ask him the question to resolve the underlying premise, but I don't think that the statement in the search warrant is relevant to the answer to that question or anything that
So-
Sergeant Hooper's question about.
So the reason I did that was when I said those words to Sergeant Hooper, resetting your device to a previous backup, he was asking me for clarification. And so that's why I thought, well, if he sees it, if he sees what was said, then that might help him understand my question. That was the only reason I was showing it to him. Because my phrasing, he was asking me details about it, and I'm going off of phrasing in a search warrant affidavit.
All right, so again, I think you can ask the question. I don't think the information about it being from a search warrant is relevant to any issue at this point.
Thank you.
All right, we can run through that.
Do you want me to give it to you? Oh, yeah, sure. Is that just a nice way of asking for it? Because I wasn't going to steal it. Because my hand wasn't going under there. Sergeant Hooper, so
Yes.
so you're just getting your papers in order, so I want to just.
No, I'm, go ahead.
Okay, no problem. I didn't want to interrupt your process up there. So besides a user deleting content, is another way that there could be a gap in records resetting your device to a previous backup?
I don't believe I can answer that.
Okay, and is that because it's just too hypothetical or outside of your field?
Yes.
Do you know the answer to both, because I asked you a compound question.
Not so much out of my field, just I don't think I can answer it.
Too hypothetical?
Right.
Okay, now this might be too hypothetical too, and if that's true, just let me know. With an iPhone, does it back up to the iCloud?
It can back up several different places.
Okay, do you know if this phone was backed up to the iCloud?
If you give me one second
Sure.
to look at this face page here. And is this for the phone or the iPad?
You can answer for both.
iPad, iCloud backup enabled. Cloud backup enabled.
Does that impact what you can recover if an iPhone is backed up to the iCloud versus not, or an iPad is backed up to the iCloud or not?
I don't think I can answer that.
And why not?
I'm not exactly sure everything that gets stored in a backup. And so, you know, without actually doing a search warrant and getting it and seeing it, getting an iCloud backup from the cloud, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
So might there be a difference between what's on my phone and what's on an iCloud backup?
Again, I wouldn't be able to say without getting an actual backup and comparing the two.
Have you had instances where they were different, or you just don't know?
I've never done a search warrant for the backup to compare against the phone.
Is it your understanding that the iCloud backup is essentially what's on my phone, but just in the cloud?
From doing backups of personal devices, yeah.
Great. No further questions. Thank you, Sergeant.
Nothing further. You can be excused as far as people are concerned.
Fine with us, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You are free to go.
Thank you.
All right, it is about 12 minutes to noon at this point. Mr. McCready, I don't suspect you want to begin the week. That is correct time. So we will break for lunch at this point, and after going to return, we will start at 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
And we're back. You had some lunch. Everyone's content. They've got their microphone muted. I've skipped forward about an hour and a half, and I'll get rid of this. I'll write down who is coming up next. I do not know. He looks just like this, sort of. He's got a black suit on, a dark. Oh, he's balding, shiny head, round, very round bowling ball, shiny head. I'll find out his name in just one. Oh, look at that hair. She's got lovely hair. Oh, so lovely. Here we go. It's about to start. Hold on to your horses, people. I'm going to go to the 2x speed. I'll do it. I'm going to do it. Check it out. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. 2x. Oh, look at this. Ooh, 1:30 p.m. This is...
All right, we are back on the record in file 24-21801-FC, People versus Dale Warner. Or we wanted to address the issue with respect to Detective Greca.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, MRE 611 allows leading questions when a party calls a hostile witness an adverse party or a witness identified with an adverse party. Black's Law Dictionary defines a hostile witness as a witness who is biased against the examining party or unwilling to testify or is identified with an adverse party. In this case, it took quite a bit of finding Detective Greca to attempt to get him here. And as the court is well aware, we eventually had to come to the court and ask for a witness detainer against the former Detective Greca. Although he did eventually appear and acknowledge the subpoena, instead he would come be cooperative, which he has been thus far. He also indicated that he was not attempting to evade service. He was simply out to dinner for 8 months, which I find hard to believe, Your Honor. So we would be asking to ask leading questions to Detective Greca, have him declared a hostile witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object to Detective Greca being declared a hostile witness for the government. So a witness may be deemed hostile when they display actual unwillingness, evasiveness, hostile attitude, or give testimony that appears equivocal or reluctantly given during the examination. This is from Thompson versus Essex Wire Company. Mere prior inconsistent statements or employment relationships with opposing parties are insufficient grounds for a hostile witness designation without accompanying behavioral indicators of hostility. Except in specific circumstances, including when examining hostile witnesses, leading questions should not be asked on direct examination. There has to be actual hostile behavior during testimony rather than speculation based on relationships or alleged inconsistencies. This is again from Thompson versus Essex Wire Company, which applies a standard from Bates versus Evans, where the court noted that a witness may be declared hostile when they display hostile attitude, unwillingness, or evasiveness. That has not happened during Detective Greca's testimony. So here, their government has indicated that they had difficulty serving a subpoena on Detective Greca. I don't think that he's ever said he was out to dinner for 8 months. And I think through his lawyer, he has made it clear that while he may not have wanted to be served with a subpoena, when served with a subpoena, he would come in, honor that, and testify. He came into the court. The court had a conversation with him about his Fifth Amendment rights. He indicated he was not asserting them. He would be answering all questions. He has not indicated that he is hostile to the government. In fact, my understanding is he met with the government to prepare for trial and has had at least one meeting with them. He's also met with the defense to discuss trial testimony as well. His lawyer has communicated, I believe, on a somewhat regular basis with the government and the prosecutor. Also, I would like to point out that in a case, Thompson versus Essex, which I mentioned, the defendant argued that a witness should be deemed hostile because he was working with the plaintiff. So he was working with someone on the other side, and he had done so for a number of years. So there was that close affiliation. But the court rejected the argument, noting that there was no manner in which the witness indicated that he would be a hostile witness while testifying, that there has to be actual hostile behavior during the examination. People versus Hall is a case where a court properly indicating that a witness was hostile. It was the defendant's twin brother, and he grew hostile during the examination, causing the prosecutor to abandon further questioning is useless. Again, we don't have this here. The court has to examine his demeanor and his behavior in real time. And so if, for instance, the prosecutor is asking questions of the witness and the witness is not responding or is evasive or is hostile, then the prosecutor in that moment, just as we could if it was a witness who we called on direct, ask the court to declare the witness as hostile and then move on to leading questions. But to do so before the witness has even had the opportunity to answer questions and demonstrate how he will answer questions in court is really too soon under established case law. And then in another case, Cohen versus McGregor, the trial court has the authority to declare a witness hostile based on its observations of the witness's behavior and the circumstances of the testimony. In all pretrial proceedings, Mr. Greca has come in when he has had a lawyer, he's been on time, he's been appropriately dressed for court, he's appropriately answered questions from the court. In Wilson versus W.A. Foote Memorial Hospital, witnesses did not exhibit unwillingness, evasiveness, or hostility in their testimony. So it's their testimony where that evaluation is made. I'm sure there are certain circumstances where it's so evident that someone is going to be hostile based on things they've said, based on maybe how they behaved at a preliminary examination, that possibly a court could indicate that before trial testimony. But we don't have that situation here with Mr. Greca, so I would ask him to be treated as any other witness in this case. Thank you.
Just your Honor, MRE 611 D2, it is not necessary to declare the intent to ask leading questions before the questioning begins or before the questioning moves beyond preliminary inquiries. I did come to this court to ask that for obvious reasons. I would leave that in your discretion.
And you think at this point it would be premature to declare retired Detective Greca as a hostile witness? I agree that it requires the court to observe the witness during his testimony and how he behaves, how he answers questions over the course of his testimony. So I will not do that at this point, but we will obviously see how the testimony goes, and if that's the direction it goes, we can address that at the appropriate time. But I don't think that this is an appropriate time to make that declaration.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We just need to make sure that
No,
is the
thank
team.
You are in the meeting now.
Okay, Mr. McCready, before you plug in, I have someone in the Zoom waiting room from Kalamazoo jail, and I have no idea why they would be here. There's one they're talking to, I'm just going to Andy, go ahead. Are we otherwise ready to bring the jury back?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can we just wait till we get? Make sure it's running. Okay.
Did you?
I am probably going to butcher the name, but we would call Henrik Impola.
Raise your hand.
Yes,
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can sit down.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Sure. My name is Henrik Impola, Henrik. Last name Impola, Impola.
Where were you employed in April of 2021?
I was an agent with the FBI out of our Detroit office.
Okay, and are you still there?
Yes.
All right. How long have you been an agent with the FBI field office?
Since 2010, so about 16 years.
What was your, did you become involved in the D. Warner missing person case at some point?
I did.
And when was that?
That was in October of 2021.
And how did you become involved?
I was a member of the evidence response team out of our Detroit office, and I responded as part of a search.
Do you recall what date that was, or dates?
Yeah, it was a 2-day search, so it was October 11th and October 12th of 2021.
What were your main duties as part of this search?
So I was the team leader of the white team, and my team's responsibility was to search the vehicles and the outbuildings on the farm.
Okay, when you say vehicles, what are you talking about?
So I'm talking about cars, trucks, trailers, tractors, all the farm equipment at the farm. So basically anything with wheels.
All right, so when you say at the farm, what was the location?
That was 2170 Munger Road in Tecumseh.
Okay, I'm gonna have you turn behind you and look at the map, People's 263. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, and is that the Munger farm you were at?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then you said you also were in charge of the outbuildings. Which buildings on that map, if you can identify them by number, did you search as part of that?
Sure. So I searched 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. The only one I didn't search was the house.
Okay. Did you go inside the outbuildings?
I did.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 174. Do you recognize that building?
I do.
All right. And what building is that on the map behind you?
It is this building here.
Okay.
Number 7.
Okay. I'm going to have you stay in front of the microphone when you speak, just because it's picking up your voice and recording. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 89. Did you observe that safe?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In that same location we just talked about, Building 7?
Yes.
You also indicated you searched vehicles. You recall approximately how many vehicles you searched?
Yes, we had 37 vehicles listed on our report.
At some point in time, did you search a black Chevy?
Yes, I did.
All right. And was that just part of your search, or why did you search that?
It was part of the search, but it was requested to us to search the Chevy early so that it could be used.
Okay. And
So we wanted to search things before they left the property.
All right. And at the time you arrived at the property, who was there?
There was Dale Warner and then farm employees. There was Michigan conservation officers and Michigan State police officers and other local officers. And then I arrived with a contingent of FBI personnel.
Okay. And when you arrived, were people then asked to leave the property?
I don't know if they were asked to, but many people did elect to leave. And we were controlling the scene, and it was an active farm. So there was a priority to search the vehicles first to give them the opportunity to leave.
All right. Do you know who was in charge of that search warrant?
Well, I was working under Leslie Larson, who was our senior team leader, but I do not know on the state side who the OIC was. I believe there was multiple detectives and agencies there.
Okay. Do you know at that point in time if it was the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department who was in charge, or?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And as part of the outbuilding searches, did you search anything else on the property?
Yes, so I searched all equipment and silos, grain hoppers, bins. I tried to search anything that was in and around the barns that was part of the farming operation.
When you say water tanks, what are you talking about?
Well, there was a lot of tanks throughout the property. So I searched big plastic water tanks. There was 2 silos. And then there was smaller barrels and stainless steel barrels.
Okay. How did you search those?
I manually looked inside the empty tank. So I only searched tanks that weren't pressurized or didn't have chemicals in them. Manually looked inside as many as I could. And then I assigned members of our technical hazard response team to look inside higher tanks and silos and more complicated tanks that it looked like you needed a wrench or something to get into.
Okay. You indicated you didn't look inside any pressurized tanks or ones with chemicals. Why not?
It didn't seem, well, first off, I didn't have the equipment to look inside or the expertise to look inside.
Okay.
I didn't have any way to access those. And I didn't have any reason to believe there would be anything inside them.
Okay. Did you make observations of any of the tanks that would have contained chemicals on the farm that day?
Yes, so we noted in our logs which tanks we looked at, which tools we used, and then we noted tanks that were on wheels. Those are considered vehicles for the purpose of our log. So we noted which ones we went to and where they were.
As you were looking at these tanks, what are you looking for?
Well, initially, I'm doing a preliminary survey and I'm looking for any trace evidence, blood, body tissue. I'm looking for a body. But then generally speaking, looking for anything out of the ordinary, any weapons, anything that could be used in a homicide.
Okay. Around the tanks?
Yes.
All right. Were you looking specifically at welds?
No.
All right, I'm going to take you back to the Chevy that you searched. Do you know whose vehicle that was?
I don't know who owned it. It was used by Dale Warner.
On that day?
I didn't see him drive it that day. I saw him around it that day, and it looked like it had things with his name on it inside the vehicle.
Okay. Did you see him get in and out of that vehicle at all that day?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you find anything in that black Chevy?
Yes.
What did you find?
I found calendars and journals and loose leaf paper with handwritten notes.
Did you take those items?
No,
What'd you do?
I photographed those items in place.
And why didn't you take the items?
I had brought the items to the attention of our senior team leader and asked if they should be taken, if they were relevant to the case. I was told they wouldn't be taken, but to try to document and photograph anything that I thought was pertinent.
Okay, and did you then document that?
I did.
All right, now you said you took photographs. Did you photograph the items where you found them? Did you move them? Where'd you photograph them?
So initially, we took entry photographs, which were where they were found. And then in place where they were found, we opened the notebooks and the paper and we took pictures in place. And I should clarify that I didn't take the pictures, I directed the pictures and directed what was taken. My photographer took pictures.
And what did you want specifically taken out of those journals and notebooks?
I wanted to take pictures of all the handwritten notes that were contained within them.
Okay, so if there were a blank page, would you have taken a photograph of that?
No,
I apologize. Would you have directed that a photograph be taken of that?
that's sorry. I would not have directed that. I directed them to specifically look for handwritten notes.
Now, you indicated that your lead, Leslie Larson, indicated that you did not need to take those items just to photograph them. Do you know if that was her decision?
No, she had consulted with the officer in charge at the time and then reported to me
okay.
what the direction was.
I've handed the witness exhibits 187 through 190. Can you look at those pages and just tell me briefly what those are out of the group of items that you said you collected?
Sure. So these are 4 loose leaf printed pages titled Vehicle Locate, which were found in the rear of the truck.
Okay, and all 4 of those would be vehicle locate items?
Yes, that's the title. They're screen captures. They're printouts of a screen capture, and the top of the screen capture says Vehicle Locate.
Okay. The first vehicle locate item that you have, 180, People's 187, can you read what date that is?
Yes, ma'am. There's handwritten note at the top that says September 8th, 2020.
Is there any additional handwritten notes on there?
Yes.
And what does that say?
Directly under that date, it says, told me she was at home office and was going to meet the girls for lunch after. After she was in the, I can't read that word, never stops line about everything. There's more words.
Okay, read the rest of it.
All right. There's a line that notates to a location, and it says, was here for approximately 45 minutes. There's another line that locates to another location on the map, and it says approximately 30 minutes. And then down at the bottom of the printout, there's a statement that says, I think drugstore met someone, then to dinner for lunch. She met with counselor at 10 a.m. When I talked to her, she was happy and cheerful.
Is that everything that's on that page?
That's all the handwritten notes.
I'm going to show People's Exhibit 187. Is that what you're looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to have you go to People's Exhibit 188. And what is that?
This is another printout on computer paper of a screen capture titled Vehicle Locate.
Is that what you're looking up at on the screen up here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And can you read, is there a date on that one?
Yes.
Can you read that?
On the upper right, it says September 8th, 2020.
All right. And what about the handwritten notes?
The handwritten notes on the right side of the page there says, at dinner 45 minutes after she said she was there, why lying about where she is at? Question mark.
Okay. People's Exhibit 189. What's that one?
It's another computer printout of a screen capture of a vehicle locate.
All right. If you look up at the screen, is that what you're looking at?
Yes.
All right. And what does that one say? Include the date.
It's dated 11/20/2020, and the statement is D has doctor's appointment, goes to cafe, shop, okay. She left the house at 7:30 a.m.
Okay. People's Exhibit 190. What is that one?
This is the fourth printout on computer paper with a screen capture of vehicle locate and handwritten notes.
All right. Look up at the screen. Is that what you're looking at?
Yes.
All right. And again, read the date and tell me, read the handwritten note.
Date is 11/20/2020. The handwritten note is, told me she was at doctor office, won't answer her phone, never tells me the truth about where she is, exclamation point. The second paragraph is, just called me at 10:20, said she just got out of doctor's. When she has been at store for an hour, exclamation point, can't stop lying, exclamation point.
And I believe you indicated there were two smaller black books. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you
People's 191.
Do you recognize that item?
I do.
All right. And what does that item contain?
This is a black bound journal with grid lines on it that was found in the front seat of the black Chevy.
Okay. And I'm going to have you look up at the screen. Is that the item that you're looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to have you open it up to the first page. Do you know what this binder or book contains?
It contains handwritten notes with dates and then dialogue.
All right. So is this the first page that you're looking at?
Yes.
All right. And so can you read the top two lines of the first page?
Sure. First line is 1 of 423, picture of text. Second line is messages, December 9th, 2019.
Okay. And when do those text messages start?
They start at December 30th, 2018.
Okay.
That's the number 3.
All right. And can you go to the last page and tell me when those text message conversation ends?
So the last message I see here is line 294, and it says June 15th.
Okay. And does it say what year?
No, but the top of the previous page says May 31st, 2019.
Okay.
So,
all right. And correct me if I'm wrong, is this book, you indicated it was text messages. Does it look like a conversation between two people?
yes.
Are there additional notes within the notebook? If you can recall.
I believe there's some commentary and some notes dispersed between the texts.
Okay. You also indicated that you found some unlined paper. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to have you look at exhibits 179, 180, 181, 182, and 183, and then tell me what those are.
So this is loose leaf paper that was found in the truck.
All right. When you say loose leaf paper, is it one photograph of each paper you found, or how many pages are on each photograph?
So each photograph contains generally 3 pages sequentially across. One of the photographs contains 4.
Okay. And did you notice anything between those unlined pages and the two, any of the other books that you recovered?
Yes, these unlined pages are dated and they have descriptors, and they seem to correlate with some of the text messages and make reference back and forth.
Okay. Does it make reference to the text messages or the planners?
Well, what's in the planners, excuse me, yes, which I believe to be dialogue that seemed to be from text, but yes, what's in the planners.
Okay. Was the book, the notebook with the text message with the dialogue, is that separate from the notebooks that were planners?
Yes.
In front of you, you have exhibits 192 and 193. Can you look at those?
Yes, I have them here.
Okay. And what is exhibit 192?
Exhibit 192 is a black bound calendar with grid lines and handwritten notes.
All right. When you say calendar, is it dated?
It is
What year?
2020.
Is the front of that, where is it dated 2020?
Oh, excuse me. The page I looked at here is dated, has handwritten notes which say 2020 on it, but the first page has a handwritten note that says 2019.
Okay, so is that essentially a calendar where you could pick a date and year that you want?
That's correct.
All right. And then what is 193?
193 is a light colored calendar which is titled or has the label 2021 on the top.
All right, and what is that item?
This item is a day calendar or a day planner from 2021.
Okay, so that's specific to 2021 calendar.
Correct.
Okay, so now we have a 2021 calendar, a calendar that you could put any year in, and then you have a book with what you described as a text message conversation, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now those photographs that I handed you, 179 through 183, and if you need to look at the rest of the exhibits, you indicated they corresponded with some of the other items you took. And what items were those?
So they seem to correspond with the handwritten notes in 192 and 193.
Okay, so describe what you mean by that.
I mean that there's a date and then descriptions of what a D is doing, where she's at, and opinions about it.
Okay, so for example, I'm going to take you to page 179. I'm going to take you to the first sheet. That one's dated March 23rd, 2021. And I'm going to have you go to the black planner. And see if you find March 23rd, 2021 in there.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And how does that black planner start out? What's the first sentence in the March 23rd, 2021 planner?
On the last page of the exhibit, it's random handwriting. It says, Dee was in the office for a while today, tried to talk to her about crop budget, didn't go well, exclamation point.
All right, I'm gonna have you stop there. I'm gonna have you go to now the exhibit 193, pink planner. And that one, I believe you indicated was the 2021 calendar, is that correct?
Yes,
All right, do you find March 23rd, 2021 in there?
yes,
Okay, and what does that one say?
on the last page of the exhibit, it's random handwriting. It says, Dee was in the office for a while. Today, tried to talk to her about crop budget, didn't go well, exclamation point.
All right, I'm gonna have you stop there. I'm gonna have you go to now the exhibit 193, pink planner. And that one, I believe you indicated was the 2021 calendar, is that correct?
Yes,
All right, do you find March 23rd, 2021 in there?
yes,
Okay, and what does that one say?
it says, was in office for a while today, tried to talk to her about crop budget, did go well, tells me all the time how bad I treat her. Don't understand, vacation was great, everything was good, exclamation point.
Okay. And so was that a constant with those loose leaf papers as well as the black calendar and the pink calendar? Was
Yes, they seem to correspond back and forth.
Okay. I'm going to have you go to exhibit 192, page 7.
Okay, I have it here.
Is this what you're looking at?
Yes,
Okay, I want you to flip that sideways just like this is and tell me what that says.
it says, it's this way every time I check my something app. She is never where she says she is, exclamation point and underlined. I can make out some letters on the app. It's not entirely clear.
Okay. And can you tell me the date on that?
That's July 31st, 2020.
So that's page 7. Now let's go to page 9. So if we go to from 7 to page 9, does that mean that any page in between, so page 8 would have writing and page 9 would have writing, but anything in between did not have writing? Would that be accurate based on what you said earlier?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to have you go to page 9.
Yeah, I have it here.
Is this what you're looking at?
Yes,
All right, and what date do you have?
March 4th, 2021.
All right, and what does that say?
It says, just got a text from D. Fuck you, I'm not going, exclamation point. What is up now? Exclamation point. She's getting so unstable. Hope the vacation help get her away from things, exclamation point.
I'm going to take you to the pink planner. the 2021, Exhibit 193. Again, is that this item right here?
Yes.
Turn to page 4.
I have it here.
Okay. Is that what you're looking at?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and read Saturday, the 20th first.
Okay. It says heading home from Disney, left about noon, smiley face. Stopped about 2 a.m. dash to rest a bit. Started up again around 8 a.m. Sunday morning.
Okay. Now read Sunday, the 21st.
D had a meltdown on me around noon, exclamation point. Said my kids didn't respect her, period. Joran left JCB at Tom's. Dustin called to use it for the B party for Kara. We got home 2:30 p.m.
All right. And does that go on to the next page, page 5?
Yes.
Okay. What does it say on the top?
The top it says, I think she just started a fight so she could sleep on couch. She snuck out. Don't know where she went. And then there's kind of a note on the side of that that says, to around 2 a.m. was back around 4 a.m. Drug dealer or boyfriend, question mark.
Okay. Tuesday, the 23rd.
Okay. It says, was in office for a while today. Tried to talk to her about crop budget, did go well. Tells me all the time how bad I treat her. Don't understand. Vacation was great. Everything was good, exclamation point. Through it all, change on the way home, exclamation point. She snuck out again tonight at 2 a.m.
Okay. I'm going to have you go to page 8.
Okay.
Is that what you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. Read Friday, the 23rd for me.
Okay. D got into a disagreement with Terry N over his ex-wife.
All right. Saturday, the 24th.
Got into it with Terry and Todd. Tried to argue with me about Todd/Terry.
25th.
D left house around 9:30 a.m.
The next page.
I have it.
Okay. Go ahead and read the next date that you have on there.
This is April 26th, 2021.
Okay.
At the top, still don't know where D went. I think she is at Zach's house. That's where she always goes.
Next date.
That's the 27th of April. Sheriff came out, searched the property for D, started to wonder if Zach is still hiding his mom or not, exclamation point.
Next one.
April 29th, 2021. Sheriff here again, searching house and property, took my phone at 3 p.m. Starting to think maybe Zach doesn't know.
Doesn't know.
Oh, excuse me, where she is. Sorry, I didn't see that last little notation.
Okay. The next time. Exhibit 186.
Sorry, I bumped. I hit my finger did that little. So sorry. Where the fuck were we? I'll find it. Here we're. I was
Okay.
just looking ahead to see what time was left.
Top, still don't know where Dee went. I think she is at Zach's house. That's where she always goes.
Next date.
That's the 27th of April. Sheriff came out, searched the property for Dee, started to wonder if Zach is still hiding his mom or not. Exclamation point.
Next one.
April 29th, 2021. Sheriff here again, searching house and property, took my phone at 3 p.m. Starting to think maybe Zach doesn't know.
Doesn't know.
Oh, excuse me, where she is. Sorry, I didn't see that last little notation.
Okay. The next time that you have an entry in the calendar.
That's May 9th, 2021.
Okay. And there's nothing between April 29th and May 9th of 2021.
That's correct.
Okay. What does it say on May 9th?
There's blue writing with an arrow that says, Lena said we could change Mother's Day and Father's Day around this year. So it was Father's Day today, Mother's Day on Father's Day when Mom is home. She is so smart, exclamation point. Then in black writing, it says, Mother's Day was very hard. Dee still not home. Lena is very upset today, exclamation point.
And the next entry that you have.
That's May 10th, 2021.
Okay.
It says sheriff was here. No new leads. Took my iPad, Dee's retainer, got permission for dental records. Kevin is off until Thursday. His father died.
Anything additional in that calendar?
No, that's the last piece of the exhibit.
Okay. I've handed you exhibits 184, 185, and 186. What are those items?
These are handwritten notes on a spiral bound notebook.
Okay. Is that what you're looking at?
Yes.
All right. There's water up there if you need it with all the reading.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Can you read that for me when you get a second?
Sure. All right, I'm on 184. Top of it, it says Sunday, April 24th, and that's crossed out. Next is Saturday, April 24th. It says Dee's plan to leave days before, exclamation point. Fight with Terry. Fight with Todd. Get Angela out of house. Start fight with Dale so she can leave house. Dale won't argue with her. Makes her even madder. Starts getting migraine. Changes her plan to leave that night, exclamation point. So she leaves in the morning on Sunday. Was going through her clothes days before, boxing up the ones that fit. Did she take them somewhere? With a question mark. Still hasn't contacted anyone. What does this mean? Question mark. Is she still mad and mentally troubled? Question mark. Or did she get into a worse relationship? Question mark. or checked into mental clinic, ? That's it for that page.
Okay, I want you to go to exhibit 185.
I have it.
All right, on the right side of that notebook, the bottom in blue writing. Is that what you're looking at?
Yes,
All right, can you read that for me?
sure. Was having nightmares, started several weeks prior. Wake up soaking wet in a panic. All jewelry would be in bed, pulled off in nightmare. Her watch never made it all night on her arm. Talking in her sleep. You can't protect me from them. I will get you the money.
Exhibit 186.
I have it.
The top portion in blue. Is that what you're looking at?
Yes,
All right, and can you read that for me?
sure. Never goes shopping alone. Can't sit home alone. Scared to be by self. Runs to window or door every time a car goes by or pulls in, ? Always said someone was watching The Office. On the hill on Carson, . Different vehicles going by something all the time, . Slow, excuse me. I see that now. Different vehicles going by slow all the time.
Okay, thank you. Did you ever interview the defendant in this case, Dale Warner?
No,
Was your role limited to doing the things that you just testified to today?
that's correct. I was just on the search team.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Good afternoon, Agent. Is it Impala?
It's Impola.
Impola. Okay, I got the emphasis wrong. My name is Mary Chartier. I represent Dale Warner, and I just have a few questions for you this afternoon. Want to focus in on this October 21 search or 2021 search. Is that the only search that you were involved in this case?
It's the only search. It was 2 days, but yeah, that was the only search I was involved in.
So we're confined to that period of time. Did you go, then go home, then come back? How did that work?
Yes, ma'am. I went out to the property on October 11th. Then I went home after the scene was secured for an overnight crew. And then I came back on the 12th for the second day of the search.
Was this search pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
So was there an announcement, here we come, or did you just show up on October 11th?
I don't know. I know that we briefed ahead of time, and there was a contingent of local officers who went to meet and went to the scene initially, and then they called us when the scene was ready. So I don't know the details of what happened with that initial contingent or what Dale or the officers did. Or
So you don't know, for example, if they showed up unannounced?
That's correct.
Do you know who would know that?
No,
Would it be the officer in charge?
I would presume.
Now, you indicated you were there for 2 days. Your job was to search vehicles, and your team, I should say, the white team, searched 37 vehicles, including a lot of outbuildings. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you get to what you believe to be a vehicle associated with Mr. Warner. You see these items, and when you read a portion of them, you'd agree with me, there are other things on those pages you didn't read.
That's correct.
So for instance, in just the last 2 sheets that you were looking at, Mr. Warner is on those sheets kind of surmising where his wife might be, where she could possibly be, correct? And what aliases she may use.
You're talking about 186?
Yeah, so if we look at 185 and 186, Ms. Saylor, would you pull up 186, which is our page 233? So would you zoom into the bottom top part there? So it says, where would she go, right? And then lists a couple of ideas of where she might be, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then also, if you zoom out a little bit, Ms. Saylor, what aliases would she use? And writes a couple of ideas on that, correct?
Yes.
And then if we go back, would you go to 185, which is our page 232, please? And would you zoom in a little bit more to the top portion? So you can see he's got some ideas of asking people questions and try to surmise as to where his wife might be, correct?
That seems fair.
Right. And those were things you didn't read. And to be fair, there are other things in these documents that you did not read. We'd probably be here for quite the afternoon. You'd need more than that one bottle of water, right? To read everything in the notebooks and the paper and everything like that, right?
Absolutely.
And when you were talking about sort of, we've got these handwritten notes and then they seem to be in a journal. Is that correct? Or like a calendar by date, and they seem to correspond?
Yes.
Remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fair to say you've got sort of loose sheets of white paper that are unlined where someone is jotting down their thoughts, right? And that's what it looks like, correct?
Sure, yes.
And then those thoughts are transferred to like a binder, something that's bound together by date, correct? So it's all in one place. Is that fair?
I couldn't say how they got from one to another if one is transferred to another. I'm just looking at two independent things. So presumably they're related, and I don't know which one came first and how that happened.
Sure, and that's a fair point. But so when you say they correspond to one another, you have loose leaf documents. Again, these are bigger than those sheets of paper, but you have loose documents, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That correspond to similar or the same language in a bound series of pages, correct?
Yes.
And this was found in a vehicle, right?
Yes.
You just stumbled upon it, or a member of your team, correct?
We were searching the property. I don't consider our search to just be stumbling around, but we opened the door of the vehicle and we found it there. We didn't intend to find it, if that's what you mean.
Sure. And stumble, I don't mean that, you just like tripped over your own feet. My point is, no one said, hi, there's a journal and some documents in a truck. You should go take a look at them, right?
I did receive that information, yes.
So from who?
From the search team I had assigned to look at those vehicles. So I noted the vehicles that I thought might be pertinent to get out of the way, and I sent a team to go look into those vehicles to see if there was anything that seemed pertinent. And they came back to me and said, there is a number of journals and documents with handwriting. And so I went specifically to those vehicles to go look at them and then to dig into it further to see if it was relevant.
That's a great clarification. So it was law enforcement, though, not you, but members of your search team who found the items in the vehicle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And those items were not seized?
That's correct.
Why not? You said that your supervising officer agent spoke to someone and then they said that they were not relevant?
They said just to photograph the materials and not to take them.
Was there any reason given as to why not to take them?
No.
Did it just because it seemed like a private journal?
No. When we search, it's very intrusive, and so I wouldn't consider privacy to be a thing.
Okay, so there's no privacy at all if you're searching property. Sounds to be fair. Now, you said that the loose leaf paper seemed to correspond with the bound notebook or book, for want of a better word. When did you realize or think there was something that corresponded? Was it on the scene or was it later when you reviewed it?
It was on the scene.
So are you in real time reading all the items that are being you're directing someone to photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And then saying, photograph this, photograph this. If it's a blank page, leave it alone, keep photographing?
Not quite to that effect. So I gathered the materials, looked through them, corresponded them, and kind of made my assessment. Then I turned to my photographer and said, this is what I want you to photograph, and this is how I want you to do it. And then I allowed them to do it. So I wasn't turning the page myself. I just gave them the direction based on what I had reviewed.
How long did it take you to go through everything?
About 10 or 15 minutes on my review, but then the team was there quite longer. So I expected them to be taking my general direction about handwritten notes and then going through every single page. Whereas I was doing a cursory review, flipping through, looking for pages, kind of doing a general look through myself.
So you are not reading, because you'd be a fast reader. You are not reading everything in that 10 to 15 minutes. You are just going through to identify items that you want a team member to photograph. Is that fair?
Well, I'll step through that. So I am a fast reader.
Okay.
And when I open something, I would read it, but I didn't read every page of the journal. And I didn't go through every loose leaf piece. I would select things from the pile, make a preliminary assessment, read it, put it aside, go to the next one, and then make my assessment of the entire pile based on what I had read, but I didn't read everything.
Okay. So if we're looking at X number of pages, you did not read every word of X number of pages in that moment.
That's correct.
Did you ultimately go and do that later on, or was that for another team member to do?
That was for other team members, but then in preparation for this testimony, I reviewed all the pages in which photographs were taken.
Thank you. Finally, you identified a safe in the load barn, building number 7, correct? That was in the photograph. You were asked about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take that photograph or did someone else?
Somebody else took the photograph.
Was that something you independently remembered, or looking at that photograph refreshed your memory while you were preparing for trial?
Looking at the photograph refreshed my memory. There was, I didn't have an individual memory of a safe, but then as I looked through the entry photographs, I remember seeing it.
So I have to imagine you saw a lot in those 2 days.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have to imagine that's not the only search you've done as an agent.
That's correct.
No additional questions. Thank you, sir.
The loose leaf pages, the black calendar that can be dated any date, and the pink calendar dated 2021. I'm going to talk about all 3 of those, okay?
Okay.
All right, so the black calendar that could be dated any date and the loose leaf pages, do you know if all of those were contained within that particular item? Does that question make sense?
No, which particular item?
So the loose leaf pages and the black calendar that can be dated.
Yes.
So those loose leaf pages have a couple of different dates on them, right?
Yes.
Read me all the dates.
March 23rd, 2020, December 28th, 2019, July 2nd, 2020, May 22nd, 2021, March 20th, 2021, March 5th, 2021, March 4th, 2021, March 1st, 2021, July 4th, 2020, July 7th, 2020, July 11th, July 31st, 2020, May 21st, 2021, May 22nd, 2021, and March 20th, 2021.
Okay. And the items that were dated in 2021, did you observe those items? And so from the pink calendar, the items that are dated, strike that. On the loose leaf pages, the items that are dated 2021, did you observe those in both the pink 2021 calendar and the black calendar?
Let me check to make sure. Yes.
Okay. And the items, the loose leaf pages that were 2019 and 2020, were those items within the black calendar?
Yes.
You indicated that you notified your supervisor or your team lead, Leslie Larson, about these items, correct?
Yes.
All right. Is that common? Did you tell her about every single thing, or?
It is common for me to notify her, and if there's any questions on what is relevant or pertinent to the search, I would be expected as the team leader to ask those questions of the OIC or of my team leader.
All right. And did you think those were relevant? Did you think that it needed to be brought to the attention of your supervisor?
I wasn't sure if they were relevant. It seemed like they could be relevant, so I brought them up.
Okay. And why did you think they could be relevant?
Because they made references to the state of mind or description of what somebody might be thinking about the victim.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Did you think it was relevant because it also showed a state of mind after Ms. Warner was missing?
I guess I didn't really parse the details of the state of mind. I was just trying to determine if it was potentially relevant or not.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
And may Agent Impola be released from custody?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You are free.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would be calling Detective Singleton next. I don't know if the court wants to take a brief recess before we call him because his testimony will be a little bit lengthy. Or if you want me to start with him and then take a break, or I'm ready to start, but however the court wants to do it.
I guess I prefer we not break up the examination. So why don't we take a 10-minute break now and we will resume.
Pursuit.
People may call their next witness.
People call Scott Singleton.
Raise your hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Scott Singleton, SCOTT-SINGLETON,
Where were you employed in April of 2021?
with the Michigan State Police.
What was your title?
I was a detective sergeant.
How long were you a detective sergeant?
I was a detective sergeant for 12 years,
How long did you work at MSP in total?
27 years.
All right. Did you become involved in the Warner case at some point in time?
I did.
When was that?
In March of 2022, so almost a year from when she went missing.
Was that when they created the task force for D. Warner?
Yes.
All right. What was your role at that time?
My role was to assist the sheriff's department. Detective Lieutenant Dreer was assigned. I was assigned as his backup to assist him. So I was assigned to just do anything that they required of me or anything that they needed.
When you first became involved in March 2022, what types of things did you do for the investigation?
Well, when I first got all the evidence in the investigation, I had never seen any of it. I have read through the reports. I went through all the evidence, all the photos, the phone dumps, the surveillance on the farm, the surveillance cameras.
Did you watch any body worn cameras?
Yes, several.
When you said you looked at the surveillance footage from the Munger farm, how much footage did you look at?
Well, I looked at it all, and I spent probably hundreds of hours looking at that surveillance film.
Okay. Did you look into the financials at some point of the Warners?
Yes, a few months into assisting, but probably around July, it was determined that we would start looking into the financials.
Why did you do that?
There there was a theory from the defendant that his wife had stolen a large amount of money and was living out of the country.
And did you meet with him to discuss this?
I met with him briefly at the farm, and he introduced me to his financial guy,
And what did he say? Who was his financial guy?
Mark Weisberg.
What did he tell you about Mark Weisberg?
He had hired him. Mark Weisberg was previously employed at the farm, and then he hired him back after Dee went missing to look over the books and the financials.
Okay, and so who went over the financials with you?
Mark Weisberg did.
And was that at Dale Warner's request?
Yes.
All right. So when you're looking at the financials, what types of things are you looking at?
Mr. Weisberg had gone through, and he had indicated that there was upwards of $1 million that they said was missing. And he gave me, I guess, different examples of schemes that were to divert money from the business to her personally.
Okay, and what were those ways?
There were several. Immediately it became where included in this $1 million figure was credit card charges on the business accounts that then they just paid off with the business money, but they were personal. I wasn't concerned with that, but there was a lot of that. What I was mostly looking for was any hidden accounts that she may have, that she may be living comfortably off somewhere else, or any cash that was unaccounted for. So there were invoices that were paid in the trucking company. There was beef sales, grain sales. There was reward redemption points on their credit card that were unaccounted for on the business books. But I was trying to account for where that money went.
All right. Have you investigated financial crimes before?
Yes.
And in what capacity?
As all my years as a detective, I've done numerous embezzlement investigations. Prior to becoming a detective sergeant, when I was a trooper, I was assigned to a couple of different task forces, federal task forces, both the Secret Service and the IRS, doing financial crimes. So I had a little bit of a background in financial crimes.
Okay. And so you looked at, you said beef sales and income from the businesses. And you were also looking for any bank accounts that she might be living off of. Is that
correct?
All right. And did you find any bank accounts that Ms. Warner could be living off of?
Not that we didn't know about. There was one account that was associated with the business, but they called it wasn't on the books. It wasn't in their computer system, but it was associated with one of the businesses. The statements and everything were in the office, so it wasn't a secret hidden account that nobody knew about. But there was one that was not associated with the business.
Okay. I believe you indicated that originally when you started looking at this, or you met with Dale Warner and Mark Weisberg in July of 2022, the amount started out at $1 million. Is that what you said?
Yeah, there were numerous figures thrown around throughout the entirety of the investigation.
Okay.
It started out $1 million, and I think the last I heard was, she stole $2 million and fled to Jamaica or something of that nature.
Okay. And were you able to find any sums of money that were unaccounted for?
Yeah, I traced as much as I could. And when things go to cash, it's a little harder to trace. But I did not find any secret accounts that she was living off of in Jamaica or accessing or anything like that. But I did come up with some figures of money that was unaccounted for.
And what was that figure?
It was about $34,000 over a 2.5-year period before she went missing.
Okay. Were you also part of a search on Paragon, or strike that? Were you part of some large scale searches in May of 2023?
Yes.
Tell me about them.
Well, the defendant had access to or owned thousands of acres that he farmed, and we thought it important to, some of these properties were already searched from the Sheriff's Department prior to us becoming involved, But we wanted to make sure we touched everyone, searched them thoroughly to make sure that we covered all our bases.
Okay. And approximately how many properties do you think you searched?
Oh, I don't even know. It was,
Okay.
do
Do you know the approximate acreage?
It was about 3,000 acres
All
in
right.
total.
Based on those searches, did you do another more in-depth search of another location?
Yeah, based on information, while we were conducting those searches, based on information we obtained, there was an address on Paragon that became Paragon Road that became more important to us after the searches began.
All right. And what did you do with, based on the information that you received, what did you do?
We received information that during our searches of these other properties, Mr. Warner was initially said that he was digging at this property on Paragon. We sent someone by to make contact, a detective. He wasn't digging, but he was moving a collapsed structure, and he was using heavy equipment on that property.
Okay. And so did you decide to to do a more thorough search of that location?
Yeah, it was on our radar. In part of the reason of this big search, we wanted to touch every property that he had access to, but we also wanted to see how he would react to us searching all his properties. So, and while we were searching his property, he went to this specific property. So it also became interesting there. The property itself used to have a house on it and a barn. And it was, the property was demolished, the house was, and it was buried in its foundation. So there was some digging after she went missing. There was a fire, burned the debris and then buried it. So it always was kind of interesting to us. It had already been searched prior a couple times, but we were still interested in searching it again.
All right. So when you're talking about the property on Paragon, are you on the north side of Paragon or the south side of Paragon?
Yeah, so the property on Paragon, it's split. On the north side is where the house and the barn sat, which are both demolished. The house was buried. The barn is demolished, but there was still debris around. Now on the south side of the road, there is another barn there, which ultimately is where D. Warner's body was located.
Okay.
But we were focused on the north at that time.
On the north side.
Yes.
Okay. And did you eventually go search that property?
Yes.
All right. And when was that?
It was early, you mean?
In relation to sending your trooper over there to kick Mr. Warner off the property?
Yeah, so we sent a detective over there the night we got the information. He made contact with Mr. Warner, asked him to leave the property, and we set a trooper there overnight to secure the property so that no one came and disturbed it. And we were going to seek a search warrant to dig that foundation of the house that was buried the next morning.
And did you come back the next morning?
We did.
Do you know approximately what time?
It was really early in the morning. We started around between 7 and 8 probably.
Who did you arrive at the property with?
I was there with Detective Lieutenant Dreyer, another Detective Sergeant Fergursky. There was a trooper still there that was securing the property. I can't recall everybody who was there. But
Was there other law enforcement?
yeah, there
officers
was a handful of us there.
All right.
Canines, cadaver canines. Yeah, a human remains expert.
Okay. And what was the plan with that property?
We were going to excavate where the house was basically collapsed and burned and then buried. We were going to excavate that foundation with heavy machinery.
When you arrived at the Paragon property to do that search and excavation, did anybody other than law enforcement show up that morning?
Yes, the defendant did show up.
Okay. How long had you been there before he arrived?
It wasn't too long before we arrived that he showed up.
Did you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
And what did you talk about?
He just wanted to know what we were doing, and we explained that we were going to be digging the foundation, and he offered to stick around, but we asked him to not be on the property at that time.
Okay. And did you indicate when you were going to be digging up the property that you were looking for his wife?
I don't recall specifically, but I guess that was implied. But.
Out of the other thousands of acres that you had searched up until this point, had the defendant ever offered to help you search?
No.
You indicated that you watched hundreds of hours of surveillance footage from the Munger farm?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 30. Now, we've already had testimony about the security footage, and I just want to know if this was how it appeared to you on the footage. So I'm going to go to building 1, and it's all red.
Yes.
And so that indicated that there were interior cameras in that building. Was that accurate?
Correct.
All right. And at the top of that building, you'll see the V coming out. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would that be the correct angle of that camera?
Yes.
All right. Building 5, on the north end of that building where it's lit up red,
Yes.
is that also where the interior cameras in that building were?
Yes.
All right. And I'll see the black circle and it kind of the red lines that go out.
Yes.
All right. And would that also be accurate for where those cameras were?
Yes. That's the field of view. Of the
Okay.
camera, yes.
All right. And building 6, you see the red area on that?
Yes.
And did you observe that on the camera footage?
Yes. That's the office. Yes.
All right. And then again, to the east of building 6, we see the arrows going out. Is that what you saw in the footage?
Yes.
All right. Oops. Was there any cameras located inside building 7?
No, there was not.
So in building 1, how did the camera system operate in that building when you were watching them?
When I was watching, there was multiple cameras in building 1. It's actually 2 halves. There's a front part of, we call it the old shop. There's the front part of the old shop and the back part, and there were multiple camera angles all throughout, covering almost all of both sections of the shop. It was motion activated, so when people came in or light came in, it would activate the camera.
Okay. And what about the north side of building 5? How did that camera work?
Same thing. There was only one camera in there. It was on the west wall facing east, and it was motion activated as well.
Okay. Office camera, same thing?
Same thing, yes, motion activated.
All right. What about the scale cameras when you were reviewing those?
There's actually 2 cameras there. I'm not sure if they're 2 independent cameras, but there's 2 views. One is a normal view, and then one is a fisheye view. So it gives a wider view of the area.
Did you watch footage from April 25th, 2021?
I did.
In the old shop, was there a lot going on in the old shop?
Yeah, on the 25th, there was a lot going on. One of the employees, I mean, I think it was a Sunday, it was an off day, but Ivan Boyd, he was in the old shop with his brother working on his vehicle.
All right. What about the new shop on April 25th, 2021? Was there a lot of activity in there?
There wasn't a lot of activity. There was some throughout the day, but not a lot at all.
The office?
The office had a lot of activity. Once it was discovered that D. Warner was missing, a lot of the family came together, and that's where they congregated in the office.
All right. Do you know what time that camera stopped activating on April 25th, 2021?
In the office?
Correct.
The family left around 4 o'clock, and there was, I believe there was one activation later in the night, but that was from the lights of a vehicle that shone through the windows. and light tends to activate those, but there was no activity within the office. But 4 o'clock is when activity in the office ceased.
All right. And do you know what time the activation started in the office that morning?
It was 10:07.
Okay. And the scale cameras from the 25th, was there a lot of activity on that?
There's a lot of activity, but specifically with the scale cameras, there's a pine tree right in front of them. So the wind blows just a little bit, moves those branches. It's motion activated, but it basically throughout the day stayed on most of the time.
What were you able to do with those cameras?
When you are viewing them in the viewer, you can speed them up, slow them down, zoom in, pan throughout the photo in a zoomed in mode.
Did you do that for what you were looking for on April 25th, 2021?
Yes.
The timestamp on the camera, did that appear to be accurate to you?
It was close, but it was not accurate. It was about a minute and 35 seconds off.
How did you come to that conclusion with it being a minute 35 off?
Whenever we have video surveillance, whether in a gas station for a robbery or whatever, times are always off. So you have to make sure that you know what the correct time is and see what the difference is. Unfortunately, by the time we got involved, it was seized and we couldn't view it live. So what I did was, one of the detectives in this case had a body cam when he responded. And so specifically in the office, when he came in the office, you could see him and I could compare the two times, and it was a minute and 35 seconds off.
All right. So how do you know the body camera timestamp is accurate? Why would you compare it to that?
With the body cameras, they are, whenever you dock them, they communicate with the system, and it automatically resets the clock and makes sure that it's accurate. So it's as long as it is docked, which you have to, or otherwise it'll die on you. The battery doesn't last that long. That camera will stay very accurate.
At some point while you're looking through the footage from 4/25/2021, do you see something that you feel is important to your investigation?
Yeah, I was looking at just everything that happened that day because that's the day she went missing. But one thing that stood out after that 4 o'clock when the family left, and there appeared to be nobody else on the farm except for the defendant. He was in the old shop and he was looking around some welding equipment. And it appeared from my view that he heard something because he looked out the big bay door and then he kind of crouched down and was looking in a suspicious manner. So it looked like he was startled that somebody may be on the property.
All right. I'm going to show you the footage. This is the old shop timestamped 4:52. Is this the footage that you're referring to?
Yes.
So what did you do with this information? When you see him by the welder, what do you do with that information?
I let my partner know. It kind of, there was other things that led us to believe there was a theory that there was some welding perhaps involved in whatever happened.
Okay.
So I also looked at the other videos to see if there's anything else that I could find that was to do with welding.
All right. Did you eventually find D. Warner's body?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And that was in August of 2024?
Correct.
And before you found her body, you had noticed other things on the footage from April 25th, 2021 that weren't necessarily important to you at the time, right?
Yeah, there was when you view something without context, it may be there, but you don't necessarily see it until you receive that context. And once we discovered where she was, how she was, her body was disposed of, I took a look back at all the camera footage with that knowledge, and I discovered some other things.
Okay, what additional things did you do after finding her body before looking at that surveillance footage?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Was there anything else that you did in addition to watching the surveillance footage after you found Miss Warner's body to help you look at the footage and find what you needed to find?
I did look at other footage that was close to the time of her disappearance on body cams, any footage that was around the farm to see if I could see where that tank was or if we could find that tank.
Okay, and so based on the condition you found her in a tank, you were looking for a tank.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to play People's Exhibit 211, just a small portion of it. Is this the body camera footage that you reviewed? All right, and is that the footage that you were referring to that you watched?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ultimately take a screenshot of that footage?
I did. I was able to pause it and at different locations and get a better look at the tank in the still frame.
All right, I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 79. And is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to have you take there should be a pointer up there with an orange tip, maybe. Maybe not.
Oh. Oh. There it is.
You just pull that out.
Oh, okay.
Can you look at the map behind you, People's 263? Do you know where this location is on that map?
Yes, this is the, it's in this area back here.
Okay. Is that the area where the burn pile would have been?
Yes. And that's, you can see the burn pile in front of the blue truck shell when you, in the video prior to that.
Okay. In addition to watching this body camera and getting that screenshot, did you talk to anybody and ask for some help with the tank?
Yeah, after we found the tank, we talked to a welding expert, and based on, I have no knowledge of welding, but it appeared to me as if the discolored line on there was not a factory weld, but we consulted a expert to confirm that.
Okay. Did you, when you talked to the expert, did you get some guidance on how that end cap would have been taken off and welded back together?
Yeah, prior to that, I had no knowledge of how someone would do such a thing, but he explained, walked through how we would be able to do that.
Okay, and so this is again where, when I asked you some things that didn't necessarily seem important, did they now seem important?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you the old shop, April 25th, 12:51 p.m. Is this one of the?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things, but early on, I did find this suspicious as well. I see in putting an angle grinder and blades for the angle grinder into the Kubota, and I know that's a cutting instrument.
So you knew it was suspicious, you just didn't know how it.
Right, yes.
And this shot of the new shop, correct, at 114?
Yeah.
Not the new shop, the old shop.
This is the back of the old shop.
portion, correct.
So I did see him looking for something in that area. You can may not be able to see from theirs, but there's hooks there that he's touching, and then you'll see in a second here he'll turn back around and go and get a chain.
Okay, and based on your conversation with your welding expert, were these relevant to your investigation?
Yes, absolutely.
Did you observe any signs of a welder on the property?
Yeah, there were multiple welders on the property that you could see on camera as well. One in particular stood out after further review.
All right, and which one, what area on the map would that have been?
That would be in the new shop.
Okay.
Right here.
All right.
Where there was one interior camera.
All right, I'm going to show you the new shop at 3:12 p.m. And is that the clip you're referring to?
Yes, that was just two clips that were shown. One of the welder, Matt, I don't know if you can play it again, but if you look at the green toolbox in the center, if you look just to the left of that, you'll see a blue box with a yellow cylinder. Just to the left of that green toolbox.
Okay.
That was the original location of it, and this was at 3:12. This is the position it was in.
Okay, and then let me ask you this: the old the new shop after this 3:12 shot, does it activate again?
Not until this next clip
Until
that
the
you
next
just
clip.
showed earlier.
Okay.
So the next time it activates is 6:43 p.m. and you can see that the welder is now in front of the green toolbox and the defendant is walking away.
Okay, so you didn't cut out any video footage or anything like that. This is just when it activated on its own. Is that?
Yeah, the motion detector is on, like I said, the west wall facing east. So when you come in from the east, it appears that it's a hit or miss whether it picks up your motion.
Were there periods of time, after speaking with your welding expert, were there periods of time that you narrowed down where you believe Dale was in the spray barn for periods of longer than 10 minutes?
Yes.
All right. What periods were those?
there was about a 20-minute period between 126 and 146, and that's just after he retrieved the angle grinder and the blades from the.
Okay, so this is the scale camera at 1:26 p.m.
Yeah, so we see him at 126 heading on the Kubota. And if you look right between the silo and the tree, I know it's a rough angle, but you see it heading right towards the wet barn at 126.
Okay.
And then at 146, you see the sprayer pulling out of the barn.
Okay. What's the next clip that you were referring to that you could place him in or around the spray barn for longer than 10 minutes?
The next longest period that he was in there was for 48 minutes, from 3:41 p.m. to 4:29 p.m.
So we've got 3:41, and where are we at here?
Yeah, so this is the, on the right is the new shop. The Kubota is driving up this way, and right at the end of the video, you see it kind of starts to make a right.
And then $429. Which camera is this?
That's the scale camera.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'd say it's only working half the time, but it's me. It's the operator. All right, now we're at 429. Which camera are we on?
This is the scale camera.
Okay. And what period of time do you say we have there? 48 minutes?
Yeah, 48 minutes.
Okay, what's the next period of time?
The next period of time was just 59 minutes. I would believe it was between 5:07 p.m. and 6:06 p.m.
And both the 20-minute, just for clarification, both the 20-minute and the 48-minute period are after he has the angle grinder, the grinding wheels, the hooks and chains.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and then you indicated 5:07
to 6:06.
Okay. That started out at 5:07. Now we're at 6:06. Do I need to start that clip over?
Yeah, you might want to.
5:07 at the scale cameras.
Yep, 5:07 scale cameras heading towards the wet barn.
And there we have 6:06.
And then 6:06 heading back.
All right, now we're at 6:06 on the Kubota. 6:07 on the JCB.
Correct.
All right, so that was how many minutes?
59 minutes.
After you observe that, do you observe anything else leaving the spray barn?
Yes, I see the front end loader leaving the spray barn on a couple different occasions.
All right. So now we're at 637 at the spray barn. Did you observe anything?
Yeah, it's tough to see. I mean, you can see, it's tough to see from this distance, but the you can see the front end loader heading west with something white in the bucket.
Okay. So I'm going to rewind this again. The front end loader appeared to have something white in the bucket.
Correct.
Now we're at the old fuel tanks at 639. And which direction is the JCB heading?
Oh, it's heading east.
All right.
Back towards the wet barn, number 7.
All right. At this point, do you notice anything different?
Yes, when you see this view prior to this frame, on the very left side where you see the burn pit, there is something white in the burn pit, but there's also something white just on the edge of the screen, a circular round looking object.
All right. I'm going to show you some screenshots of those cameras. So I've got People's Exhibit 53, okay? April 25th, 2021 at 6:07 p.m. What am I looking at?
So where that pickup truck is, right in front of it is the burn pile. And between the burn pile and the edge of the screen, you'll notice that there's nothing there. And that's at 6:07 p.m.
And then I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 54, which is April 55, which is People's Exhibit, or which is 4/25/2021 at 6:39 p.m. What are we looking at now?
Same view, but now you'll see that there's something white that is on the burn pile. But then if you look between the burn pile and the edge of the screen, you'll see the end of an object. Now, based on the way I found this was after seeing that body cam of where that tank was, I looked back on here and I could tell that that was the location of where that tank was from the body cam.
Okay.
It wasn't there at 6:07, now it is there
At 6:39
at
p.m.
6:39.
When you were watching the footage from April 25th, 2021, did you observe Dale Warner on the farm?
Yes.
All right. In and out of buildings, what was he doing?
Yeah, he was in and out of buildings. Besides those portions that he was back in the wet sprayer barn for a longer periods of time, he was in and out of the office, looking over their shoulders. They were trying to look at these surveillance cameras. He was just kind of all over the farm.
Did he also leave for periods?
He did.
Did you attempt to go back over the defendant's timeline again for when he left the property that day after discovering all this information? Or before?
I did it before of when when he was on the property and when he had left the property.
All right. I'm going to show you April 25th, 2021 at 7:47 a.m.
Mhm.
And does that appear to be the first time?
Yes, that's the first time the sprayer leaves the property, and it's gone for approximately 25 minutes.
Okay. And then again, you see the sprayer heading back toward the farm at 8:12 a.m.
At 8:12 a.m., it's returning to the farm.
Okay. And then that sprayer leaves again.
Then at 8:46, the sprayer leaves again, 8:46 a.m.
So from 8:12 to 8:46, sprayer appears to be on the property.
Correct.
All right. Out of all of the footage you watched, did you see D. Warner on any of it?
No.
Did you also watch footage from April 27th, 2021?
Yes.
Why?
On April 27, 2021, that is when that body cam footage was, when I saw the tank initially. They were searching the property. And then at some point they were asked to leave. They returned later with a search warrant for the property. So I knew the tank was there on the 27th, so to confirm what happened with it.
Okay. And did you end up confirming what happened with it?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 62. This is 4/27 at 8:55 p.m. Are you familiar with that vehicle?
I know what truck it is. It's a little tough to see in this, but that's a GMC pickup truck belonging to the defendant's son, Joran Warner.
And you said you watched this to determine what happened to that tank that night.
Correct.
For 2021 at 8:37. Again, that's the still we just looked at from 8:55.
Yes,
correct?
that's Joran Warner's truck pulling in.
Okay. $8.57 at the old tanks,
Yes, that's
the
the
old
same
shop fuel tanks. I'm sorry.
the same truck going into the dry barn where the drone operators are when they return for the search warrant. The dry barn that's right here. He's driving back this way.
Is that the footage you were just talking about?
Yes.
On April 25th, I'm going to go back to April 25th, 2021 briefly. Were you able to identify the people that you observed on the footage?
Yes.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, who was all on the property?
The people who responded because Dee was missing were daughter Raquel, son Zach, son TJ, her cousin Parker, Shelly Hardy, who's her sister-in-law. They were all in the office area. Ivan Boyd and his brother were in the old shop working. A couple of truck drivers came in, then left, dropped the trucks off, and then left.
Okay. Did you observe them stay for any period of time?
No, they just basically dropped and went.
Okay. And those truck drivers, we'll strike that. Did you see Todd Henrik on the property that day?
I did.
All right. Anybody else?
There was another driver who dropped a load off. I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Okay.
These are very briefly.
Did you do anything else after finding Dee Warner's body?
Yeah, after we found her body, based on the condition we found her in, we executed a search warrant, another search warrant on the farm to look for evidence associated with how she was disposed of.
All right. And do you recall when you did that?
I believe she was looking on August 17th, and we executed the search warrant on August 22nd. So,
When you say the Munger farm, are you talking about the same farm over
yes,
here?
the Munger farm.
Right. What types of items were you looking for?
We were looking for tarps, duct tape, paint, decals for a tank, any items that were associated with the tank or the manner in which she was, her body was located in.
Did you go over there with, was it just you or a whole group of people?
Oh no, we executed a search warrant, so we had a whole crew of people.
Have you executed search warrants before?
Oh yeah.
How many of them you think?
In my career?
Yeah.
Oh, hundreds. Yeah.
When you got to the Munger property, what'd you do?
Well, with any search warrant, first thing we did, we secured the property. We had uniformed troopers with us. So we staged them at the entrances of the property so no one could come or go without getting past the troopers. We made contact with all the people on the farm and made sure that they couldn't move about the property. Then we usually have someone photograph everything exactly how it was when we found it when we got there, before we even start searching.
Right. When you're searching, there's multiple people doing the search, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you're not necessarily the one taking in everything, correct?
Correct.
All right. I am going to have Detective Sergeant Drew get out exhibits 112, 113. Exhibits 112, 113, 236. $239. Don't spill anything.
I promise.
Okay. I'm going to have you grab the paint samples first.
Okay.
Okay. Find the one labeled, the stick labeled 1.
Okay.
So did you at some point after executing the search warrant come back and take some samples?
Yes, we had the lab come out and take paint samples off the tank itself. And then they requested any paint that we found on the property to take samples of that, submitted to the lab so they could do comparison.
Okay, so paint was seized from the Munger property and placed in the property room with MSP?
Correct.
All right, and how many samples did you take?
Well, there were 3 white paint cans, and then there was a Tupperware container with white paint in it as well.
Okay,
That was used from the property.
all right. And so the paint samples that you took were from the items that are up here on the counter? All right, can you? Yeah. Can, yeah,
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I forgot the question.
I believe it was these paint samples that I took came from these items.
Yes.
Yes.
So you have 4 sticks and three cans
Four.
of paint and 1 paint in a container,
Correct.
essentially. Okay. Can I have you identify which sample goes with which paint can and do it by exhibit number, please?
Sure. So exhibit 236 is a Rust-Oleum paint can, and I marked it with a 1 on the label and put my initials on it. Used a stir stick, just a common stir stick, to stir it up. This was how the lab told me to do it. Stirred it to make sure it was mixed. Got a good sample of it. And I also marked the stick with 1. And after it was dried, I put it into a sealed container with a description of the can.
Okay. What about the next stick in the next can, please?
You'll see a number 2 there with my initials, and a number 2 on the paint stick. I did the same thing, stirred it up with the paint stick, and took a sample, left it to dry, and then sealed it in a bag.
Can you read me the exhibit sticker from the stir stick?
I apologize.
That's okay.
The can is 113,
Okay.
is number 2, and the exhibit sticker for the sample is 296.
All right.
Num-
Third one, go ahead.
Number 3, that I wrote on there with my initials, and number 3 on the paint stick, the stir stick. Again, same process. I stirred it up, took a good sample, let it dry, sealed it in. The can is exhibit 112, and the sample is exhibit 297. And I sealed it in the bag with a description of the can. The container with the paint is exhibit 299. Again, I opened that. Mark number 4 on the paint stick. And again, I stirred it up, took a sample. After it dried, I sealed it in a bag with a description of where it came from.
What did you do with those samples once you took them from the can?
Once I took them from the can, I took them to the Michigan State Police East Lansing Crime Lab and dropped them off because they already had their paint samples there. So,
And then you retired shortly after, correct?
and then that was one of my last duties before I retired. Yes.
Okay. Can you go back to exhibit the stick numbered 1 and tell me the exhibit number?
Exhibit 239.
And the can was 236, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the stick that's labeled 4, I have the can. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The container for 4 is 299,
What's the stick?
and the stick is 298.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Good. Oh, I'll wait for you to be done with all your bags.
All set. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Detective Sergeant Singleton. That's still the way to refer to you even though you're retired, correct?
Sure, I'll take it.
Okay, terrific. Now, you indicated you began working on the case in roughly March of 2022,
Correct.
and that was part of a task force?
Yes, it was. They brought us on to assist, and also the FBI, who had been assisting as well.
So it was the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department, Michigan State Police, and then the FBI. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, it was a loose task force. It was us coming to assist them, basically.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
It was us coming to assist them, basically. I mean, I guess they call it task force, but
And then officially, the Michigan State Police took over on or about August 9th, 2022?
that's correct.
And that was you and Detective Lieutenant Dreyer?
Correct.
Did the two of you work at partners? Did you work at his direction? Did he work at yours? How did that work?
Lieutenant Dreyer is the officer in charge, and I work in his direction.
Okay. Now, I want to get to when you talked about the kind of this theory of welding.
Mhm.
When did that come up? So let me walk back if you don't mind.
Sure.
When you start in March of 2022, is that when you start reviewing the surveillance footage, the body camera footage, or is that once you start in August of 2022?
No, it was in March of 2022 when I started reviewing everything. So that included the surveillance video. So
And were you working on this full time?
yes, at that time I was.
So then when you said essentially there's a welding theory, a theory of welding that comes up. So when does that come up?
It was fairly early on. I mean, based on that video where he was checking the welder and he was it appeared to be a little frightened of the sound or something of that nature. We started to see that he was making contact with things that were associated with welding. So the official theory, I mean, at that point we said, there's something with welding here, but we just weren't sure what yet. So it was still early.
So is that maybe like March or April of 2022? There's something with welding, but you're not sure what it is?
I don't know if it was that early, but it was probably like April, May. Yeah.
Okay. Would you pull up that snip, Ms. Saylor, of Mr. Warner? I want to ask you a question about this. This is when he's in the shop. You said, thank you, that he moved in a suspicious manner and crouched down. What about that is suspicious?
To me, it just looked like as he was looking at the welder, he heard something. I knew that nobody else was on the property at that point, and he just seemed startled and was looking out and trying to duck out of view.
Duck out of view. Would you play that again? Okay, would you stop? Thanks. Thank you. So you said you didn't think anyone else was on the property at that time.
Correct.
And then Mr. Warner presumably hears a noise or something, right?
Correct.
Goes like this to look at it. I mean, is that about the motion?
Well, he stepped behind the truck and then kind of ducked down.
Well, you said, okay, go back for me, if you will. Because you said crouch down or duck down.
Mhm.
To me, this is bending at the waist. So I'm curious what you think is the crouching or ducking. And would you stop right there? Do you think he's fully behind that truck?
I don't know what he's looking at, but he made a definite sidestep behind the truck. I don't know what he was doing, but it struck me as he seemed startled by something outside.
Okay, so you watch that. I just want to make sure you view that as him being startled, crouching down, ducking down behind a truck.
Yeah.
Okay, and then he goes back to doing whatever he's doing.
Yeah, it just, at the time, it struck me. I mean, at that time, it was early on in the investigation. We didn't know what happened. I was still investigating, everything. So, but that just stood out to me in the video. One of those things to mark and check on later.
Did you ask him? Because you interviewed him for a few hours in December of 2022, right?
Yes.
And that was with Detective Lieutenant Dreyer, correct?
Correct.
And his lawyer was there at the time?
Correct.
Did you talk to him at any other time?
I mean, when we were doing search warrants on the property, we had casual contact with each other during those search warrants.
Did you ever ask him to come in for an interview and he didn't?
No, not to come in for an interview, no.
So you've got this, what you deem to be suspicious crouching from a startling noise. And then you sort of said, boy, I wonder about that. Did you ask him in December, hey, listen, I'm going to show you this. What were you doing?
Yeah, no, we did not ask him that. There was so much in that 2 hours that we did cover. That is not something that that we asked him at that time.
So you just ran out of time?
No, it was just, there was other important matters. Like I said, this just struck me as initially, it was kind of a light bulb, like, maybe I better check on that later. It wasn't the aha moment we were looking for or anything like that.
Right, you agree it's not the aha moment, correct?
It's a moment that caused me to look further into that theory.
And a moment that you never bothered to ask him about, or his lawyer at the time, Mr. Lee, right?
It's getting argumentative and ask and answer.
It's cross-examination.
But that doesn't allow you to be argumentative.
So,
And you have asked that question already.
okay. So welding theory comes up in about April of 2022. Did you ever, moving on from asking him about the crouching, did you ever ask him about, were you welding? And if so, what were you doing?
Like I said, back then, initially, when I saw that, that's kind of when it appeared. We didn't have, obviously, the tank, the body, how it was disposed of, things like that. So we didn't ask him everything about everything at that point during that interview.
So is the answer to my question, you never asked him about what he was doing as it relates to possibly welding, doing as it relates to looking at tools, taking tools, anything like that on April 25th, 2021?
No, the welding theory didn't come to fruition until we found the body. So it was not something that we were actively looking at that point.
So again, is the answer no? You never asked him about it?
No.
And then so the theory comes about in April of 2022. You don't ask about it. When do you look at that? Are you the one who looked at the body camera and said, boy, I think that's a non-factory well?
I had seen the photos of the tank that her body was recovered in, and I saw the photos of it prior to that. So when I saw that body cam, it definitely appeared to me as the same tank, but I am no expert in welding. But it appeared to me it was discolored. The line was discolored. So it piqued my curiosity.
When? So I'm not asking about after she was discovered and you saw that tank. So you have a welding theory beginning of August of 2022. You're watching the body camera of Detective Greca on April 27, 2021, correct?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Right. When do you look at that and think that looks like a repair weld? That's actually the term used by Mr. Schmidt, the welding gentleman. So when do you think that looks like a repair weld?
Like I said, like I testified earlier, when you have context later after we found the tank, and then I rewatched the video, that's when it kind of like, oh, that appears to me. And I don't know repair welds from a regular weld, but it didn't look like a normal tank that I'd seen before.
But so how would you think to look at the tanks if you're saying it only kind of that light bulb moment, according to you, is after the tank is found and she's in it? How does anyone think to look at the tanks?
Oh, initially why we looked at the tank.
Right.
We had this welding theory. There was, there was other things throughout the investigation that kind of said, yeah, we should start, after things calmed down on certain things, we said we need to go back and make sure we cross all our T's and dot all our I's. That's when we decided, Detective Lieutenant Drew decided, let's locate all these tanks that he has and see if we can see anything.
So when was that?
That was shortly before her body was found.
Would that have been August of 2024?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear on the timing. So April 2022, you have this theory of welding. You investigate for the next couple of years. Then in August of 2024, Detective Lieutenant Drew says we should look at these tanks. Was it because there was a issue with a non-factory weld or repair weld that someone observed, or was it just we want to look at all of these tanks?
No, up to that point, didn't know she was in a tank, but we had seen internet searches about how to bury and anhydrous a tank. So up to a certain point, we felt that perhaps it was, she was buried. The working theory is that she was buried somewhere. It wasn't until August of 24, there was kind of a moment of, okay, let's step back and take a look at everything. And Detective Lieutenant Drew came up with the idea, hey, let's take a look at these tanks. If there's, so yes, that's kind of when the theory of, well, maybe it's not underground, maybe it's above ground. And that's when that started.
And so then is that in a meeting that the two of you have or with other people where he has that theory and then you determine how to act on that?
Yeah, we chat and collaborate all the time, but
So he has the theory in August of 2024, hey, let's take a look at these tanks. And let's say there are roughly 40 of them, right? Well, how many of them do you think there are?
I'm not sure. He handled most of that.
Okay, so I'll ask him next week. But so let's say there's roughly 40. Were you looking at a particular tank or was it just, let's look at all these tanks?
Again, to be clear, I was not there for the search of the tanks, but it was to identify where he keeps his tanks, how many of there were, if there was paperwork. They told us how many tanks there were, see if there were any unaccounted for, that kind of thing.
So and that was a search of the Paragon property, and then was it also a search of the Munger property?
Again, I was out of town during that time, so I'm not exactly sure. I know there were a couple different properties where these tanks were held.
So to your knowledge, there was a search of all the various properties where tanks were held.
Correct.
And it was not sort of in search of a particular tank, but it was looking at all the tanks to see if there was something that was unusual. And if that's not fair or that's not accurate, let me know.
No, my understanding, it was a search for, to take a look at all the tanks in general.
Had anyone told you a particular tank to look for? So a family member, anything like that? Or this was just, you're looking at all these tanks?
No, it was just that we decided at that point to take a look at these tanks.
And you indicated, so when you were looking at that repair well, that non-factory well, you're looking at the body camera after the tank was found, and then that's when you're like, okay, I think that might be the tank. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
Thank you. Now, going back a bit, you said that there had been a search of the Paragon property, and I know you answered this to Ms. Wise, but so if you're driving down the road, there's Paragon North to your right and then Paragon South to your left. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. And Paragon South is where there's the structure and then there are tanks that were there.
Correct.
And then Paragon North, do you know, were both sides searched at one point? Not when the tank was found where Ms. Warner was, but prior to that, were both sides of Paragon searched?
I'm not sure before we got involved in the investigation when there was searches, if both sides were searched. I know the north side was. I wasn't there when they searched the Paragon property, so I'm just not sure if that included the south or not.
Sure. So then you said that there was a search of Munger, and that would have been in May 2023, and not just Munger, but this massive search. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And then do you know, was Mr. Warner allowed to stay on the Munger property, or was he, while there was a search there, or was he instructed to leave?
No, we didn't want him working on any of the properties that we were searching.
Okay. So he's multiple searches, then he is told to leave, and so he leaves any of the property that's being searched, correct? Is that accurate?
Correct.
And then I want to make sure I just have this correct. Then he goes to Paragon North and is doing work there, because that's not an area that's being searched at the time.
Yeah, to be clear, let me correct myself. I don't believe the Munger address itself was part of that search.
Okay.
It was just fields surrounding it. So no, we would not necessarily have him leave his house at that point, because we were searching fields behind it or adjacent to it, but he could still have control over his own property.
So, but he couldn't do any work on any of the fields. So if he had to plow, plant, fertilize, do anything, he couldn't do that.
Correct.
Okay. So he went to a property that, at least at that time, was not going to be searched, and that was the Paragon North property.
He had no way of knowing what was going to be searched and what was not going to be searched.
Okay, so he had no way of knowing what was going to be searched or what wasn't going to be searched.
No.
So he goes to do work on the Paragon North property, and then that's when a search warrant was ultimately obtained for that property. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it was on our radar, but because it had been searched before, we weren't sure if we were going to search it again. But because that's where he responded to when we were searching, it was just one more thing that kind of pushed it over the edge that we should probably search that.
And when that property was searched, you said it was excavated. So is that like a big, huge machine and they're like digging up dirt and looking under the ground?
Yes.
And nothing was found there, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had indicated that Mr. Warner asked sort of, what are you doing, right? And you have to answer yes.
I'm sorry,
no for the
yes.
record. No, that's okay. You've been doing great. And then he offered to stay if needed. Is that something, what exactly did he say?
I believe he offered to use his equipment and dig for us.
Okay. And then you said, no, thank you.
Yeah, correct.
Right. And then he went on about his way, and nothing again was found at that property.
Well,
On the north, on the Paragon North, on the
no.
excavation.
No.
When you said that you had noticed on the surveillance camera he got, for example, an angle grinder, things like that, did you know that based on just your experience, or did somebody have to tell you what that was?
The angle grinder I knew. Some of the other stuff I wasn't quite familiar with. I'm not a farm guy. I'm not a welding guy. So, but I knew an angle grinder. I've used an angle grinder before. I know the purposes of it and what you can do with it.
Thank you. Now, throughout your investigation, you did other things as well, correct? I mean, lots of other things.
Correct.
So, and we only talked about just a few of them. But so, for example, when Ms. Warner's body was found, her fingernail clippings were taken, correct?
Yeah, I assume so, yes.
Would you like to see a report that says so if you need to refresh your memory?
For sure, yes.
Thank you. You'd go to page 2. her fingernail clippings were taken, correct?
Correct.
You also, moving on to the paint that you seized, you went in 2024 and took those 3 paint cans, correct?
Correct.
And then that container, that little Tupperware type container of paint.
Correct.
And you also said you were looking for things like blue tarps and duct tape, those sorts of things, correct?
Correct.
What, were you surprised to see paint on a farm?
No, not necessarily.
Would you be surprised if you had found duct tape, tarps, anything like that on a farm?
No, I wasn't surprised that we'd find them.
Did you know, or do you know, when that paint was purchased?
I do not.
Because you were seizing it in 2024, correct?
Correct.
And do you know where anything else was purchased? Tarps, duct tape, anything like that that you were looking for?
No.
Finally, during the course of the investigation on October 12th, 2022, you met with Greg Hardy, who is Ms. Warner's brother, right?
October 12th, 2022. I mean, I would take your word for it.
Okay,
Yes.
if you want to see, do you want to see a report?
No, I take your word for
Okay.
it. That was a date. I did meet with him, yes.
And you're, I'm correct, Mr. Hardy, Greg Hardy is Ms. Warner's brother, correct?
Correct.
Now, he had provided a thumb drive with some recordings on it, right?
Correct.
Do you remember the incident I'm talking about?
Yes.
And you took that thumb drive because you thought it might be important to the investigation?
Correct.
He had indicated essentially he hired somebody to do some interviews and he was handing that to law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And again, you took it. Did you download it or anything at that time, or you didn't have time?
No, when I met him, he handed me a thumb drive
Okay.
with the audio interviews on them.
And then what did Mr. Hardy do after that?
He wanted to sit down and talk to me further.
Did he ultimately revoke consent for you to be able to, the police to view those interviews?
Yes.
How did he do that?
He sent me a text message saying that he wants his thumb drive. He changed his mind. He wants his thumb drive back, and that we didn't have permission to take them or to listen to them.
Did you give him that thumb drive back?
No.
Did you keep that text message from Mr. Hardy?
I memorialized it in my report. I put it in my report that that occurred, and then I obtained a search warrant to search the thumb drive anyway, make a copy of it, and then kept that for evidence.
Did you tell him why you weren't going to give it back to him? So, for example, he said something, and again, we don't have the text message, so I'm paraphrasing, but he essentially says, I'm revoking consent. I don't want you to look at those interviews. Did you respond back and say, I'm getting a search warrant, or did you just ignore it, or how did you respond?
No, I did. I said that I was not going to give it back, and we would, I had obtained it legally. Now to search it with the revoked consent, I went ahead and got a search warrant. So I told him that I would get a search warrant, make a copy of it, and return his original to him.
You talked about Mr. Warner kind of being suspicious when he heard a noise and ducked down. What did you think of that when Mr. Hardy revoked consent?
Prior to that, when we were discussing at his farm after he gave it to me, we had a little disagreement about the certain aspects of the investigation, I believe. I don't recall exactly what it was about. But he was frustrated. He's frustrated. His sister's missing.
So I'm going to stop you right there only because it's non-responsive to my question.
He asked him what he thought about what when Mr. Hardy revoked consent.
His answer was not talking about what he thought about that consent. He was going in a different direction. So I would read the short answer.
Thank you. So Detective Sergeant Singleton, I'm just going to kind of narrow you in.
Sure.
And we don't have a recording of that exchange. Would you agree?
Agree.
Between you and Mr. Hardy?
Correct.
And that's because you chose not to record it.
Yeah, it was not an interview.
Sure. And again, I'm just saying, so you're trying to go back off of memory or so I just want to ask, when he revoked consent, did you view that as suspicious?
Based on the conversation I'd had with him prior and the information I have, it didn't surprise me that he did.
It didn't surprise you that he said he had valuable information to the investigation, but then says, but I don't want you to take a look at it?
He didn't say it was valuable information. He said, I have these interviews. Would you like them? And I said, absolutely. Any interviews of particular witnesses, I want all of them. So he didn't portray it to me as he has valuable evidence, but I requested them and he gave them to me. He was upset that we had a disagreement. And after I left the farm is when I got the text message.
He might not have used the word valuable, but he thought it was important enough to give it to you, correct?
I requested it, yes.
Right. Sure.
Yep.
And you thought it was important enough to take it.
Sure. I collect all the information. It doesn't matter if I feel it's important or not. There's information, especially witness interviews. I'll take it.
And then he's the one who said, I don't want you to look at it, prompting you to get the search warrant. I'm just trying to get that timeline go. So then he's the one who said, I don't want you to look at it, and that prompted you to get the search warrant.
Correct.
I have no additional questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, correct me if I'm wrong, but on cross-examination, did you indicate that the defendant was asked to leave at least one other property in the during the May 2023 search warrants?
I'm sorry. Was he asked to leave?
Any other property besides the Paragon property?
I don't recall if he showed up at any other properties. I wasn't at every property that was being searched at the time.
Okay, so the only one you knew that you have knowledge about is showing up at Paragon.
Right.
Okay. You indicated that you had a welding theory kind of early on based on the welding stuff, and you indicated an internet search?
Correct.
Okay. And all of the searches that you did on the properties associated with the defendant, were those focused underground?
Yeah, for the most part, based on those internet searches, how to bury an anhydrous ammonia tank after she was missing, our working theory was that she was buried somewhere.
If that search was actually not how to bury it, but what to do with an old tank, do you recall that search?
No.
Okay. If we had somebody that has already testified that that was the search, did you watch any videos associated with that?
No, the finding of that issue
Was Detective
was
Drury?
Detective Drury.
Okay, so you're not the one that found that.
I
That
found
was
the
just
text. I was shown it later.
okay. All right,
Or the search. I'm sorry.
that's okay. I just want a clarification. Prior to being involved in this case, did you know Dale Warner?
No.
Did you know Dee Warner?
No.
Did you know Greg Hardy?
No.
Did you know any of the Hardy family?
No.
During an interview of a suspect, is it normal not to ask every single question?
Yeah, it's perfectly normal. Yeah, it's normal.
Nothing further.
Nothing additional, thank you.
All right, thank you. And are we excusing Detective Singleton?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You also- you also- Oh, yeah. All right, so it is almost 4:30. So we will recess for the day. We'll be back tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry. We have. Yeah, we have. Oh, Detective Sims,
Don't
we
leave,
can come back.
right?
And I think we are done. Oh my goodness. I'm not sure if it's done. I think it says there's 13 minutes left, but doesn't look like anything's happening. I'll just scan ahead. No. Wow. Alrighty. If there's even anybody here, I'll see you tonight. Let me just double check. I feel like, oh, wait, there is something. There's probably a question or two. Might as well. I'm this far. Definitely something happening. There is a little bit more. It's probably going to be one more question. Better be good. Definitely one more question. After that, I'm just going to shut her down, all right? And I'll see you tonight. I'm going to be on Ted's show tonight if anybody is listening. I'm going on Ted's show at 9 p.m. East, 8 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Mountain, 6 p.m. Pacific. Wait, 9 p.m. 9 East at 8 Central, 7 Mountain, 6 Pacific. And I'm going to start on time tonight. I'll start on normal time. I might push it back a little bit if it's going really well, but not all night. Like maybe, half an hour, maybe I'll start at midnight or something. All right. So let's see what happens here. And afterwards, we'll just shut her down. They must be arguing about a question. Oh. I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to touch it. It's at 2:10. I got to be ready to shut it down to 1 speed. Here it is. They're back. The blind.
Jury. The first is, was Dale interviewed again after Dee's body was found?
We attempted.
Well,
2 minutes.
Right,
Yeah,
so.
and you can answer that yes or no without further elaboration.
Oh, sorry. No.
The next question is, was it determined how much money Dee had in her accounts after she went missing? If so, how much would that total be?
That's hard. I did look at that. I did note that. From the top of my head, I can't recall. There was money left behind in accounts that belong to her that if you're leaving forever, that you would have taken.
Objection. That goes far afield of the question and is also speculative. I think the question was how much was in the accounts, and that, if he doesn't remember, that's an acceptable answer. To talk about anything else, again, is improper.
I'll follow up. I agree that you can strike the rest of that. I'll follow up.
Okay, I do think that the portion of the answer regarding how much person would take is speculative, and so I will strike that answer and direct the jury not to consider that portion of the answer. The next question is, if there was a search warrant for the property on April 27th, how could Dale say not to search certain areas?
So to clarify, the sheriff's department went to the property and was conducting a search earlier in the day. That's where that body cam was from. Then they were bringing the drone and dogs out. And when that occurred, Mr. Warner revoked consent to search that property. So the law enforcement left. When you're on consent, he can consent for you not to search certain things. They left, got a search warrant, came back to the property, then there's no limiting of anything. So they could search anything they want.
Okay, and for the last question, I want you to limit the answer to the time of her disappearance. The question is, was there a life insurance policy in Dee's name? If so, do you know the amount?
Yes, there was, and I do not recall the amount.
All right, Ms. Wise, do you have any further questions for detectives?
I do, as it relates to the bank accounts of Miss Warner that you were looking at, was her personal accounts that she had access to, were they being used after April 25th, 2021?
No.
We just talked about search warrants, executing search warrants. When you're executing a search warrant, do you call the party that you're going to go do the search on and tell them that you're 20 minutes out or that you're on the way?
No.
Thank you.
I have nothing additional. Thank you.
Yes, the lab came out after we seized the tank, and they took scrapings of the tank in certain locations. That's all lab stuff that they did. I observed them do that, and then that's when they requested that I take samples from the ones that we'd seized at the property.
Anything further, Ms. Watts?
No, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
No, thank you.
Okay. Looks like we have no other questions from the jurors, so you are excused at this point. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be breaking at this point. We will resume tomorrow morning, hopefully at 9 a.m. My goal is to start at least one day at 9 a.m. So we'll do our best. So if you'll be here shortly before 9 a.m., we'll do our best to get started at 9. And during the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence that you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow that instruction. Thank you for your time. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9. All right, I just want to make a record of the fact that of all of the questions the jury asked of Detective Singleton, that all questions were agreed to by the prosecution and defense, with the exception of the question about the life insurance policy. And Ms. Chartier, you had an objection to that, and I want to give you an opportunity to make a record of that.
Thank you. My concern was the relevance. My concern was that opening up the door to civil matters that Mr. Head is handling. I think that Ms. Wise suggested the narrowing of it on the date that she was missing, which did address some of that. And Detective Sergeant Singleton answered the question sort of precisely. There was no follow-up. I did object at the bench. My concern, quite frankly, did not come to fruition, with lots of things coming from it, but I did object. Thank you.
And I will say thank you for touching on that. The limitation as to the time frame was not in the juror's original question. That was something that arose as a result of the discussion that occurred at the bench. And my decision ultimately was that the question is relevant to potentially an issue of motive. And so that's why I believe it relevant and asked the question. Is there anything else that we need to address today before we adjourn?
I was going to say no, thank you, but it looks like I'm going to sit down. There might be something.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, so we will be in recess until tomorrow morning at 9.
And that's a wrap. Have a good day. Bye. I'll see you tonight. Bye.